Remember, remember, it's it's no Nostalgia Critic November. Anybody who watches a Nostalgia Critic video has to put the Nostalgia Critic in their profile picture. No exceptions. There's no exceptions to that to that rule. Ah, I better see some fucking Nostalgia Critic profile pictures now. Y'all just got fucked. Has anybody done that yet? I had a Doug Walker profile picture on the Discord, but that was for like a day. If you cross your fingers, it would have worked. I like all the excuses for why they didn't count. Is there going to be a stream on Never Knows Best series? Not the series, but yes, the Skyrim part. We did the Oblivion part last time in a more kind of that was one of the first of these streams that we did, so it was more basic. But now, as a heads up, we might be streaming a couple hours earlier next Wednesday. That has to do with the AMA. We're kind of planning an operation to get a question promoted on the AMA. So I am going to probably stream a couple minutes before it starts and kind of get people into it. So we might be, we'll probably be watching Never Knows Best while trying to work that out. So you might need a Reddit account, just FYI. I know that they don't like that, but this is as close as I'll get to getting to ask him a question, so. Well, I'm still working out what the question should be, and we have this stream and we have the Monday stream to kind of figure out what the silver bullet of questions is. So my mentality is, we could ask him for an interview, but the problem is nobody else will kind of promote that. So we have to ask him a real question that people outside of our community would upvote to increase the chances that it'll be seen and answered. Now, probably what's going to end up happening is he's going to have like a list of planted questions to answer. So I don't really think anything will come of it. Yeah, I've heard Freebird. It's a good riff. Can't play it on stream though. Yeah, the Fed does kind of look like Zarek. Not gonna lie. We could ask him the Red Guard question. Hey Todd, why do Red Guards have less intelligence than the other races? Yeah, I know full well that there's a decent chance that not a single actual question will be answered, and it'll mostly just be, like I said, planted questions that mysteriously get upvoted. Or if they're lazy, they won't even actually pretend to upvote them. Todd will just pick random questions that fit kind of the Bethesda narrative. Because I'm sure he's bound to get asked, like, why have you released Skyrim like 6 times? About 1,000 times. And he'll probably ignore most of those questions. Why are there so many damn Red Guard pirates? So we're gonna kind of get rolling into it. This is the point right before the point of no return. We can still stop. We can still turn around and save ourselves. I don't know. I kind of want to chat with chat just a little bit longer. Kind of. Plus, my shoulder's kind of sore. I've been playing Blade and Sorcery. If anybody should be doing piracy, it should be the Altmer, Island Bound Nation and stuff. Well, an Altmer society really strikes me as like it would have institutional issues with poverty, where basically, if you're a particularly untalented Altmer, like what are your job prospects? And the answer probably is you get consigned to go live on the mainland. So it seems to me like, plus I would imagine like an Altmer wizard, like even an untalented Altmer wizard would be a very welcome addition on a crew of a pirate ship. It'd be pretty cool to have a Elder Scrolls game where the Thieves Guild questline was actually just piracy. And, like, it was about building a pirate crew. I think there's a lot of potential for that. And that's why they should do Hammerfell as a setting. Does anybody actually talk about the Mayor Mar? The Mayor Mir? Mauer Mir? The answer's no, because there's application for it, so. No, I can't see Bethesda doing anything interesting as you're imagining it. I can imagine them doing it like lip service. Like you run a pirate ship, but actually it's just like a mini game, and they like go off and do the piracy stuff, and you kind of just, you're not the captain of the ship, you're just the strategist. What do I have against Salt Factory that I feel the need to ridicule him all the time? Well, my main thing is I keep getting compared to Salt Factory, and I think that's an unfair comparison for both of us. Yeah. Reddit. Gross. I recommend Salt Factory instead. He's doing the same style as Patrician, which isn't true, but isn't so needlessly verbose, which also isn't true, and is more middle ground in the positivity and negativity. Once again, not true. It's interesting, the negativity thing. I get accused of being too negative to Oblivion, but I'm also the person who defends Oblivion on a lot of stuff that other people criticize it for, so it's like, I'm too negative to the Oblivion fans, and I'm too positive to the Morrowind fans. And I think the same thing is going to be with Skyrim. Everybody's going to expect me to just dunk on Skyrim for 20,000 hours, and there's going to be a lot of, like, defense and justification and discussion, and oh, look, what's that? I'm not going to be 100% negative about Skyrim. Holy shit, what a novel concept. I mean, we've already done a bunch of Skyrim defending on this stream, so. But I think it's literally one of the least charitable kind of characterizations that you, or comparisons that you could make. I mean, even from the basic simple fact that Salt Factory's big thing is subjectivity, and I'm not particularly keen on it. Well, needless verbosity is one of those things that people say about videos, kind of like monotonous and droning, and what's other stuff, like egotistical is a big one. There's a lot of insults people use that they don't actually, kind of nitpicking, that they don't understand the kind of connotation for. They've just seen it used before to describe an approximation of it. Nice, we're seeing some Doug Walkers in here. Good, good. The biggest problem here is that you're listening to Reddit. I mean, that as true as that is, The interesting stuff post Oblivion video was all had to do with Reddit. So I have a folder called Reddit Moment, which is full of funny stuff like this one. I love the ideas of a lot of these guys, but I'm sorry, 12 fucking hours is too goddamn long. Brevity is the soul of wit. If you can't sum things up in the span of a feature-length film, then you've failed. I guarantee the reason most of these ingrates use the expression brevity as the soul of wit is because of Red Letter Media's Plinkett reviews, because that's right at the beginning of the Phantom Menace one. But there's an element of truth to it, but there's no consideration for a lot of the factors that, like, I mean, Shakespeare was not is widely considered to not be a concise writer when it comes to his plays. What else? What else? Oh, yeah, this was another great one. I actually posted this one on the Twitter. Video wasn't even good. Just like his Morrowind one, it's just him narrating everything that happens in the game with the odd Morrowind good, every other game bad. Then there was a reply, yes, exactly. He never once articulates any specific reason or way to improve any part of the game he criticizes. It is literally 12 hours straight of just Oblivion bad, Morrowind good. Now, take that into consideration. I never once propose any ways for the game to be improved.
Iron and steel armor, but a steel sword does nothing against Daedric plate. That would make Daedric blunt weapons like the Mace of Molag Bal or Volendrung more desirable, since they would be the ultimate melee tools against heavy armor.
Of course, I don't have to prove to you that that's a particularly bullshit sentiment, but it's like, you shouldn't have opinions about stuff you can't have possibly watched. But Reddit kind of encourages that. And so you get a lot of, like, bad takes and misinformation on Reddit by the sheer way that their system works. I think the second guy was being sarcastic. I've been hearing that a lot. But as we've said before, the key with sarcasm is that you got to show your hand at some point. There's a lot of Poe's law going on with these streams where people will interpret something that is said as sarcasm, and it's like, no, it's probably not. Let's be honest. Any new Nick news? Yeah, actually, he had a thing. How recent was it? Oh, I'm at the bottom. Go back to the top. He had a thing. I don't have it censored, so I'm just gonna read it. He says, quote, let me explain in superfluous detail that lasts for 10 hours why E.T. the video game is criminally underrated and how all the detractors are wrong because they're obviously not as smart as I am because reasons, ... I'm so humble, close quote. So he's still kind of seething about getting dogpiled on Twitter by Noah Caldwell-Gervais, and he's still kind of really hating us. What is it that makes Reddit culture so Reddit? The upvote system. Even though, like, there's no way to cash out upvotes for money, that doesn't matter. People on Reddit feel compelled to shift their opinions to whatever will fit popular consensus. And then anybody who refuses to shift will eventually just basically be censored and shadow banned into silence and eventually leave the community. So you just get a lot of like-minded people. Yeah, Nick Bates. That's who we're talking about. Yeah, no, here's the thing. Noah Caldwell-Gervais is a known bully on YouTube. I've seen the man. He goes around just picking on people. You know, I saw him the other day. He shoved a small 10,000 sub channel into a locker. It's true. These are things that Noah Caldwell Gervais does. He's a pretty despicable guy, and there's not a single person who likes him. So yeah. When did Noah Caldwell Gervais get involved? So if you're not keeping up with the story, which to be fair, it's pretty easy. So this was the guy I showed at the introduction to the Oblivion video, and he was complaining that Noah made a 7.5-hour video, and then Noah had like a really coy response, and this guy, the original guy, just had a fucking breakdown about it. He spent hours like responding to people and being like, why aren't people reading any of the things I say and trying to understand the context? And it's like, because you're a really closed-minded person who thinks that like you just get licensed to talk shit on the internet with zero consequence. And it's like, yeah, there should be consequences for talking shit on the internet. You shouldn't lose your job. Nothing crazy, you know. You shouldn't be told that you should kill yourself, but like people disagreeing with you is the natural consequence. But yeah, imagine holding a grudge against Noah Caldwell Gervais. Yeah, I hear that Noah fucks tables. It's true. He fucked my table. So let's get this show on the road now. I don't know how much of this we got to watch to really get the ball rolling. So
in the beginning, the earth was dark.
I don't remember him sounding like this.
Humanity may have existed, but was it truly alive? And then the Lord spread his arms, and lo and behold, humanity sparked to life in the year 2011, when Skyrim kissed millions directly on the mouth. Maybe a little tongue was involved, it's hard to recall exactly. 8 years of Skyrim's reign has overseen humankind in a very fortuitous and bountiful direction, and God saw to it that every one of his subjects had a copy on every available platform.
Alright, so it's probably a little weird to fit this game into the was it as good as I remember category, but I do...
Why is that weird? I mean, the category seems pretty arbitrary to me. Because like I've said before, who the fuck are you? I don't know how you remember things. I've got dementia, so if I use that category, there's a good chance that I don't even remember what my actual original feelings were. I need brain medicine. I need something to help with this dementia. The real issue is I'm having what is it? The Berenstein Bears effect. I keep getting shifted realities where shit's no longer true that used to be true. But it's like really minor shit, so it doesn't make sense. Well, if I was asked about the 12-hour Oblivion analysis in a job interview, I would just say that I've experienced making audiobooks. Mandela effect. There you go. I think it's the amnesia water. I think it got into my water supply. But yeah, so
I actually kind of want to take a look at it that way. I know the 6th installation is still a ways off, but I'm pretty sure we're done receiving content updates for Skyrim beyond modding the ever-living hell out of the game.
Oof. Yeah, and here we are, 5 days until we get a massive content update for Skyrim. I'm glad they finally put a fucking price tag on Anniversary Edition. I was wondering, like, are they gonna tell us the day before how much the Anniversary Edition is gonna cost? So I'm like trying to make plans here, and I'm like, sure, it's not gonna be a crazy thing, to kind of work plans out around. But it's like, I don't know. I don't get it with these modern game companies that are leaving it up until the last minute. Like, I'm trying to plan my life here. I need more than like 3 weeks notice, or in this case, less than 1 week's notice. How much is it? So it's $20 for, if you don't have special edition, then it's $50. If you have special edition, which you got if you had the standard edition, then it's $20. The update is free, but there's not really anything in the update. Like, people keep telling me like, oh, well, I'm just going to get Anniversary Edition without paying for it. And it's like, but there's nothing to Anniversary Edition. They're not adding new graphical effects or anything like that. It's literally just an update. It's a port for the new consoles, and it's a way for people to get the Creation Club content. Which, hard pass on. I will only advocate paying for Anniversary Edition if Todd Howard gives me an interview. That's the deal. I'm sorry, those are the rules. I made them. Yeah, the update will break the game, but that's nothing new. Every fucking Skyrim update breaks the game.
In this video, I'd like to take a look at the main quest line and all of the faction quest lines in Skyrim, and give my opinion on what was done.
Things I cover. Everything. Okay. Like, cool, I guess. Like, what the fuck? It's like if I gave like a... The thing is, it's not a table of contents because it doesn't tell you where the content is. It's like, it just tells you what's in the video, but then it lists everything. I guess it doesn't list the DLC. Is that kind of his intention? Is like, you should know that the DLC is not going to be in this video. But he did make a DLC video, and apparently it's infamous. Could you maybe type up Salt's narration on screen? His voice is... What, you want like the captioning? I got bad news for you. We've got hours of this. You better brace yourself.
Done really well, and what could have been done better. I might come back and run through the DLCs and notable side quests of the game, but I'm gonna leave most of that out for now.
It's like he's recording at the moment. It's like, what? Is your script not done? I mean, minor thing, okay? Not gonna nail him to the cross on that, but it's just like a weird presentation element. Why is it so infamous? I keep getting told that it's really bad. That's why it's infamous. I don't know if it's bad. I haven't seen it.
I'll also mention that while I'm not going to be modding the game, I will be playing the special edition. Alright, let's get into this thing. God, it's so nice to launch a Bethesda game on Steam and have it function without tweaking it.
Why are we stopping?
Oh boy. So we start this whole thing off as a prisoner on a cart, which is a sequence that I've experienced because of this game far too many times in my life at this point.
No, the intro is the part of the video that you want to be done really well, because that's the part where you're going to filter the most people.
You're told that you were caught trying to cross the border by the Imperials, who had locked it down in an attempt to capture the leader of a rebellious army that had cropped up to repel the Imperial Legion's forces in Skyrim. The devs stick a horse thief in the cart with you to help you come up with your own backstory for the character that you're playing, as his existence in the cart makes it seem like the Legion were just rounding up whoever they caught breaking the law in any capacity. It's not the most compelling logic, but I guess
I think it's just everybody who was there who could have been a witness. Look, here's such a weird thing. I feel like the theory is that originally Lokir's existence is so that when he runs off, he gets shot, and that shows the player that if you run off, you'll get shot. But then they took away the ability, like, so maybe the plan was the player could move around the environment, but then they took that away, so it's like, what the fuck is Lokir doing here? I guess to show how brutal they're being, but like, it's an execution. Of course it's brutal. What is the consensus on Lokir? He's from Rorikstead, which is an interesting detail because Rorikstead's kind of a weird place. And we know he's a horse thief, but that's such a... he's like the only horse thief in the game, I think. And he's like one of the only moments where the characters address like actually using horses. The other one being in the Thieves Guild. Maybe to show different playstyles. What's the different playstyle? Stealing horses? He has no home in Rorikstead. That doesn't mean he's not from Rorikstead. He's just there to play off Rayloff. That's probably... Yeah, that's probably the answer. Because otherwise it's Rayloff talking to a guy with a gagged mouth and the player, who also has a gagged mouth. So... I guess that's a way to get the exposition out. Maybe they should have done it where Rayloff and the Imperial guy are talking, like Hadvar's driving the cart or something, and they're like chatting about their days in Riverwood, and so you get kind of the Imperial perspective on what's going on, and Hadvar's like, yeah, it sucks, but we still gotta fucking kill you guys, so I feel like that would probably work better. I think you're overthinking it. Well, look, fucking...
It gets the job done.
Don't stop me now. Come on now. We overthink a lot of shit. We're trying to come to consensus here. Why did they gag only half of the people in there, by the way? I thought they only gagged Ulfric. And that was because... That was so that he couldn't use the Thum. Now the player is gagged. They can't... Because you can't say shit in the introduction. It's not literal. It's kind of the... like, Zero Punctuation has a joke about Corvo wearing a ball gag during Dishonored. That kind of thing. Let's see. Time for... I think it's time for a new image. We got like a One Punch Man thing going on here, so... That's really big. Holy shit. There we go. He's not gagged, he's just shy. I think it's more likely that the player has a spectrum disorder.
Were you trying to aid the Stormcloaks in their rebellion, or were you just in the wrong place at the wrong time?
The wrong place at the wrong time. The player is, I believe, stated to... Yeah, the player's stated to be coming north from Cyrodiil, which was a play on the fact that Oblivion was the last game and it was set in Cyrodiil. Well, the player's not silent. They say things. It's just not during the introduction. They don't really have anything to say. Yeah, I'm pretty sure verbatim, no matter what race you pick, you're told that you were sneaking through the border from Cyrodiil. Does every game have you come from Cyrodiil? That might be a good point, because I think it does. Alright, already, huh? Why would they take Ulfric to Helgen to execute him? What's in Helgen? The chopping block, of course. It's a weird thing. So, like, Tullius is indicated to be kind of ruthless and wanting to get it over with as fast as possible, as silently as possible. So it's like, I doubt Tullius would really care enough to not just summarily execute Ulfric Stormcloak, because the longer you put off executing Ulfric, the higher the chance that something will happen to ensure his escape. So it's like, at the same time, they wanted it to be silent and they killed all witnesses, but then they wanted it to be public and they did it in a town so that word would get out. And it's like, it can be one of those two things, but it can't be both. They say where you get caught. Oh yeah, I think I noted that. But again, why would you need to take him to a place? Just summarily execute him out in the field. I remember in past streams you said that Thalmor would have made sure Ulfric escaped. How do you imagine it happening? Well, okay, so I'm basing that off of stuff you find at the Thalmor embassy, where they indicate that they were going to intervene in that situation, and they were there. But it's a really good question of how they were going to actually accomplish that, because I'm going to be honest, I have no clue what their plan was. Maybe they were like going to like false flag a bandit attack, or like use a mass illusion spell or something, or like maybe they just knock out everybody in one fell swoop and then like the Stormcloaks wake up free. I have no clue what they intended that to be. I doubt it was going to be the Thalmor formally protest Ulfric's execution. It was going to be sort of a clandestine operation to kind of get him free. Mark and recall. And that's how evil they are. They can teleport. That's so weird that at one point they were going to have the Thalmor stop the execution, citing the White Gold Concordat. That's really weird. Well, like, no, illusionists are part of Skyrim. It's just nobody does it.
A lot of evidence actually points to the latter, especially when you pick a Nord.
A lot of evidence. I think all the evidence.
You picked a bad time to come home to Skyrim, kinsman.
Despite your name not being on the list, you're still set up to be executed just for being with the company that you find yourself in. I always found this sequence a bit odd because the Imperials have finally captured this huge threat to the land, and instead of serving him up first, they choose to execute you after the first nameless soldier volunteers. I suppose...
Yeah, it's a weird thing, and I think that kind of hits the nail on the head with the logic of the sequence. But I mean, you could also ask the question why they didn't just perform a summary execution out in the field. I don't think Tullius is really that concerned with getting them their religious rights. What? Maybe they wanted to make Ulfric watch? Yeah, but I don't know. This isn't Game of Thrones. You know, people don't act randomly psychotic and go, "I'm gonna make you watch us kill all your men before we kill you." Like that's dumb. Kill the main person first, because you only get one shot to kill Ulfric Stormcloak, and if you fail, it's gonna look really bad for you. Totally. Oh wait, you failed. When I take Ulfric as a prisoner to bargain with instead of killing him in a random town. I mean, why? Who are you gonna bargain with though? It doesn't really, like, the clan system of Skyrim doesn't really work like that. There's nobody to really ransom Ulfric back to, and it's more of a liability to keep him alive. They would just execute him for treason. That's what you do with seditionists. If the rebellion fails, you have to execute the seditionists, or they're just gonna get back up to their shit. Why not try to convert Ulfric to your side? What are you going to do, torture him? I think they tried to execute you first because they thought you were a Thalmor spy. I think they were just they were going to do the player first, and that guy heroically stepped up, is the idea, is kill the irrelevant people, kill the Stormcloak soldiers, kill Ulfric. And that was just the way the things went. There we go.
They couldn't expect anyone or anything to save Ulfric Stormcloak, but why even take that risk? It could have just as easily been an enemy raid instead of a dragon attack.
Or the Thalmor. That's a point in the main quest line.
But yeah, the big boy dragon comes in to break up the execution and save you from your demise. You take off through town and wind up facing the choice of running to safety with the Imperial Nord from earlier, or the Stormcloak Nord. I'm kind of at an impasse when it comes to choosing a side here, because I've always been a Nord first in every single Elder Scrolls game, and was naturally drawn to the Stormcloaks the first time because of this. But
they're racist.
Occurs to me now that after playing through the last 2 games semi-recently, and having never sided with the Imperials in Skyrim, that I would actually like to side with the Legion for this run. So you run through the game's tutorial, which brings you to blows with some roaming Stormcloaks, has you learn how to lockpick and sneak, and you get a meet and greet with actual Darth Sidious.
Come on.
When I finally reach the outside, I'm pretty much free to go wherever I please. I'm not as enamored by the environment as I was with other Bethesda entries, but the starting area is pretty in its own way. My first stop is picking out a Guardian Stone.
Good.
Alright, that's gonna take some getting used to. Interestingly enough, Hadvar mentions that his uncle could help me out and then notes that you two should split up after the big escape. I'm unsure why he says we should split, and then more or less leads me to the Guardian Stones and then to Riverwood to meet his uncle. Maybe.
I think that's just how the game handles you deciding to go with him. And I mean, again, you're not really presented with much of a choice. You could go right, back up to the town that was just destroyed. You could go left to Falkreath, or you can go center to Riverwood. So it's like, what really is the option there? Well, I was thinking about that, and I feel like it can't be that common. Not everybody can make fucking Palpatine jokes. But, it might be prudent to kind of put it on the bingo card. Surely not. Surely was. So somewhere around 3 minutes was the Palpatine thing. Yeah, I think the concern at Bethesda was if Hadvar or Ralof goes, you should come with me to Riverwood, then players are gonna feel like it's just a continuation of the tutorial. Like that Cyberpunk issue of the fact that every quest pushes you into the next quest. I think that's as close as Skyrim gets to cutting the player loose from the main quest. And it's not that loose. You have not seen a single Palpatine comparison in any test video you've watched? Didn't Angry Joe did it. And there was someone else who did it.
He just meant we should split up later? I don't know. Anyways, you meet his uncle and he asks you to take the news to the Jarl of Whiterun. Apparently the Jarl has stayed out of the conflict between the Imperials and the Rebels so far, but it's clear that he's going to have to choose a side, which is...
Should I read into his choice of words to keep calling the Stormcloaks the Rebels and not the Stormcloaks? Okay, so he already made a Star Wars reference, so it seems to me like Rebels would be a positive thing, because the Rebels are the good guys in Star Wars. But at the same vein, Rebels is almost like a word that if you say it, if you keep saying it over and over and you don't validate their name, then it's almost like you're diminishing them, because it's like you have the Imperials and you have just the dirty rebellion. No, they are rebels. It's just really interesting. Like, why not call the Empire like yeah, like why not call them the Empire or the Loyalists, or like you can read into the way that people present each side of the conflict says something about how they think about it. Am I though? Are we gonna find out that like he's I almost guarantee he's gonna have his Ulfric Stormcloak as racist moment.
is likely where you're going to come in.
But the thing is, They are rebels, but they have their faction has a name. They're called the Stormcloaks. It would be like you're talking about the American Civil War and you're referring to the British Empire and the rebels, and it's like, well, no, the Union or you know, like Washington's forces or like. What's your point with leaving it out in your complete video? You got to be more specific. I have no clue what you're talking about. Yankees? Yeah. Washington didn't fight in the Civil War. Yes, he did. He fought in the oh, I forgot. You call it the Revolutionary War. It's a civil war. Regardless of if it's revolutionary or not, it's still a civil conflict. Depending on who wins the Skyrim Civil War, like, is Skyrim Civil War actually a civil war or is it a revolutionary war? That depends on who wins. Kind of like how the Confederates saw themselves as fighting a revolutionary war. No, it's just I've long time considered the Revolutionary War to be just a civil war. I am an American. Yeah, there's a lot of us who call it the Revolutionary War, but it really was a civil conflict because, again, there were people who were native to the United States who were loyalists. So it's as much a civil war as Skyrim's is. But in the same vein, Skyrim's is as much a revolutionary war because the people that they're fighting against aren't really natives. You just have natives who support the local empire. So it really is a revolutionary conflict. You are being biased yourself currently. Again, he said he would preferred Stormcloaks in all his previous. He has no reason to demean them. No, what he said was he picked Stormcloaks in the initial choice, as in the Rayloff versus Hadvar choice. You could call it a nationalist independence war. I guess you could.
I ran into my first set of speech options outside of Whiterun when I had to convince a guard to let me into the city. Speech in this game is trash, and that sucks for someone like me who loves to make super charismatic characters in RPGs and try to talk my way out of stuff. And the worst part about it is that I don't actually need.
Okay, so speech is trash. Moving on. It's like, why is it trash? You can how is this video 2 hours long if every observation is just going to be X is trash, and then here's the consequences of it being trash, and not like why it's trash. Like, why does speech in Skyrim suck? Speech in Skyrim sucks because it's just like a skill check, but you're not given enough information on what constitutes a successful and failed skill check. Plus, because there's no class creation, you can't pick speech as a preferred skill, so there's some speech checks that you're almost guaranteed to fail because they just happen early in the game and there's no possible way for you to have raised the skill enough to succeed them. Plus, if you read the UESP, you'll find that like a lot of the speech checks in the game have no success state, that they just always fail. So like the one I saw was Calcelmo. 2 of the 3 speech options you're given have no success state. His fantasy is to be charismatic. That's a really savage thing to say. Holy shit. Yeah, it's a raw skill check, but hang on. Calcelmo. I'll show you what I'm talking about. That's some wild shit. Which one? This one. So this dialogue, you can see that the persuade has a pass and a fail state, but bribe and intimidate just have straight up fail states. And it's like, really, the player character, there's no possible way for the player character to be scary to Calcelmo. Like, what if the player character was standing there with murderous intent and it's like, I can snap my fingers and the Markarth Guard would be at my defense, and it's like, would they be able to show up fast enough that I wouldn't be able to bash your brains out? Like, or the same thing with bribes, like there's really not an amount of money or way that you could offer a bribe that would influence him. But yeah, that was kind of eye-opening to me. I always thought that you had a chance of succeeding every speech skill check. It was just that a lot of them were like super unreasonable. So it was like you would have, like, when you go to Riften, I think you would need a skill of like 70 to pass the speech check, or to pass like the intimidate check or something. But finding out that there's just the hardest speech check in the game is skipping the college entrance exam. Yeah, I always thought that was dumb. I don't mind the entrance exam so much as, like, I mind all the quests that send you to the college, and I'm not interested in joining the college. I just want, like, are you telling me that people aren't allowed to go to the college campus without joining? I'll defend this approach. Speech shouldn't just be an I win button. Yes, I'm not complaining that it's a skill check. I'm complaining that it's a skill check with a skill that's extremely difficult to raise. And that has a lot of skill checks in the early game that would be almost impossible to actually successfully accomplish without some form of metagaming. Well, yeah, and it's like, isn't a recurring thing with the College of Winterhold that, like, some outside scholars showed up and did a thing? Like, why can't I show up to the college for scholarly benefits without actually wanting to join the college? Yes, it's explained by Feralda that they've had recent problems with the local Nords. I'm pretty sure that was an ongoing thing. And similarly ongoing is the fact that the Moth Priest shows up and goes to the college despite not being a member.
Need a super complex system to make me happy with the way that speech works in a game. I mean, I enjoyed Fallout 3's, and that was a chance system that you could just save scum until you got it correct. Sure, it's a bad system, but I guess the idea of having a percentage chance to succeed a speech check was always fun for me. Skyrim's speech system gives you this huge skill tree to work with, and then just kind of rewards you with better prices at shops, more or less. There are 5 different levels of difficulty that require a base amount of speech points to succeed at, and then that's the end of it.
Speech is like one of the worst skill trees in the game. Like, especially depending on what playstyle you're playing, you can't really justify wasting points on speech. Unless you're like a melee build, because you just have too many things that you need to invest in to keep your build going. Like, if you invest points in speech and then your character sucks, that's on you.
You don't speak more eloquently, you don't get tons of more dialogue options, and the biggest fuck you is the mere fact that the only very hard speech option in the unmodded vanilla game is being able to talk your way out of the College of Winterhold entry test, which...
Is that really a big fuck you? That's your metric for it being terrible? Not that it's absent for most of the game? Yeah, the main thing with speech is getting money, and it's like, So you get money more efficiently, or you can pass persuasion checks, but by the time you're high level of speech to pass those persuasion checks, you've already done most of the game's content, so... And you don't need the money, so, again... At least he gave a reason instead of it's trash. Yeah, but I'm not particularly, like, impressed. I think the priorities are in the wrong place.
Isn't even that difficult to begin with. So raising speech to a certain degree or just having the right items or buffs is all you really need to get what you want in the game. Don't get me wrong, I personally didn't enjoy the speech minigame in Oblivion after the 300th time, but this was 5.5 years before Skyrim released. I mean, since...
Here's a good experiment. How many times in a single playthrough of Oblivion do you actually have to play the Persuasion Pie? And I say it's an interesting experiment because you get so much fame in Oblivion that you really don't need to do it past a certain point. Yeah, but okay, so disposition checks are probably best because it's a representation of how the NPC feels about you. And then the way you influence disposition in Morrowind is you have the speech menu, and then they replace that with the speech minigame in Skyrim, or in Oblivion, and then they got rid of it in Skyrim. There's some quests that you need to do it to get disposition. I think it's mostly side quests, though. But the only reason it's mildly useful in the early game is that you don't have the fame points yet to, because as you get fame points, you raise your disposition with almost every NPC in the game. You might use it in shops, so for money. And really to get money from the NPCs, because what are you buying from the shops? Did Skyrim have any form of disposition, even just as unseen variables? I think it's like a flag system where there's 4 flags, and it's like NPCs have like 0, 1, 2, 3 as their flags, and like 3 is the most friendly and 0 is like neutral. And then you do like Muri's quest, and then you get like a positive flag with them, and they let you she lets you take stuff from her boss's shop. But you don't really see it. It doesn't really matter. It's just kind of like invisibly going on behind the scenes. No, Zero's angry. Okay. Skyrim's speech system is what wrote this script for Salt Factory. Quote, speech in Skyrim is trash, end quote. Open parenthesis, persuade, close parenthesis. Skyrim's disposition is -8 up to +4. Okay, so that's where the 4 comes from. I imagine most of the lower disposition then is just working like the fight meter in the previous games. But like it's invisible and you can't really influence it, and it's more influenced by the quests you do with the NPCs than the fame of the player or your speech skill.
Then we've seen a pretty drastic improvement to the speech system in the likes of the Fallout games, especially in New Vegas. I realize that it's a different set of teams, but
that was mostly because Fallout was created to be more dialogue focused. I mean, I think you're missing a pretty big piece of this puzzle here, which is that Skyrim dialogues have like 3 options, whereas Fallout dialogues will have like 5 or 6 for every step. And it's not just like different ways to say the same thing like it is in Skyrim. Is New Vegas a bingo for Skyrim discussion? Probably. Well, he just gives an example. Okay, sure. I mean, I can give examples for bad arguments. McDonald's is trash because their bathrooms are unclean. But I would still be missing a pretty big piece of it, which is like the fact that McDonald's is trash because their food is produced poorly and they treat their workers like shit. And like there's a level of disingenuousness. It's not fair to compare Fallout with Elder Scrolls because they have two different philosophies when it comes to dialogue.
It really isn't that hard to look at a game and see things like specialized science or computer speech options and go, oh, yeah, that's a good idea. We should implement that. I just really feel like Skyrim is where we started to go backwards with the speech systems in Bethesda games.
Mostly because it's a different series. Yeah, Fallout and Skyrim are in the same universe. It's the same universe in Doom and Dishonored are in that universe too. I've heard that, yeah.
And Fallout 4's abysmal dialogue choices really only exacerbated that sentiment for me. At any rate, on my way.
Fallout New Vegas is literally published by Bethesda. If you can't compare it, then what else can you compare it to? Just comparing it to Morrowind and Oblivion gets dull. Well, you can compare things, but you have to clarify when the comparison is somewhat unfair. For instance, if I compare Elder Scrolls to Valheim, I can explain where that's a fair comparison, but I also should probably elaborate where that's an unfair comparison. For instance, Valheim is a multiplayer survival game, not a role-playing game. There's no dialogue in Valheim. That said, there's still a lot of fair points of comparison between the two games, which aren't published by the same people. You can't just go, Fallout New Vegas had a better speech system, so Skyrim sucks. And it's like, well, no, Fallout New Vegas and Fallout 3 has a different speech system, which is predicated on giving the player lots of options per dialogue, but cutting down on the overall amount of content. He did point out it's not the same team, though, but it is the same team. And I mean, I was just gonna let him say that, even though it's not true. But yeah, it's literally the same team. It's just some of the positions are different. Like it's a different lead designer, and that's about it. I guess New Vegas is a different team, but Fallout 3 was brought into this conversation. Well, that's not his point about not improving a system while having a good template to do it. Did you pay attention? What the fuck did you just say? It's okay. It's about not improving a system while having a good template to do so. But what if they're stylistically different is my point. Skyrim and Fallout are stylistically different games. They have different approaches to the dialogue system. You can't just lampshade that difference and say, well, this game did it better. Well, no shit. You can do the same thing with literally any aspect of the games, and it still would be an unfair comparison. It's like when Will was comparing the NPCs of Oblivion to the NPCs in The Witcher 3, and it's like The Witcher 3 has lots of generic NPCs that are just called peasant that fill the space in order to create immersion, and I'm like, okay, that's all well and good. That's a different design philosophy, though. Elder Scrolls, in theory, has a design philosophy that's focused on making every NPC a character in the world. Well, they did put a speech skill tree in the game. It's fair to assume one of their hopes was to have a speech matter to an extent. Jesus Christ, speech was a skill before Skyrim. So, like, the mere fact that they didn't cut it is your basis for it's a fair comparison.
Way up to Whiterun, I ran into a few members of the Companions. This is going to be the first big thing that we cover in this video, as it's pretty quick to jump straight into their quest line. I think the weird path that I took had the encounter outside of Whiterun spawn a little quicker than usual, because I didn't even get a chance to jump in and take a few whacks at the giant that the group was fighting.
No, it just usually ends pretty fast. It's pretty typical to show up here and get harassed by Ayla for not participating when you didn't even see the fight. Because the fight will spawn somewhere up the hill as you come down from Riverwood. It's ironic that Tez gatekeepers lambast Skyrim for its streamlining, yet praise Witcher 3 to high heaven despite being even more streamlined than Skyrim. I guess they like tits and fancy animations. Yeah, that. But again, I want to emphasize this. Games can be different. There's no one design philosophy. You can want to accomplish different goals with a game. I think we were talking about this with Dime Tree. Dime Tree was like, the cities in Skyrim should have districts the player can't visit to increase this, like, the feeling of the size of the city. And it's like, but that's not what they're going for with their games. You know, Todd Howard expressly states, see that mountain, you can go to it. So, like, the basis of your proposal should always be to the original design philosophy of the game. And it's all right to say that, but I could equally say, you know, I think that Skyrim should have cars. I think that Skyrim should have a car system like Forza Horizon. I think that would be good instead of horses. I get your point, but I feel like you're deliberately trying to not fairly acknowledge their point. Okay, well, you're free to feel that way, even though it's not true. Look, I'm taking it at face value and looking into it. And from what I'm seeing, I'm not particularly impressed because it's a repeat of this Will thing of, do you see this game? I think it should be a different game. When it's like, well, no, you should learn from how different games do it to see how Bethesda could have done their design philosophy better. But shouldn't Skyrim have a better speech system? That's not an unfair expectation. It should have a better speech system. It's just disingenuous to say that because Fallout 3 did it better, in his opinion, that that Skyrim should have done it better. When, again, different goals. Elder Scrolls has never really been focused on the skill check system for dialogue. So, you know, there's never really a point where you go, oh, well, I'm going to use my knowledge of enchanting to say this instead. That's a Fallout kind of a cyberpunk thing. Now, should it? You can make that argument. You can absolutely make that argument. He's not framing it that way. He's just saying, you see this other thing? It should be more like that. And that's like the extent of the depth. Salt's criticisms aren't necessarily wrong. He's just sloppier in his critiques than you based on your Morrowind Oblivion videos. I mean, let's go through it again. We can do literally the entire speech discussion again.
Run. Apparently the Jarl has stayed out of the conflict between the Imperials and the rebels so far, but it's clear that he's going to have to choose a side, which is likely where you're going to come in. I ran into my first set of speech options outside of Whiterun when I had to convince a guard to let me into the city. Speech in this game is trash, and that sucks for someone like me who loves to make super charismatic characters in RPGs and try to talk my way out of stuff.
So speech is trash, which he's right. But his basis for why it's trash is it's not like X, which I think is not a fair thing to do.
And the worst part about it is that I don't actually need a super complex system to make me happy with the way that speech works in a game. I mean, I enjoyed Fallout 3's and that was a chance system that you could just save scum until you got it correct. Sure, it's a bad system, but I guess the idea of having a percentage chance to succeed a speech check was always fun for me. Skyrim's speech system gives you this huge skill tree to work with, and then just kind of rewards you with better prices at shops, more or less.
So, like, yes, he's technically right. Skyrim could do a lot more, but that doesn't mean it has to be a different system. Or, if you want it to be a different system, you don't have to present it that way then. Like, I would prefer it be this. Don't just go, it's trash, be different. Let's see. Well, the core of the thing is they wanted to simplify speech from Oblivion because people complained about the minigame. And so the form that took was basically just like a hidden percentage skill check. No disposition. You can't do stuff like intimidate NPCs anymore. You can't bribe people to like you. All that kind of stuff. Now it's just going to be every NPC has kind of static feelings towards you, and sometimes there's a lame check that you'll probably fail. It's made by the same devs, though. There's no excuse to give me poisoned food when you've given me 4-star meals before. Sure, but again, what we're talking about is this comparison to Fallout. We're not talking about comparing it to, well, we're kind of talking about it, but we're talking about it downgrading from the previous games.
There are 5 different levels of difficulty that require a base amount of speech points to succeed at, and then that's the end of it. You don't speak more eloquently, you don't get tons of more dialogue options, and the biggest fuck you is the mere fact that the only very hard speech option in the unmodded.
And the thing is, he's complaining about why something is the way he is without really providing adequate substitute. Like let's think about what he just said. Speech should make you speak more eloquent. So you want there to be multiple different ways that the text is presented on screen for your character to talk based on the speech level. Is that possible? Are you going to talk about the implications of what you want from that? Or the other thing, there should be more dialogue options. Well, more dialogue options means more voice recording, means that there's a hard limit on how far that can get pushed. I mean, the whole reason that there's not a complex dialogue system is because Skyrim has more content than Fallout 3, but has the same exact file space consideration, which means that there has to be less dialogue options, because there can't be more responses to you. So it's like, what is it really... What are the implications of the design that you're proposing? You can't just slap concepts together like Lego pieces.
Vanilla game is being able to talk your way out of the College of Winterhold entry test, which isn't even that difficult to begin with. So raising speech to a certain degree or just having the right items or buffs is all you really need to get what you want in the game. Don't get me wrong, I personally didn't enjoy the speech minigame in Oblivion after the 300th time, but this was 5.5 years before Skyrim released. I mean, since then, we've seen a pretty drastic improvement to the speech system in the likes of the Fallout games, especially in New Vegas. I realize that it's a different set of teams, but it really isn't that hard to look at a game and
It's only a different set of teams with Obsidian. You can't defeat Lanius without a skill check using the tips Ulysses gave you. I speech checked Lanius before Ulysses was even in the game, because I played New Vegas the year it came out. I really don't know how true that is.
and see things like specialized science or computer speech options and go, oh, yeah, that's a good idea.
Okay, but we had this thing with like the traps and Fallout versus Oblivion, right? Okay, so let's say that you get what you want. Fallout's speech system is implemented into Skyrim. What are the skill checks? What are some skill checks that you could put in? I could think it's like some magic stuff, like or alchemy. But there's not that much else, and that's because Skyrim's skill set doesn't really allow for that kind of thing. Like, what does a one-handed skill check look like? Well, there's gun skill checks in Fallout because, you know, there's knowledge that people who are skilled with guns would know and would be able to impart in dialogue. So it's just sort of like Skyrim's skill set as is not suited to this skill check idea. And so if you want to propose implementing that, you also have to propose what that would actually look like and what that would entail. You're asking us to theory craft an entire game to disprove your point. Yes. I don't see what's wrong with that. And you don't have to theory craft an entire game. Just make an example. Take a quest from Skyrim. There's lots of them. Implement a skill check, a theoretical skill check, and tell me what you think that looks like. You could be doing the Dark Brotherhood quest where you assassinate the Emperor because you go to poison him, and then you get an alchemy skill check, and you're like, oh, well, what if instead of using Nightshade to poison the Emperor, we use the Jaren route instead? And Astrid's like, wow, somebody who's more skilled at alchemy than me. So I just did your job for you in the matter of a minute. I came up with a theoretical skill check that would change the way that the game plays. So why can't you do that?
We should implement that. I just really feel like Skyrim is where
Implement
it's hard
what?
to look at a game and see things like specialized science or computer speech options and go, oh, yeah, that's a good idea. We should implement that. I just really feel like Skyrim is where we started to go backwards with the speech systems in Bethesda games. And Fallout 4's abysmal dialogue choices really only exacerbated that sentiment for me. At any rate, on my way up to Whiterun, I...
But see, so Fallout 4 suffered because they removed skills. Hard to do skill checks when there's no skills. And I mean, that kind of validates my point that the skill checks are always going to be reliant on the skills. Cyberpunk's skill checks are all about the skills, and it has a very small selection of them, but it almost always feels appropriate because it's like, if you are suited to like intelligence or quick hacking, then you will oftentimes get dialogue options that are like, if something technical comes up, your character will actually be knowledgeable about. Why defend Skyrim's speech system? I'm not defending Skyrim's speech system, you fucking moron. I'm simply saying that he's presenting the argument wrong. Okay? We agree. We agree. His whole point. Skyrim's skill system is trash. Great. Why is it trash? I disagree.
ran into a few members of the Companions. This is going to be the first big thing that we cover in this video, as it's pretty quick to jump straight into their quest line. I think the weird path that I took had the encounter outside of Whiterun spawn a little quicker than usual, because I didn't even get a chance to jump in and take a few whacks at the giant that the group was fighting here before they felled it without me. I then got berated for being in the vicinity while they killed the thing, and then was told—
No, I agree. Cyberpunk's skill checks kind of suck, but that's because that's an issue of how do you adequately implement a bunch of different ways to do the quests, and it's like, I don't know, there's a lot of Fallout skill checks that are the same way. It's like, most of the skill check will just be, wow, I'm impressed that you knew that, and then the quest moves on as normal. There are differences. Usually it's just stuff like avoiding an encounter.
told to talk to the leader of their group in Whiterun if I wanted to join. The companions are a group of very honorable warriors who relish a fierce battle more than anything, and tend to take care of various threats and pests for coin. They're basically the Fighters Guild of Skyrim. After witnessing a fistfight that went on for entirely too long,
No more! I yield! I yield!
What? It's just training. I wouldn't object to that if I was in his situation. Yeah, Cyberpunk skill checks. Let me think. What was the most interesting skill check that happened to me in Cyberpunk? I honestly couldn't tell you because I don't think that there was a way that a skill check meaningfully impacted the story. Just the words that were on screen. But that's like the dialogue simulation aspect of Cyberpunk, which I think was pretty lame because I wasn't invested in that. The fact that they're stylistically different has absolutely no impact. Okay, well, here's my thing then. I think Skyrim should have cars. So what does it matter if it's stylistically different from GTA? I think good open world games have cars. So where's my fucking car, huh? It doesn't matter if they're stylistically different. It's gotta be the dumbest thing I've seen chat say.
I met with Kodlak. Now, I referred to them as the leader, but you're told multiple times that the companions have no leaders. I'd argue that anyone who's deferred to as the person who allows a newcomer to join the ranks would be considered the leader, even if that's not Kodlak's official title. So you get tested and then sent.
No, but that's what that means. If you have to have stylistic differences between games, or you could just say any element of any open world game is appropriate in a different open world game.
On an errand to meet the blacksmith and then shown to your room. It all feels pretty natural and organic, which is nice. So I'm sent on my first quest to clear out bandits, and it gives me the opportunity to level a few times. Skyrim's leveling system differs from its predecessor in a multitude of ways.
Oh, I'm not particularly bothered. I'm here for the chat. Then unpauses it to hear Salt saying the exact thing, then doubles down regardless. Do you really want to go through the whole chat? You really want to go through the whole speech thing again? Salt did not bring up my criticisms. He didn't go, here's what a skill check would look like theoretically. Here's why it's appropriate to compare things to Fallout. Most of the things I criticized Salt for with that section, he didn't say. So don't pretend that he did. No, I know. We're not going to watch the speech thing again. How can I be baited into further discussion? That's the whole point, is that we're going to have this chat. I really don't care. I just know that there's a couple slow kids in the audience who need it really explained to them. And, of course, the inherent part is that, some people are really good at not paying attention, or they just show up late. And so it's like we covered something already, but they didn't see it. But yeah, I know that we've got more people than usual, so this might be the first time that some of you are seeing these streams, but chat is like 90% of the reason I do this, so.
And to meet the blacksmith and then shown to your room.
Okay, so he's mostly just summarizing. What we're mostly missing here is he's just summarizing the early companions.
I met with Kodlak. Now, I refer to them as the leader, but you're told multiple times that the companions have no leaders. I'd argue that anyone who's deferred to as the person who allows a newcomer to join the ranks would be considered the leader, even if that's not Kodlak's official title. So you get tested, and then sent on an errand to meet the blacksmith, and then shown to your...
I'm gonna have a big thing about Kodlak being the de facto leader, because it's a really weird thing that they harp on the companions has no leader thing, but there's still like a de facto leader who does all the paperwork anyways.
room. It all feels pretty natural and organic, which is nice. So I'm sent on my first quest to clear out bandits, and it gives me the opportunity to level a few times. Skyrim's leveling system differs from its predecessor in a multitude of ways. First off, there are
How did you only hit level 1 after joining the companions? That's really weird. Usually I have a hard time not getting to like level 3 before Whiterun. He's their HR rep. Yeah, well, that's the weird thing is, like, you know, somebody has to pay the property tax. Somebody has to be the one to, like... And I mean, that's what the Harbinger's position is like, you're the mediator in conflicts. But it's like, they work really hard on justifying why this leaderless organization can exist. And then a lot of the justifications are, they have a de facto leader. What a weird point and super nitpicky. What does it matter what level you are? It doesn't. I'm just pointing out that it's weird that up to this point he hadn't leveled. Because it's kind of unusual. Because I've played Skyrim more than a couple times and I know full well you usually level once in the Helgen sequence. And then once between when you leave Helgen and when you get to Whiterun. So... the fact that he got this far without leveling is just weird. That's the point. Don't, like... I guess I have to explain it, because got a bunch of new people in here. Just because I bring something up doesn't mean it's coming up in the lawsuit. It's just an observation. Really that simple. Like, it could be the opposite. It could be that this is when I normally first leveled up, and instead he's showing that like he leveled up on the way to Riverwood, and I'm like, wow, that's weird. I usually don't level up until after I get to Whiterun. Like, it could be the opposite. So it's like just an observation.
no major or minor skills. Instead, all skills are on an even playing field, but you can only access the skill.
All skills are on an even playing field, he says, as he shows that the speechcraft is above. That was a weird thing to me. There's racial bonuses to Skyrim, but they don't really... You get like a generic blurb about what they are. You don't really see the impact. So it's like a lot of people don't actually know that, like, say High Elves get a +10 to illusion and +5 in alteration and what have you. I thought he was playing a Nord. Didn't he say he was playing a Nord? Or did he say he was playing an Imperial and I mixed up that he usually plays Nord? Or do Nords get +5 to speechcraft? Because that would be... What the fuck? Why do Nords have a +5 to speechcraft? That makes no sense. That's weird. The racial bonuses are nebulous and also pointless. Yeah, that was the weird thing was... They did so much to try to kind of just make the races about powers that having skill bonuses for the races is really weird and minor. Yeah, but Nords previously would take penalties to their personality because they're gruff people. They're not a speechcraft race. They're not Imperials. All human races get bonus speech. Is that true? Hey Todd, why do all the human race why do the Red Guards have lower intelligence? Todd. Is that true? Red Guard don't, but somebody's gonna be like, they're not actually humans. That's a optically bad thing to say that red guards aren't humans, by the way. No, you're right. The Bretons have speech too.
Tree nodes if you've advanced enough of a skill to unlock them. These nodes unlock perks which affect a variety of aspects in major and minor ways. I actually
Usually minor, let's be honest. Why would Imperials not? No, Imperials are the ones that should have the speech bonus. And I think they get the +10. But it's just weird that the Nords have a speech bonus because they're not a friendly people.
enjoyed the basic idea of this system, as I've always liked skill tree based systems. I will say that not increasing individual attributes is a huge hit to any sort of major complexity in this system. You instead get to increase your stamina, health, or magicka.
Okay, see, this is what I'm talking about. So this is the final boss of the camp he was in. So somehow he went through the entire Helgen sequence, went down the road to Riverwood. There's a couple fights, like wolf fights along that route, and didn't level once, but has now leveled for the second time in just like 5 enemies. Like, can you see how weird this is? Like, I'm not calling him out. I'm not saying, oh, he's clearly cheating behind it, because I don't give a shit. But it's just really weird that he didn't level, but now he's leveling really fast. Playing on novice, but no, that would still be a thing, because even if you were on novice, you wouldn't level this quickly. It's just weird. Did he save level ups? Oh yeah, that might be a good point. Like he leveled up before, but he saved it until he got here. Because I don't recall seeing him actually level up at Halted Stream Camp. So that might be the answer, is he saved the level up. Is he using Ordinator? No. Those were the normal perk trees. I'm pretty sure he did this unmodded. Less swings, less XP. While that's true, my point is you fight a lot of enemies along the way, so you invariably level up. But I think the banking the level is probably correct. I always think that's a weird thing. Like, it makes sense in theory, but with how trainers work, it's just better to level up at town so that you can guarantee that you get training, as opposed to trying to save it for what basically amounts to a health potion. Picked up a guardian stone. Yeah, but I typically level in the Helgen thing, like during the tutorial before you even get to the guardian stone. If you actually fight yourself and don't rely on Rayloff, well, that's how I'm gonna not level. I'm gonna do the inverse with my main quest character. Is I'm gonna let Rayloff handle all the fighting, so that I don't level on the way to Riverwood.
With each level. It's kind of a letdown because your build is only going to get so intricate. In addition to this, the skill trees are a bit simple. It's not a major complaint, but it would have been nice to see a bit more complexity with a few different trees. For example, the difference between the amount of things you can tweak with the various magic trees and the low amount of things that you can learn from melee trees are pretty drastic.
Alright. I have to use the restroom because I drank a bottle of water. So, be back at 25 after. Go get yourself refreshed. I know. Probably should have refreshed between the 0 punctuation video and this, but didn't. hydrate. People who are dehydrated are more likely to break their no nostalgia critic November promise. You're one-shotting the only 13 enemies in the tutorial is only 13 swings on one-handed XP from whatever weapon. Well, are we basing... What are we basing the fact that he's playing on Novice on? Although it's interesting. He's level 35. He built like my stealth character. Anyways, has anybody been like watching his combat to tell like to kind of guess what the difficulty's at? I mean, I don't care what difficulty he plays on. I'm just gonna say for the record that I play at a minimum of adept and move up as I level up, but he has 100 smithing, all perks, and 16 heavy armor. Well, he could be running light armor. This is not the like. In case anybody's confused, he's level 3 now, but he's obviously showing like future perks when he's level 35. Does difficulty matter when reviewing a game like Skyrim? I mean, yes and no. I don't particularly care if you play on God mode to review Skyrim, if all you're going to do is like story analysis, but it is kind of weird to levy complaints against the game if you can't play it at a, like, mechanical complaints of the game, if you can't actually play it at a higher difficulty. Now, I don't know if he can't or if he just, like, he might prefer the you swing once and do a bunch of damage mentality, because I like to play Fallout at low difficulty, because at high difficulty people just like start tanking headshots, and that kind of upsets me. So don't worry, I understand that kind of mentality. But at the same time, like, I'm doing 3 Skyrim playthroughs so that I get a decently clear picture of what the different playstyles are like at different levels, instead of just saying combat is like this when I started combat at level 40 versus, you know, playing the entire game as combat. But that's obviously a difference in mentality. Why are you assuming someone can't play at high difficulty? I'm not assuming. I just gave him the benefit of the doubt that he might prefer the game where less hits, more damage, kind of more realistic, because most people can't tank 35 sword swings in a row. Elder Scrolls difficulty is like one of the most contentious parts of the conversation. All right, so we're back into the swing of things here. Let's go back a little bit, make sure we're clear on what he's saying.
Build is only going to get so intricate. In addition,
did you want to... Oh, you probably want to see what, like, the difficulty looks like. Well, the thing to bear in mind with him fighting the Bandit Chief is that the Bandit Chief is a pretty high-level enemy to fight at that such a low level, so...
increasing individual attributes.
I would put money on that. Expert is probably the best difficulty, because Skyrim is kind of too easy on Adept, but it's too tedious on Master and Legendary. And I think Expert's like the heroic difficulty of Skyrim.
Is a huge hit to any sort of major complexity in this system. You instead get to increase your stamina, health, or magicka with each level. It's kind of a letdown because your build is only going to get so intricate. In addition to this, the skill trees are a bit simple. It's not a major complaint, but it would have been nice to see a bit more complexity with a few different trees. For example, the difference between the amount of things you can tweak with the various magic trees and the low amount of things that you can learn from melee trees are pretty drastic.
Yeah, but the melee perks go a lot farther because they do actually increase your damage, as opposed to the magic perks, which just decrease the spell costs. See, he saves the level for mid-combat heal. Yeah, I think we figured that part out. Just set novice, but never pick health on level up. The problem is that you can scale your damage up. And so I think you could probably eventually move up to apprentice as you level up, because otherwise you're just going to one-shot every enemy in the game. And maybe that's what you want, but that just sounds boring to me.
Melee trees tend to give you damage, different weapon type specializations, and then the same stuff that you got from leveling the skills in previous games, like knockdowns or paralyzing strikes. Meanwhile, something like the Restoration Tree allows you to absorb part of the magic that's been casted on you, or damage undead with your restoration spells, or save yourself from death once a day, which are all pretty cool and different properties of that type of skill.
The problem is Restoration sucks. It's a terrible skill to level as far as I've seen. And you have to level it a lot to get to the cool stuff. Like, the coolest early thing you can get for Restoration is that it restores stamina. And that's only useful if you're a fighter character. Who even has targeted restoration spells. Okay, so the companions are actually really useful in Skyrim, and Healing Hands is a great way to get the companion up, because it's cheaper to give the companions just enough health to get up than it is to conjure a new enemy. And when you're a mage, keeping the enemies off of you is really important. So it's not terribly useless. Plus, you have Turn Undead, but who uses Turn Undead? Because if you're going to cast a targeted spell at somebody, you might as well just cast Firebolt instead of Turn Undead. So I take it the point of Turn Undead is just grind levels. If the answer to a skill tree being bad is that you can just grind it, that's not a good answer. That's like those people who say, well, you should just grind level Sneak in Morrowind, and then it's good. And it's like, no. My whole complaint was that it was bad because the only way to level it is grinding. Like, that's such a weird defense. And if that's the case, then Oblivion leveling is perfect, because most of that stuff is pretty easily grindable.
Again, I'm not... Meanwhile, something like the Restoration Tree allows you to absorb part of the magic that's been casted on you, or damage undead with your restoration spells, or save yourself from death once a day, which are all pretty cool and different properties of that type of skill. Again, I'm not super upset about the system, I do enjoy it to a degree, it just would have been nice to make...
Typical melee character has 6 perks saved up. Oh no, wait. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention to the visuals. I usually just listen to him and watch chat. So I take it he legendaried his smithing skill to get all those perk points back. So that's why he has a bunch of perks. Okay. I mean, that's really the only way to treat smithing, because once you have the stuff crafted from smithing, you want those perk points back, because unless you're playing a melee character, you usually need every perk point you can get. To be fair, to be honest, fair damage undead is in the DLC. Level 35 is already in-game in Skyrim. Yes, I think that's right before like the best stuff starts showing up as loot. He's massively overinvesting in his stamina. I did that on my archer character because you can do like power attack spamming to kind of keep the enemy stun locked. And you need a lot of stamina to do that. Plus, stamina gives you more carry weight.
Maybe have some in-depth customization for one or two-handed weapons, like parrying while dual wielding, or unlocking weapon-specific maneuvers, or maybe even crazy shit like, I don't know, throwing your
Oh, he's showing Ordinator now.
weapon for lots of damage. Of course, all of this is answered with mods, so that kind of blows, but, you know, what can you do?
What? What kind of position is that? Let's fix it, so who cares, I guess. It's a very weird kind of position to take is, it could be better, but mods fix it. What can you do? What can you do? Yeah, Respite is like a mandatory perk. You get the like novice healing perk and you get the Respite perk, and now you're like, you're set. It's a good point. That's not his position, though. No, his position was, it kind of sucks, but mods fix it, so who cares? And yeah, it still rounds around to, it sucks, but that's not what he said. Well, let's give him a listen. Let's give him a second listen, then.
It just would have been nice to maybe have some in-depth customization for one or two-handed weapons, like parrying while dual-wielding, or unlocking weapon-specific
See, he wants more utility function from perks.
maneuvers, or maybe even crazy shit like, I don't know, throwing your weapon for lots of damage. Of course, all of this is answered with mods,
So, there should be more utility value from perks, but mods fix it.
that kind of blows, but, you know, what can you do?
So what can you do? It was rhetorical. This is, yeah, that's the equivalent of those people that went, Will was just being sarcastic the entire video. You're reading into it. You're reading into it. He literally absorb what he said. He said perks should provide more utility value, like awesome parries or throwing weapons or what have you. But it's fixed by mods, so what can you do? And it's like, well, you could make better perks and not leave it up to the community. What can you do? Confused on what's wrong here. Do I really have to explain why leave it to mods is not a good attitude? I feel like that's the sort of thing that kind of goes without saying, but okay, here we go. Why doesn't Elder Scrolls 6 just have health, stamina, and fatigue, and literally everything else can be added by mods? Don't add content to the game, don't make a game, just make a platform for other people to make a game for free. Is that really your attitude? Now, we've done multiple live streams for videos before. That's no big deal. You, the player, can only rely on mods, or they could make a game. You, the player, cannot make devs make better games. Jesus Christ. Holy shit. That's a lot of complacency. You can. It's called don't buy the shit they make. You know, it worked for id Tech, right? People didn't buy Rage, and there was a crisis at id Tech that said, hey, maybe we should make games that our players want to play, and then they made Doom 2016. Oh, what a novel fucking concept. You're basically advocating that Bethesda should be allowed to just make Gary's mod. Except Gary's mod is cool, and lets you do lots of creative stuff. And Bethesda's engine is extremely limited and needs a script extender to do anything complex. I mean, that's some serious apologism for Bethesda. Why do any QA? Hey, what did Cyberpunk do wrong? Couldn't the community just fix the bugs? Why are we treating CD Projekt Red badly for what they did? What they did was admirable, because the community can just fix it. That's some wild shit. He's criticizing Bethesda for their hesitancy to fix their own shit when Bethesda knows they can leave it to their fans. Then say that? He didn't say that. He said, what can you do? What can you do? Not buy the game. That's what you can do. Or you could propose what you could do.
It just would have been nice to maybe have some
Don't make the argument for him.
in-depth customization for one or two-handed weapons, like parrying while dual-wielding, or unlocking weapon-specific maneuvers, or maybe even crazy shit like, I don't know, throwing your weapon for lots of damage. Of course, all of this is answered with mods, so that kind of blows, but, you know, what can you do?
How am I criticizing him for points he didn't make when there are literally people in the chat right now making points for him, for saying that there's more nuance to it than I'm giving him credit for? Like, unless the next sentence is literally a thesis statement on why Bethesda shouldn't be allowed to get away with it. Let's hear him out. Let's hear him out. Let's hear the nuance, as they say.
For lots of damage. Of course, all of this is answered with mods, so that kind of blows, but, you know, what can you do? There are definitely other trees that I would tweak or improve, but
He doesn't acknowledge it. He just moves on. What can you do? I like that quote. Bethesda released a broken game with Fallout 76. What can you do?
it's not something I want to spend a ton.
Yeah, we literally have Emil saying that he was complacent with certain ideas because there were mods. There were going to be mods.
Ton of time on in the video. Another part of the level up system is the fact that it's a max heal in the middle of combat. I guess you could just chug a bunch of potions and it's the same effect, but I mean storing that level for a tough fight when I'm at low health to basically max heal my stamina and my health has saved me a few times. I mean, at least in like Oblivion or Morrowind, you could only take so many potions at a time. It was kind of balanced that way. But in this, it's just non-stop heals. It's crazy.
No, isn't Morrowind you can drink as many potions as you want? I mean, I'm not gonna criticize him for it. I'll complain about things while being complacent in it because that's just what the system encourages.
It's the only way that you die in this game is through negligence. The final part of the leveling system that I want to mention.
Sure, I'll take that action. Morrowind has a limit, doesn't it? I don't think so. And I mean, Oblivion effectively has no limit because all you have to do is immediately reopen the menu to keep chugging. The issue is that Salt's point doesn't commit to the idea. He worded it oddly, and I like Salt. I'm not a hater. You don't have to clarify what your opinions on the people we watch are, okay? Not that big a deal. I think his point was weirdly worded, and he didn't need the "what can you do" bit. I think it would have been nice. Well, he did propose the ideas, but it's like, I guess let's look at it like this. What could he have done? Which is funny. Fuck it then. He's right. He's right. What can you do? The only way you die is through negligence. I don't know if that's as exploitable because it's pretty true. Because I mean, if you can look at it from the perspective of like bad class management is dying of negligence. So you either get one shot or don't die in Skyrim. What can you do does not equal what could they have done. Yeah, I think that's probably the best way to put it. And it's a fine line between kind of spitballing ideas and being realistic. To me, I think that Skyrim's perk system is adequate because it was an improvement over Oblivion. They didn't have a lot to base it on, and it's only in sort of the context that the idea didn't go anywhere that we kind of lambasted it. But it's like, did every perk need to have crazy utility values, or is it just acceptable to leave it at percentage chances? I think there's a lot of kind of exploration that could happen with the topic. I guess he wanted to throw shade at them, but the "what can you do" bit came across as shrugging and not committing. If he said, "I guess Bethesda assumed mods would fix it," could almost... Yeah, I think that's I think that's the thing, is the what can you do comes off as complacency, but it probably is more like kind of black pilled, like, you know, what can you do? Bethesda's clearly not interested in fixing it, but it just didn't come across that way. We'll give them the benefit of the doubt. How about that? And it's not like it cares. There's not a lawsuit, so it's just a video.
Mention is the addition of legendary skills. I actually thought that legendary skills were introduced as part of a DLC or with the introduction of the special edition, but the mechanic actually came out in 2013, 1.5 years later after the game's release. But
Yeah, it was Legendary Edition, wasn't it? That's that's the problem with Skyrim, is it's the first Elder Scrolls game where it's not clear what's vanilla content, what's DLC content, and what got added, you know, years after the fact. Why did he go down the heavy armor path on the smithing tree if he doesn't use heavy armor? Probably to get Daedric weapons. Because you can't get to Dragonbone and then get to Daedric weapons. You actually have to invest all those perks into the heavy equipment to get them. And Daedric's the best stuff in the game. Plus, it's not that huge a commitment if your plan is to just refund the points after you get the weapons you want anyways. So that's probably why he did it.
regardless, the legendary skill system is basically a way to Radiant Quest the game's skills. On the surface, the system looks a lot like prestige ranks in Call of Duty, but it actually does serve a bit more of a purpose. So basically, when you make a skill legendary, it reverts back to 15 and you get all of those skill points refunded. This essentially allows you to re-earn those perks while still retaining the points that you had in them previously. I'm not a huge fan.
But you can, well, he's probably going to say it, but you can easily fuck yourself over if you only have one real offensive skill and you legendary it, and then suddenly you're doing a fraction of the damage you were doing before. And you can't undo the legendary, so. Doesn't he have Dawnguard? Dragonbone weapons do more damage. I don't think that's true. Or at least the Dragonbone armor is not better than Daedric armor. So, dragon items. Because I had that thing with my fighter character. I went to the effort of getting the Daedric, or the dragon shit, and then it ended up not being as good. So Daedric swords do 14 damage, and dragon swords do 15 damage. Oh, interesting. Wait, then what did I base that on? So dragon plate armor is 46 armor, and Daedric armor is 49 armor. Okay, so it was the armor. So, okay, well, then that doesn't make any sense. The only reason to fill out the smithing tree then would be if along the way he needed to, like, temper the ebony weapons. I don't know, it's such a fucked thing. Smithing should have been split into armor and weapons, because it's like you can't use, you're just not supposed to use half the weapons of the game, or you're supposed to waste a bunch of perks. Dragon armor is lighter. Yeah, I think that's the trade-off, but I mean, when has carry weight ever affected? Like, if you're wearing heavy armor, you can get the perk that minimizes the weight. So he might have DLC, but not using its stuff unless forced on him, because he tends to avoid stuff not part of the video. Like, he doesn't mention vampire attacks from Dawnguard in this. Well, I can see why you wouldn't mention vampire attacks, but mechanics would come up.
Fan of this system. While it does give players the incentive to continue to play after the game's previous level cap, it's usually a really bad idea to make a combat skill legendary unless you want to really challenge yourself.
Yeah, see, he said it.
So for someone like me, I'd make a skill like alchemy or pickpocket legendary so that I can throw those points into something that I care about.
Well, I thought about doing that, but pickpocket is immensely useful to stay at 100 because of training. You can steal back the training cot, which I know, gold. What do you got? What else are you going to spend it on? But I'm a compulsive hoarder, and I had that sense of save every septum beaten into me by early game Skyrim that by late game I'm still doing it. But like, even if you legendaried it, then you wouldn't be able to do, like, you can do a glitch where you can steal the Blade of Woe off of Astrid, and then you would get 2. The special edition actually removed the vampire attacks in the cities. Actually, I don't know because I did Dawn Guard with the standard edition, so that might be true. I'm not sure.
But this would also require me grinding those skills all the way up to 100 in the first place, which is absurd because I don't like using them. The system is very crude, and it almost seems like an afterthought with its implementation. I understand that it is a good...
Honestly, I think they just added it because of the crafting skills, because it's a bit fucked to waste a bunch of perk points on skills that you then subsequently don't use once you have the gear. I'm specifically looking at you smithing, because once you got that Daedric or Dragonbone gear, what are we going to do with you? Legendary alchemy and lockpick, but not smithing. Well, no, that's what he did. You can see on screen that he already did that. He just didn't say it.
System for people who just want to play their characters a certain way and not have to worry about stuff like grinding out the other armor skill tree that they don't want to use. But it really doesn't...
Or you could just play the game. I know that's a weak argument to make, but how many people who played Skyrim kind of had this existential conflict? Like they had this like sound off in the chat if this is you. Legendary is great for magic. Enchant armor so magic costs nothing, then spam it back up. Yeah, I think that was the main thing, was that it just added a way to exploit the leveling system. It's just weird because I don't know a lot of people who like kind of focus on maxing everything out when they play stuff. They just kind of do the content. Like the content is what dictates it. Can you repeat what you were supposed to sound off for? If you were particularly bothered by like maxing your skills out.
Doesn't seem like it would be hard to come up with some killer new perks that unlock when you grind a skill to legendary for the first time, and then still make it so that you can reset a perk back to legendary.
Yeah, but you would have to play a really long time to raise the same skill to max over and over. Like default Skyrim's not really built around doing the legendary skills. It was assumed that characters would just raise the skills to 100, and like max cap was 81. I like maxing my skills, but I didn't feel this kind of tension about that. Yeah, the only skills I usually max are combat skills that are directly related to it, or utility stuff. Like I maxed pickpocket, I maxed heavy armor on the combat character, you know, that kind of stuff.
A second time for funsies if you really wanted to. Also, on a completely unrelated note, I don't know what kind of sadist you have to be to mine ore in this game, but
A smart person.
god damn it's slow, and it gives me flashbacks of playing WoW. After clearing...
Okay, so there's a thing, on the standard playthrough, obviously you can attack, you take 2 pickaxes in each hand, you do like the double attack, you mine stuff really fast, but apparently on special edition that breaks the nodes. Did he say sadist instead of masochist? That would be funny. But like, if you want to train smithing, the fast way to do it is you get the, you mine all the iron that you can, you go to Kolskegger, you get that gold, you transmute all the stuff to gold, and then you make stuff with that. I don't know if it's a case of he doesn't know that you can attack the nodes to mine stuff really fast, or if he's cognizant that that can potentially break them, and it just isn't doing it. But yeah, I think it's just supposed to be a trade-off of like, you can buy the ore or you can mine it.
Clearing out the bandits and
Which buying ore is like the only like repeat or buying crafting ingredients in general is like the only repeat expenditure.
Reporting back, it's already time for your full initiation into the companions, which seems very sudden. You have to understand that I'm coming off of 2 prequels to the game that made you slay 25 rats, 10 wolves, 76 bandits, and made you make sure that every single member of the guild...
Neither of those games had quests like that. Those are World of Warcraft quests, not Elder Scrolls quests. And plus, like, most of the factions are very inclusive in the previous games. Like, to the point that people complain about how inclusive they are. So it's like the fact that initiations after one quest, it's just a weird thing. I think prequels is an acceptable word to describe if you're talking about Skyrim to quickly refer to Morrowind and Oblivion. Buying is much faster. You can't do anything with money anyways. While true, it's also kind of limited in what you can get. You're criticizing the joke before it's finished. Okay. I mean, that's the... Gotta remember, difference between a video and a stream is that we're doing this live. So...
You have to understand that I'm coming off of 2 prequels to the game that made you slay 25 rats, 10 wolves, 76 bandits, and made you make sure that every single member of the guild was spiritually and sexually satisfied before they gave you your Costco membership. So clearing out 6 bandits was kind of unexpected.
There's the full joke. Did it contradict anything I said? How about you just watch it until he finishes the point? I just showed you. Like, come on, this is not my first rodeo. What can you do? But yeah, it's like, where was the subversion where he goes, oh wait, those games weren't actually like that? And I'm not even going to make the point that the joke wasn't funny because that's subjective. You can find it funny if you want. Obviously, it was probably robbed of humor based on the format of this, but I have to assume that he's making the serious argument that you have to do all this stuff before you're a member of the guilds when it's like, no, it was the opposite. Joining guilds was easier in the prior games. Granted, it's still easy in Skyrim, but it was literally just like joining the Thieves Guild in Morrowind is literally just, can I join? Sure. Do you know the rules? Yeah. All right, you're in. Like, I don't remember having to do a quest to join those guilds. His point is that Skyrim's faction quest lines are too short. No, his points was that it's weird that you're already a member of the Companions. When you were a member of the Fighters Guild before you even did a single quest for them. What can you do?
Which seems very sudden. You have to understand that I'm coming off of 2 prequels to the game that made you slay 25 rats, 10 wolves, 76 bandits, and made you make sure that every single member of the guild was spiritually and sexually satisfied before they gave you your Costco membership.
Yeah, but I think every Morrowind faction, you by default meet the requirements. I don't think I've ever had a Morrowind character get rejected from a faction. That's a good question. What would be a good test? I would think like House Telvanni, right? So House Telvanni's skill requirements are alteration, conjuration, destruction, enchant, illusion, mysticism. Well, I guess... But no, because to become a hireling in House Telvanni, you don't need any... There's no skill requirements, just attribute requirements that are impossible to fail because everybody has a default attribute of at least 30. Well, I guess you can get 25 as an orc female, but... Let's see. Maybe they're an exception. What about the Fighters Guild? No, there's no skill requirement to join the Fighters Guild. There's just requirements to advance. about the temple? Temple also has no skill requirements to join. Imperial Cult. Yeah, I'm starting to see a trend here. So, yeah. So, Orc girls can't join House Tavani by default. Well, let's see. It would be Orc girls can't join any faction that requires personality be as a favored attribute, because their default personality, I think, is 25, and usually it's 30. So I'm guessing that would be like House Halalu.
So clearing out 6 bandits was kind of unexpected.
No, the Nerevarine can do the Tribunal Temple.
Of course, you can do a bunch more stuff if you feel the desire to before barking on your promotional journey, which I guess is a nice balance for those who like the grind. You're to retrieve a shard of a weapon.
It's just a weird thing to complain about how, like, you got initiated into a faction after one quest. It's like, I don't know, what do you want? Nords have a bonus to speech because of Skyrim. Racism is real, in case we haven't figured that out. No, they wouldn't get a speech. They wouldn't get a bonus to speech. They would get a bonus to disposition. They're not better talkers just because it's their homeland. You might be referring to Oblivion's Mages Guild having you gallivant across the nation before joining in, but you're still an associate of the Mages Guild, even while you're doing that, and you still get Mages Guild services that are exclusive to members. You're just not a member of the university.
Weapon that was wielded by the founder of the Companions. Midway through the Tomb Cave crypt, you get yourself trapped in a cage, and Farkas gets surrounded by members of the Silver Hand. I'm not really sure what they're about because Farkas transforms into a goddamn werewolf and one-shots all of them. When you
I assume, okay, this is where that guy that keeps going, it's rhetorical or it's a joke or what have you, is going to go. He's pretending not to know. Yes, we get that. I'm sure he knows what the Silver Hand's about. He's just presenting it in a way that he doesn't. But I would think that their mission is pretty obvious just from this. They're called the Silver Hand. They're fighting a werewolf. Not hard to figure out what their motivations are.
you ask him, hey, what was that
Silver Hand would be the good guys if they were intelligent.
about? He's like, what? Oh, that? Yeah, that's nothing. That's nothing. Let's go kill some more dead things.
Can we get back to mechanics?
Yeah, alright. Man, if you ever want to level really fast at the beginning of the game, sneak into a crypt and attack one of these obviously alive undead while they're still lying down. It's like a sneak level every time, and there's way too many of them to be considered fun. After your Indiana Jones adventure, you hike back to
The dungeon that you're in, the Companions dungeon, does have an unusually high number of Draugr in it.
Codlack and crew, and they induct you as a full-fledged member of the boys.
No, the silver swords are awesome. I wish that they were better, because they're really cool weapons. But like, the main thing with the Companions is if you collect all the silver swords and sell them, you make a shit ton of money. Like, they're really valuable.
After this, you basically goof off and do more tasks for whoever, but
YouTuber talks about stories. Can we get back to mechanics? Well, the thing is, he's not really saying anything insightful about the story. So, you know, he's just kind of saying what happened. But the thing is, I already played the Companions. So.
But if you're just trying to get to the good stuff, all you really have to do is one more prerequisite mission for Skewer, in which you...
Like, literally, he had a small side tangent about sneak attacking in dungeons, and that provided a lot more to hook into than any of this. We just have more to talk about when he discusses mechanics.
And crew, and they induct you as a full-fledged member of the boys. After this, you basically goof off and do more tasks for whoever, but if you're just trying to get to the good stuff, all you really have to do is one more prerequisite mission for Skewer, in which you blast a wizard off a tower and retrieve an ordinary axe. After doing this, Skewer wants you to meet him at night in the Underforge. It's here where the plot starts to pick up a bit, and he tells you that Kodlak wants to figure out how to reverse the whole werewolf thing. Ayla and Skjor view this as absurd, considering how much power and ferocity the form grants its user. Its very nature echoes what they feel the companions are all about. Well, I want to become a werewolf, which involves probably the most Skyrim-esque sequence of events I think I could possibly come up with. Seriously, if you ever want to describe Skyrim to someone who's never witnessed it before, just show them this sequence of events. After this, I get a taste of
Oh, so it's the presentation, not the premise, that really sells it to you. Because I think that is equally a good representation of Skyrim, except I think it's a good representation because it's forcing you to do something that makes no goddamn sense. Just for an emotional story beat. Angry Joe got mentioned, so, you know.
What I was looking for.
The AI for the NPC followers is really, really bad. They can
I dislike the companion quest on it. It relies too much on Radiant quests. I think it has really bad Radiant quests. I don't really have an issue with it being structured around them, though. Like, having the player go and do one between each mission. Actually, that's kind of how I think the Thieves Guild should work. I think that you should have to do some Radiant Thieves Guild missions before you get the Golden Glow job. No, there's no guarantee whether or not Angry Joe is going to be right or wrong. I usually just skip around the video whenever he's mentioned.
Of what being a werewolf is like, and how criminally underpowered I am compared to Whiterun guards. Werewolf form is fun to mess around with, but I couldn't help but notice how dated it looks in 2019. I mean, don't get me wrong, I really like sprinting around the landscape and pouncing on shit, but the animations and actual combat are very, well, they're very Skyrim. But as easy
It's because it's just third-person combat, so it's dog shit. You can't even stop to grind Radiant quests until you're the leader? Yeah. I thought that's how it was. Because I think they stop you from doing the Radiant quests in between when you have the actual missions. No, there was basically no information about how the companions actually get their jobs. So isn't the point that Mercer wants you dead, so he sends you? Yeah. Well, it's such a weird thing because the player did nothing to earn Mercer's ire up until that point. It's like Mercer should start trying to get the player killed after they start to kind of make waves around the guild because he thinks it might like undermine his leadership position. Mercer's just like irrationally mad at the player and trying to get them killed for no reason other than, I guess, he's like stealing Brynjolf's attention from him. Like, why is Morrowind's werewolf better? Well, one, it's in first person. Two, it's extremely agile. That's honestly about it. It controls a lot better because it's just playing the game, but with like different weapons. Whereas Skyrim's werewolf is a forced third-person perspective that kind of controls really weird and has different mildly arbitrary rules. Like, you don't passively regen health. You just have there's a different system for healing. But Werewolves in Morrowind were kind of busted because it was just like a minor DLC thing. And they were really prone to like being weak. Yeah, I think Mercer Frey is just cope.
as it is to harp on an older game for dated interactions, I have to say that tossing around people like ragdolls is extremely satisfying. It's just not as easy to keep the momentum going around the tight indoor corners like you can in the more open and outside areas. The combat experience is very different than, say, stepping back and taking shots as a ranged fighter, or shrugging off blows in your heavy armor and striking back with your big-ass maul. It's most akin to a light armor-wearing, dual-wielding berserker type, which just happens to be what I'm playing through this run as. This makes the combat stilted towards a very kill or be killed attitude, which has you tossing stronger enemies aside and feeding off the weaker ones for regen before they can get back up. The worst part about the whole experience beyond being unarmored is the fact that you can't loot, or pick locks, or do any of the other exploring type stuff that I love doing in the first half of these.
Yeah, that's the big problem is When you use werewolf, you're basically deciding to run a dungeon twice. One time to do it, and the second time to like loot it. There would be novelty to that if the like blood splatter was better. So it's like you're walking through the dungeon the second time and you're seeing like the outcome of the carnage, and it's like there's blood and bodies everywhere and like dismembered limbs and shit. But that's not. Bethesda's like really scared of blood, so. Mercer's actually anti-player straight away. I would say he does not want anyone to possibly succeed in the guild and wants to play it way too safe. Send us to Golden Glow where Vex failed. Okay, but why would he be so opposed? Like, how do new people join the guild if that's Mercer's mentality? Is that new members, so I guess I just don't want you here. Like, I think that's one of the Thieves Guild's plot holes, is that Mercer has it out for you from the start. It only makes sense if the player had been, like, making waves in the guild for doing contracts. And then he decided to get rid of somebody who could be better than him. Like, because up until the point where Mercer sends you to go do Golden Glow, all the player has accomplished is slipping a ring in a dude's pocket. Mercer's afraid the player will want to see the vault. Wouldn't anybody in the guild be equally interested? Like, why isn't Mercer just offing random members of the guild then? Is it not because he already planned to grab shit and run? Sure, but again, why does it matter? The player's just a footpad in the Thieves Guild, like any other new member. And you can have other people can join the guild before that point. The loot being leveled is because why he cared. Wait, what? No. Salt here is talking about how you have to do the dungeon and then you have to run through and get all the loot. He's not talking about it being leveled. Why do you say Bethesda's fearful of blood? Because Oblivion got M-rated for titties.
Weaker ones for regen before they can get back up. The worst part about the whole experience beyond being unarmored is the fact that you can't loot or pick locks or do any of the other exploring type stuff that I love doing in the first half of these games. And that makes sense because you're a fucking werewolf, but it does make me want to resist becoming one until I get to a big open room full of enemies, rather than just wrecking the place from the beginning. All that being...
Yeah, my usual thing was become a werewolf outside the dungeon, run it, and then go back and pick the loot, which is still tedious. Plus, there's a lot of enemies you can't eat the hearts of, so it's like if you do a Draugr dungeon, werewolf's really hard because you basically don't get to heal unless you have like a really high level werewolf perk. There are titties in the game. So there was an unused asset that had breasts, and that's why Oblivion was retroactively rated M. Skyrim is M rated intentionally though. Is it really? Skyrim ESRB rating. Oh, so there's no good reason then. It could be bloody. Maybe they're afraid of getting an adult only rating, but like nobody gets that. You can have gore and not be adult only. It's just like edginess.
Being said, I honestly found myself almost never using the werewolf power after the first few times. I guess I just didn't want to deal with being unarmored.
Yeah, but is unlocking your potential the ability to see the future? Is that just a common thing? Well, I guess mysticism was a thing, but it's not anymore. I don't know. It just sounds like a really dumb plot point to me. It's M-rated because of Dawnguard. I thought... Vanilla Skyrim rating ESRB. No, there's articles from the time saying that Skyrim got an M rating. It wasn't because of Dawnguard.
For that long. Although that is remedied a bit later after you complete the companion quests with the introduction of a werewolf perk tree. So you blast through the Silverhand base only to find Skjor has gotten himself killed. Ayla is understandably pissed and is now ready to launch a campaign against the Silverhand to eradicate them once and for all, with you at the helm. Ironically, she mentions that Skjor should have never went alone without a shield brother, and then she sends you off to dismantle a couple of Silverhand operations by yourself. The actual journey to the set of locations is the more perilous part of these quests, but the meat of them is actually very easy to run through quickly. When you come back with some intel that you were sent to...
Wait, what? This part's correct.
Silverhand operations by yourself. The actual journey to the set of locations is the more perilous part of these quests, but the meat of them is actually very easy to run through quickly.
Okay, so... Okay. Does rating even matter anymore? Not really. But it did back when games were sold physically. I remember being confused who the guy who died was. Yeah. If you're not paying attention, the questline's kind of fucky. Yeah, but the only reason the ESRB thing came up was theorizing why there's not a lot of blood. So I guess it must just be a stylistic thing, or they're worried about getting an adult-only rating, because adult-only is a lot more severe than mature in terms of how the game can be sold. And the other thing is, you have to remember, we're not talking about the industry as is. We're talking about the industry as was in the late 2000s. And, you know, this was the time when Fox News was running the Sexbox 360 story. Like, there was still a lot of moral conservatism around video games. I'm glad Skyrim isn't super bloody. Gore is oftentimes just cringe soy Reddit shit. Look at the heckin' blood arenas. I think I have screenshots about it that kind of show what I would be going for. Like this kind of bloody. Like, I'm not talking going particularly crazy, but like the whole point of it was you're a werewolf, so like if you're gonna have to go through dungeons twice as a werewolf, then it would make sense to the second time be able to kind of just go through the dungeon and admire like all the blood spatters and stuff. Yeah, no, it's a modded. Obviously, it's a modded screenshot. We wouldn't be talking about the issue if fucking Skyrim was that bloody.
When you come back with some intel that you were sent to retrieve, Kodlak wants to talk to you. He reveals that the curse of the werewolf was only set upon the companions a few hundred years ago, whereas the guild is around 5,000 years old. When he was younger, he seemed to be all for the idea of beast blood running through his veins, but as he grew older, he realized that his soul would be sent to Hircine's hunting grounds to hunt prey for all of eternity.
This is one of the biggest clusterfucks with the story because, so Kodlak is already looking for a cure to lycanthropy before the player joins. He mentions that in his journal. And yet the player is still allowed to join. Like, the player can't decide to be against the werewolves. You either accept that you're forced to become a werewolf, or you don't get to do the faction. I always kind of wanted there to be a Parthenax Dilemma mod for the companions that would allow you to side with the anti-Lycan party. What can you do? So Witcher style bloody? Probably. Also, up to this point, the player has no idea what Hircine or Sovngarde is. It depends on your passive observations. Sovngarde is pretty obviously going to be a thing that has to do with the afterlife. And again, you have to remember, the player has to be allowed to roleplay. You can't roleplay a player who doesn't want to be a werewolf and get to do the companions content. As far as Hircine goes, I was really disappointed the Hircine quest doesn't there's no, like, the Hircine quest doesn't change if you're a werewolf or not. I know you can cure yourself, but from the perspective of you're forced to make the decision. You either become a werewolf or you don't do the companions. You don't see an issue with that? Like, even as a kid, I saw an issue, like a conflict. Like, I didn't want to be a werewolf. And it's like, oh, well, we didn't plan for players to reject being a werewolf, so I guess Ayla and Skjor live in this cave now while you just go off and do other stuff.
Kodlak felt that in his heart he was a true Nord, and as such he began to feel regret about this fate, and would rather his soul be sent on to Sovngarde, to rest there instead. So he figured out that this whole deal was made with a coven of witches to obtain this power, and that killing the witches of that coven and bringing their heads would aid in the reversal of the curse. I kinda wish they would have done a little bit more with this quest
And we're gonna reverse the curse.
as far as approaching the act.
So are Hagravens immortal, or are these like descendants of the witches? Because they treat it like it's the same witches, but that was centuries ago. Salt talks really fat. No, I have the speed turned up because I'm waiting for him to say stuff. When you RP, you don't do all the quest lines. Yeah, when I RP, I never do the companions. So there you go.
Actual witches went. I mean, really, you just kind of run in and you smoke the first witch and then you bounce. I mean, you can do the extras for bonus heads if you want, but there's no dialogue at all. I just kind of figured that maybe you'd get a chance to talk to the witches if they apparently were open enough for visitors to make a deal with them before. It actually would have been kind of cool to be able to take their side for some amount of power or items that were unique to them, but they're just instantly hostile and you have to kill them. Either way, the real interesting part of this quest comes when you return. The Silver Hand is finally
Yeah, but the Briarhearts are undead. Or basically undead. They're like golems, basically. Player choices never matter. The guild chooses to embrace lycanthropy. If you choose to reject us, you will be ejected. I reject Okay, so basically, but the thing... No. You're missing my point. There's a faction of the companions, when the player joins, that is opposed to the lycanthropy. You can read all about it in Kodlak's journal when he dies. Kodlak was interested in curing the lycanthropy before the player joins. He convinced Farkas and Vilkas to stop using the powers as often as possible. The dumb one kept doing it anyways. And the Kodlak had visions of the player joining, and that the player would be the sort of would be the resolution to the lycanthropy question. So it seems like there's a choice that's being made, but the player's not allowed to make it.
finally decided to retaliate for everything that you've been doing to them recently, and it brought about Kodlak's death.
I always thought it... So, it's so weird that Kodlak's naked when he arrives. Like, why doesn't he have any armor on? Or why did they strip him? And you could say, well, they don't want the player getting his armor, but you get the you get the wolf armor from Skjor. So the player... I already had it by the time this happened. So it was just kind of one of those Skyrim moments that I walked in and someone decided to strip dead Kodlak of all his gear. He turned werewolf. That's fan canon. Kodlak would not have used the werewolf power. And even if he would, Farkas comes back, or whichever one, the dumb one, he comes back from being a werewolf in all his gear. The he turned into a werewolf thing is pure cope, because that would go completely against his characterization.
Death. This actually did make me a little bit sad because the poor guy was just trying to make it to Sovngarde in his death, and now he's been condemned to a fate that he was working so hard to resist. In addition to this,
I don't like this pretending to not know plot details element of what can you do? Not pretending to not know plot details element to the video structure. I know that it's a stylistic thing, so he's allowed to do it. It's just like, I don't know, there's something kind of off-putting about it.
the Silver Hand has stolen all of the fragments of Wuthrod, the ancient weapon that the companions had been working hard to restore. Well, now it's full-blown revenge time, and you're sent to annihilate the remaining Silver Hand forces and retrieve the fragments.
Dual-wielding maces and daggers. That's a weird one. I think the whole railroad to werewolf reeks of, we spent X time of hours modeling and animating the stuff, now use it. Yes. And it's the same exact thing with the Nightingales. Bethesda did not entertain the possibility that the player just might not agree with the prospect. And the thing is, the whole reason that the player takes the Nightingale Oath is to get powers from Nocturnal, but then she refuses to give the powers to the player and to Brynjolf and to restore them to Carlia. So really, the gang is just as capable of fighting Mercer after taking the oath as they were before. So it seems like it would just be a thing that the player could say no.
This is another chunk of the game that I wish would have been expanded on just a little bit more, seeing as I really don't know anything about the Silver.
Explains about off-putting stuff literally while putting up an image of whatever the hell that thing. You don't know about Balthazar Gelt? I'm sorry, are you a prude? Do you not like men's abs? You don't like Balthazar Gelt's cum gutters?
Silverhand. I know that they're just out to hunt like werewolves and probably vampires, and they're just very generic, kind of almost like Dawnguard, but you know, with less story. And maybe there is more to it if I were to like search for little books and objects and notes in the background. But I mean, as far as being integrated into the story, you really don't know anything about the Silverhand beyond, oh, they hunt the werewolves. Oh, they're against the companions. Like,
they're kind of shitty because they have like a dog fighting ring. The Silverhand's a really weird faction. Plus, they waste a bunch of money on getting everybody silver swords when what they need is armor. Welcome to Astalia, gentlemen.
Like, I mean, just think about the Fighters Guild in Oblivion, and their rivals, and how much story they gave them. Anyways, when you return, Kodlak is sent off in a funeral pyre, and the circle
You mean the Mafia?
convenes beneath the forge to talk about what happened. Vilkas and Farkas agree that Kodlak should have been able to undo the curse so that he could rest in Sovngarde, and Ayla initially opposes them, stating that the beast blood is a blessing, not a curse. She eventually agrees with them about Kodlak deserving to rest the way that he wanted to, but states that there's no way to reverse the werewolf magic without the Blade of Wuthrod being intact. Well, fortunately, the Smith of the Skyforge has repaired it in the meantime with the help of you gathering the last fragment from Kodlak's room. This whole situation bothers me quite a bit with just how shallow it is. And that really sucks because there's a lot of potential here. When you go to retrieve the last fragment, Kodlak's journal also sits in the same location. When you read it, he mentions you by name, telling of your exploits and potential, and eventually how you're destined to take—
Is this the potential? They're literally just bandits. They could have been something like the Vigil of Stendar, but they're just bandits. Yeah. Yeah, the Silverhand's extremely lazy. They don't even really have like consistent bases. But they're as close as the game comes to a Radiant faction.
take on the role of being Harbinger from him. I'm usually not—
Well, I mean, his thesis statement is it's an extremely shallow experience. So, you know, whatever.
not one to complain about a lack of quests, but it's not just a lack of quests. This guy talks about me like he's really gotten to know me, like I've performed these great
I honestly think the companions are worse than the College of Winterhold.
feats for the companion single-handedly. But that's just not true. It's been a handful of quests and an even smaller handful of ones that seem to have a large amount of significance. And most of the time, a shield brother was accompanying me on those bigger missions.
I thought they weren't.
I don't feel like I've earned this title, which is a really bizarre thing to say for someone as impatient as me. But before being granted the actual title, we gotta go save Kodlak's soul.
For Kodlak! For Kodlak! For Kodlak! For Kodlak! For Kodlak! Huh? For Kodlak!
Let me tell you, hiking along the northern icy parts of Skyrim really makes you appreciate the environmental sound design in this game. Every little chunk of the environment has its own sounds assigned to it, from its own ambient noise to footstep sounds to its own music and echoes. It really does impress me, I think, now more than it ever has before.
That sounds like a lot of Like every region has its own footstep sounds. More like there's the sound of you running in grass, the sound of you running on stone, the sound of you running in snow, and the sound of you running on ice. There's 9 regions in Skyrim or something like that. But what can you do for Kodlak? What is the thesis statement of my video going to be? I don't know. It depends on what I decide the goal of the Skyrim video is going to be. I'm not in this camp of Skyrim design is shallow and insulting. I'm more of a potential kind of guy. I prefer Warhammer Fantasy.
It just sucks that a lot of the combat sounds are extremely
So there's a sploosh sound, and that he's not wrong. He's just wrong about how he presented it.
lacking. I think my mace almost always sounds like a sword rather than a blunt instrument, especially when I hit something like a spider web and it makes a katana-esque noise.
What are you doing? You're supposed to use swords. Swords are cool. An extremely divisive experience. Skyrim, the greatest game of all time.
At any rate, the final quest of the companions has you running through.
He did talk about it's less that he talked about the good potential of the companions and more that like he lampshaded the potential of the companions. You made 3 characters. What quest lines did each do? So the warrior character was standard edition. He did the companions, the Imperial Legion, the Dawn Guard side of the Dawn Guard, the main quest, and he did the Penitus Oculatus side of the Dark Brotherhood. So it was like there was stuff I wanted to get. I wanted to get the line that Ulfric has in Sovereign Guard. With it's that line where he says, "I was wrong," that everybody likes to misinterpret. So I wanted to get that. So that's the only reason I honestly did the main quest on that character. Damn. I'm looking for a good. I'm looking for a good picture for the donation. In case you don't know, I changed the picture on donations. So that was the standard edition playthrough. The current playthrough is on special edition pre-anniversary. And it's a thief character, stealth archer, obviously. So I did Thieves Guild, Dark Brotherhood, and that's basically it. I know that sounds a bit bare bones. But I am gonna do every faction on the final characters, so including the repeat stuff. I bought Skyrim X times on the bingo card. You know, the thing is, that's kind of a modern joke. I mean, 2019 is modern enough, but I also feel it's kind of untrue because a lot of the I bought Skyrim again things is not really accurate. I guess if you're a console player and you've like kept up with the generations, you've bought Skyrim over and over, but like I've bought Skyrim 4 times. Once for the Xbox 360, once for the PC. There was the VR version, and then that's 3 times really. Because I didn't get any other console versions, which are not really different versions, they're just ports. But yeah, I always find it weird when people go on the how many times has Skyrim been sold thing, because a lot of it is just ports to new systems. But it's like if you bought Standard Edition back in the day, you're about to get upgraded to Anniversary Edition after getting Special Edition. Everybody that already owns Special Edition is getting the Anniversary content for free, right? No, they are getting... You're getting updated to the Anniversary version, which is just Special Edition, with 4 pieces of Creation Club content. The rest of it will cost you $20.
Through the tomb of Ysgramor with the remaining 3 Circle members. 2 of them wind up hanging back, so it's just you and Ayla at the end. It's here where you talk to Kodlak's spirit and help him cure him of his lycanthropy by throwing a witch's head into the flames and fighting off his inner wolf spirit. And then that's it. You get named the Harbinger of the Companions, which again feels very shallow compared to, like, finally leading the Fighters Guild in Oblivion.
Okay. It took Skyrim to go, well, I guess Oblivion wasn't that bad. It feels shallow in Oblivion. Fucking the Oblivion Fighters Guild character should be serving time, not leading the faction. Length does not equate to satisfaction. What else is in the Anniversary Edition? It's literally just Creation Club content. As far as I'm aware, there's not actually... It's not new graphics or, you know, any advancements in technology as far as I am aware. I could be wrong. I haven't paid that close attention. I just want to know what it costs. Or, whoops. Freudian slip there. Praising Oblivion despite Skyrim. That's the thing. He gets into the story analysis and then we skip like 10 minutes of notes because he doesn't... All he says is what happens, not interpretations of what happens. There we go. That's my face cam. It's frozen. Like, he doesn't have particularly complex sort of interpretations of the story. But he does have interpretations of the mechanics. And so it's like half the video might have something for us.
In all, I wouldn't say the Companions are a horrible guild. I had fun with it in the short amount of time it took, and being a werewolf was fun for a little while. I just wish there had been a bit more meaningful moments and conversations before you suddenly get tossed into the role of being the leader. I will say that the...
Don't we all, I guess. But remember, you're not the leader. You're just the guy that does all the paperwork. The companions don't have a leader. For a bunch of mods, 55 euros. Well, so the 55 euro, $50 thing is if you don't already own Special Edition or if you're buying it for the new console systems. If you already have Special Edition, you basically have the majority of what you would be paying that $50 for. I mean, this is the first I'm hearing of them doing any kind of scripting changes.
The guild serves its purpose extremely well when it comes to showing a beginner a very large portion of Skyrim quickly. I mean, all of the map markers you see right now, besides a couple, are all a direct result of questing for the companions.
That seems like a lot to me. You might have wanted, for this point... Oh, shit. For this point, you might have wanted to kind of circle which ones were the actual objectives and which ones were just the ones you got along the way to going to that place. This is outright a scam. Buy the same game for $50. I mean, Again, you're only paying $50 if you didn't already own Skyrim on PC or if you're buying it for one of the new consoles. It's not that uncommon to buy a game again for a new console. Like, it's not that different than, like, console ports. Salt's not doing an analysis. It's just a video of him complaining about stuff for jokes and entertainment. But the weird thing is that he does pseudo-analyze the the mechanical aspects of the game. So it's like there's stuff here. Because here's the thing. Again, people accuse me of doing this kind of stuff, of just being plot synopsis. But I almost feel like people are remembering Salt Factory's videos and assuming that must be what I'm doing, when it's like, so for my Fighters Guild section, you know, I had a lot of stuff about looking into the Blackwood Company, looking into the state of the Fighters Guild, kind of the implications, like what did Modern Orion do after he got the signet ring that was supposed to prove that oh hey, we had two. It'd be hard to keep up. What did Modern Orion actually do with the signet ring that proved that the Blackwood Company lied? You know, it's that sort of thing. I did a lot of really kind of digging deep into the stories, and of course, I get those comments. I think you're reading more into it than Bethesda intended, and it's like, yeah, but isn't that the same thing with the mechanics? You know what Bethesda intends with the mechanics is for you to just click on the enemies and you get better. That's literally their tone in the like making of documentary is you just do what you want and you get better at it. They don't encourage sort of thinking with their mechanics.
I think it's a good guild for someone just dipping their toes into the game.
I would agree with that assessment. That's probably why it's one of the first factions that the player is pushed to join.
But it lacks a lot of substance to be called anything beyond average. At this point, I'd like to jump to the next guild, but I haven't actually activated.
Well, okay, so plot synopsis is one of those things that people use to insult content creators that people don't really understand. Because it like I said earlier with the generic insults that people like to use that they don't really get, you know, droning, monotonous, etc., etc. I think plot synopsizer is probably another really good one, because I would agree with the sentiment. Mauler does not do plot synopsis unless it's like the shorter unbridled rage videos, but even then those have gotten into being longer, kind of deeper stuff. Like, it's a world of difference with, like, so his first Last Jedi video was him kind of just saying, here's what happens and that's dumb, here's what happens and that's dumb. But then you got to the part where he was doing like Game of Thrones and he was along the way kind of explaining more and more and deviating from synopsis. So it is one of those things where people kind of characterize him as being plot synopsis when he's a lot more than that, and that's why his videos are so long. Brevity is the soul of wit is the perfect take on Mauler. 50% agree. My issue with the way Mauler writes has to do with, so he goes through the film, he'll go through a film chronologically, and he'll explain why something's bad. And if that same thing happens later in the movie, he'll explain from the beginning why it's bad again. And I think that's what leads to the kind of verbosity of stuff when it comes to the way he writes videos. I've yet to see Snaker's Yakuza videos, which feels shitty because Snaker, I think, does a really good job, and I just haven't seen them because I don't know enough about the context. I tried to realize I didn't get the context and put it on my watch later and never got to it. I think EFAP is just a terrible form for criticism. Probably. I mean, it's the same. It's kind of the same thing we're doing, except there's a central theme to all the videos that we are covering. The inherent issue is, like I said earlier, pre-prepared response versus sort of live reaction. And yeah, you're gonna have a big issue of like, say somebody is intentionally not including information for the sake of making a dramatic point later. Like Salt Factory intentionally did not include that Kodlak would get to go to Sovngarde in order to kind of do what he's trying to do, which is plot summary. EFAP is weak to that because of the fact that they're going through and live reacting to it. So if somebody is intentionally lying, is doing something rhetorical, then they tend to get taken advantage of for that.
Substance to be called anything beyond average. At this point, I'd like to jump to the next guild, but I haven't actually activated the dragons yet, and everyone knows that Skyrim isn't Skyrim without dragons, so I gotta go talk to the Jarl of Whiterun to press the activate dragons button and get this show on the road.
But why not do that sooner? It's not like it's a long quest.
But first, I gotta talk to this triangle. I don't like Farengar. It always seems like his...
Also, they don't compliment much at all. Hardly any positive criticism. All just smack talk. I mean, that's what's easy. Well, not just easy. Sometime pretend to do what I'm doing and kind of see how easy it is to latch on to negative stuff and not really praise positive stuff. Like, there's gonna be a lot of Salt fans in the audience who are looking at me like, wow, you must hate Salt Fact. But it was the same thing with the Will Loves Video Games video. Everybody assumed that I hated that video, and I think it's in the upper end of Oblivion videos. It's one of those things like, yeah, we're focusing on the negativity, but like, it's really, really hard to focus on the positivity and say, oh, he did that well, because that's just kind of meekly like, yes, I agree. And then you move on. Whereas we will stop and debate a point that he's wrong, or that I think he's wrong about or disagree with. So, well, he praised the environment design and you gave him grief for it immediately. No, that's not connected to the point. We're not talking about him being positive. We're talking about me, or in this case, EFAP being positive. So we're talking about us praising. What do I think Salt Factory is doing right? And I think the answer would probably be maybe the order of events. For the style of, I've never played Skyrim and I want to know what a playthrough is like, not spoiling certain twists, I guess, is a good thing. I don't know. I haven't seen enough to really come to a conclusion about what he's doing right.
But first, I gotta talk to this triangle. I don't like Farengar. It always seems like his main focus is crossing his arms and his secondary focus is speaking.
Yes, I could use someone to fetch something for me.
He wants me to retrieve something called a dragon stone to help him with his research. This is a really weird task, all things considered. I mean, I come into this place going, holy shit, dude, a dragon just decimated Helgen, and it looked like it was heading this way, even though it obviously wasn't, because it would have beaten me here like 20 times before I got here on foot. And the Jarl's like, oh shit, dude, yeah, we better get some people on this. Go talk to the court wizard. And then Farengar goes, yeah, I guess go get me this stone. It'll help me know what a dragon is.
Yeah, but that's intentional. Farengar's character is that he's kind of disconnected from the reality of the situation. Like, he's not taking the dragon thing as seriously as he should. And you see that later when he tries to experiment on Odahviing, which is obviously going to be a bad idea for him. Plus, it's like, is Salt doing a repeat of that, the Mages Guild thing where it's like he yelled, how aren't they figuring this out? Well, I mean, you're being tasked with a side activity because what are you going to do? You don't know where the dragon is, so you can't send people out to hunt it down. So it's like, all you can do is wait and respond to whatever happens. Farengar without a hood. Is that a thing? Farengar without the hood. Oh God, what the hell? Holy shit! Does he actually have the facial hair? It's like a oh, he has facial hair. It's just in shadow. Wow. That's funny. You're being tasked with a side activity, so what can you do? Yeah, that's kind of the point is, again, it's like there's no immediate obvious solution. So it's like, yeah, you're being sent off to do something that's tangentially related, and maybe not the most important, but what is Balgriff going to send you to do?
Yeah, to the court wizard. And then Farengar goes, yeah, I guess, yeah, I guess go get me this stone. It'll help me know what a dragon is. Yep, get to it. So you run off to the puzzle cavern to try to get to the bottom of this
There you
whole
go. That's the full context. Was I wrong?
Oh God, what do I do? Holy shit. Oh, thank God,
I wonder if this is a joke. And then they're like, no, wait, we gotta do it like this. Oh my God, I can't believe you don't get that this is a puzzle. Balmareth will rise again. And then the one guy in the chat who takes everything he says as a joke or like rhetorical or he needs to finish the sentence will go, gosh, he's obviously joking. It's like, no shit. This is what Salt Factory facetiously making a point actually looks like. So stop saying that he's making a point and I just don't get it. Because this is what it's actually like. It's really obvious. Pictures. I wonder if OBS can do GIFs. Yeah. That fits really well because she looks at the chat and then she face palms. I don't understand why this upsets you. Which part? The part where the chat is being morons and constantly going, oh no, he's doing it sarcastically, and then like the sarcasm part never comes.
I do. Holy shit. Oh, thank God, I was gonna guess Hawk, man. After the bandit gives you the golden claw willingly, you take it on over to the next puzzle chamber and learn a dwagon shout, before grabbing the stone and scooting back to Isosceles. I don't know what's up with Farengar that bothers me so much, but it feels like someone directed the voice actor to sound as ridiculous as possible.
Shout?
Most of his lines seem like they were done in one take or something. I don't know.
Yes, don't worry. Although the chance to see a living dragon up close would be tremendously...
How many people actually have the Farengar voice actor? That would be good to find out, because it sounds like placeholder dialogue that got left in the game, but apparently he had like a dedicated voice actor, so... Chat are morons. They're like unrefined YouTube comments. What is she up to right now? She's busy being based and soon to be my wife.
Valuable. Now, let me show you something else I found. Very intriguing.
But yeah, as you return with the stone, a guard comes running in to tell everyone that a dragon is circling one of the towers outside of town. The Jarl has you go with Irileth to do something about the situation, but not before she gives a rousing speech to all 4 of Whiterun's guards. I hope that someday Bethesda will go, hey, maybe we should have NPCs steer clear of important dialogue areas, because being complimented by a random guard mid-conversation about a dragon attack really pulls me out of the mood. You know, I gotta say, the concept of dragons has almost entirely lost its excitement for me. Back when the game came out, the idea of these big things roaming around the world while I adventured was almost theatrical for me. It was one of those things that really made me feel like I had entered a new era of gaming. But since then, the concept is so normal to me that I don't really ever get super excited by the thought of random dragon encounters. Now, all that being said, when I initially fought this dragon for the first time in maybe, 5 years, it really did feel pretty goddamn close to those feelings that I had in 2011. There's a lot of this game that I...
Because this is like the one area that's designed around having a dragon fight. Because they put it in cover and stuff. No, I hate the chat, but I do it for the shit I hate. Come on now. It's a really simple concept, I would think. It's like It's like going to McDonald's. Man, do I hate McDonald's, but I'll still go. They got fast food. It's going to come up again with salt, but why do people think humor and analysis are mutually exclusive? Well, no, I don't think they're exclusive. I think that, well, okay, a lot of analysts are going to be nerdy people who don't understand humor, so there's that element. But the main thing I'm complaining about is we watched that entire Will video, and I was told the entire time, he's being sarcastic. It's a joke. It's a joke. And then the video ended. And they were all wrong that it was a joke and that I just didn't get it. That's what I'm complaining about, is the chat is being extremely generous with their interpretation of what Salt's trying to do here. And then we've shown time and time again that they're just wrong. A lot of comedy in reviews just tend to be bad. Yeah, that's true. It's because, and I'm guilty of this, we just suck at writing jokes. Let's be completely honest. Humor's hard. Humor is, everybody thinks that they can be a comedian, but humor is legitimately hard. I think you only remember the chat that tilts you. No, I try to read most everything. Chat's not, even the live chat's not so fast that I can't try to keep up with it. But it's that same element of, if I agree, then I probably won't read it.
I am used to, and there's a lot of things that have aged poorly. But that initial excitement of a dragon swooping in and spewing fire from its mouth onto a town guard is like something out of a fantasy novel. I'm sure that I'll recline back into that unimpressed mode that I'm used to soon enough. But for now, this has gotta be one of the top instances of me feeling really goddamn cool in an Elder Scrolls game when the town guard surrounds me after I absorb this dragon's soul and shout into the air.
I can't believe it. You're Dragonborn.
When you return to Whiterun, a noise can be heard in the distance.
All we ask is to... I don't care what you do. After what happened, you're lucky I don't toss you in jail. Now get low.
Upon returning to the Jarl, he appoints...
Yeah, see, that awkwardness only happens if you fast travel back to Whiterun. Which, I mean, don't mistake that as me saying you can't fast travel. Okay, I'm just saying. So that's a tacit endorsement of every chat message you don't read. Yes, I completely endorse every single thing that the chat says. Unequivocally, unironically. Oh, what's the joke? There is no joke. I'm obviously not saying something that I disagree with. I definitely don't disavow all you fuckers.
Points you as Thane of Whiterun and lets you know that the noise outside was the Greybeards shouting for you to come to them. You're told to head there and meet with them, but that's where we're going to put a bookmark on the main quest line.
Well, my whole point is, the way that I think the sequence is intended to be designed is you kill the dragon, you become the Dragonborn, and then as you run back to Whiterun, you hear the Dovahkiin shout, and I think it's intended that way because that way they don't have to answer the question of why doesn't everybody stop and kind of wonder about what just happened.
Let's go do some cool-ass Dark Brotherhood shit. So joining the Dark Brotherhood is a lot more of a direct approach in Skyrim rather than Oblivion. If you visit Winterhold, you might stumble upon the talk of this kid
Well, talk about whiplash.
on the main quest line. Let's go do some cool-ass Dark Brotherhood shit.
Yeah. I hope that's not your final opinion on the Dark Brotherhood, but I can't help but notice that the next 20 minutes are going to be on this topic. I can't help but think you might think it's cool. I am a closet Salt Factory fan. Whiplash is a good movie. Is having daughters the ultimate cuckoldry? I cannot think or comprehend of anything more cucked than having a daughter. It's true. That's 30? Oh yeah, you're right. It is 30. It's worse than we thought. I'm sure it'll go fast. It depends on... If he's over the mechanical parts, then it'll go by fast. If he keeps interjecting mechanics in the middle, which nothing wrong with that, I'm just saying if he does that, then we're in for a long while.
So joining the Dark Brotherhood is a lot more of a direct approach in Skyrim rather than Oblivion. If you visit Winterhold, you might stumble upon the talk of this kid attempting to summon the Dark Brotherhood to kill someone. When you go to visit the home of this kid, you get to witness some creepy Children of the Corn shit where this kid is chanting over a skeleton.
Sweet mother, send a child unto me, for the sins of the unworthy must be baptized in blood and fear.
I don't think that's exactly the right
but
reference.
He gets super excited when he sees you and explains that when his mom died, he got sent to an orphanage in Riften. The caretaker there is supposedly an awful person who he wants dead. So now you get to decide if you want to make that happen. Riften is a shithole. Like, of all the cities to not want to live in, Riften is at the top of that list.
We were just talking about this, and Riften is probably up there as one of the better cities to live in, because most of the cities are kind of shitholes. This must be like a... I wonder where Salt's from. This must be like a Seattleite thing, like everything outside of Seattle is just a shithole, except for Solitude's the good city. Riften's like in the middle. Does Riften not have a smelter? That's interesting if true. Skyrim's just kind of a terrible place to live, yeah. Salt is California? That makes sense. No, I'm not from Seattle.
There's constant shakedowns, talk of shady shit, and some asshole who named himself after a weapon tells you to leave.
Yeah? Well, I got news for you. There's nothing to see here.
So it makes sense that this character...
No. He didn't tell you to leave. He told you that, he told you that there's no crime. Okay? Don't be like Mjolli. Is her name Mjolli or Mjol? The strong Nordic woman. Just trying to find a good image is all. I might queue them up if they're on the smaller side. Like instead of removing them, we kind of like have 2 at a time. There you go. How are the subs geologically distributed? The subs?
Caretaker is apparently the worst person ever. And conveniently, right as you walk in, this old bagel is telling all the kids that they'll never be adopted or loved. So you give her the old razzle-dazzle and she topples like Glass Joe and Punch-Out.
Until the day you come of age and get thrown into that wide, horrible world. Now, what do you all say?
You don't even have to bother with this shit. Nobody reports you.
In a moment that can only be described as sheer voice acting bliss, the kids all shout and cheer and laugh, and I imagine they're at least 15% less sad now. So after reporting back to the kid who set this up...
I think it's a big tonal issue, because there's just suddenly this quest with like... that's really dark, but has a ton of humor. Geological distribution of, I guess, subscribers. Mostly American.
I take the absolute fattest nap that I can, and wake up in an abandoned shack. That's how good that nap was. It's here where I'm confronted by one of the Dark Brotherhood members, who commends me for my kill, but explains that it was...
Wait. Did he mention the note?
Laugh, and I imagine they're at least 15% less sad now. So after reporting back to the kid who set this up, I take the absolute fattest...
Yeah, you have to get the note before this works. Because I actually had that issue. Wasn't the humor problem the same one the Oblivion Dark Brotherhood had? While true, the opening is fairly serious. Like nobody's laughing at Rufio's death or anything like that. You kind of have to get a ways in, and even then, most of the humor is just like the fucked up personalities of the people in the sanctuary. It's not like the kids going, "Yeah, Grella got murdered. When I grow up, I'm gonna be an assassin." That kind of humor. Isn't the kid summoning the Dark Brotherhood using his mother's body? There's no confirmation whose body it is. And the thing is, Windhelm has a bunch of unburied bodies due to the serial killer that lives there. And they're unburied because they have to wait until the ground thaws to actually put them in the ground.
Nap that I can, and wake up in an abandoned shack. That's how good that nap was. It's here where I'm confronted by one of the Dark Brotherhood members, who commends me for my kill, but explains that
You don't need the note, you just can't sleep in Windhelm. Oh, is that how it works? I'm trying to remember. I definitely tried sleeping at Candlehearth Hall, but I think I went, because I did it twice, and the first time I slept at Candlehearth Hall, and then I think I went to Breeze Home and tried to sleep there, and it didn't work either. And it would not. I kept trying to sleep, and it wouldn't work until I got the note that says we know. Then it would let me in. But I don't recall how the second character went. How does it even work that you need a body to summon the Dark Brotherhood? That was always a weird thing. I don't think you need a body. You just need you need human flesh and you need a human heart, which is less and more work.
that it was their kill that I stole. So to make up for this, I'm to kill one of these 3 captives. The first one, who has the title of Fearless, is ironically the most fearful. He seems to be an honest sellsword who doesn't want to die. The second one seems to be a very fearless mother of many children who just wants to get back home and feed them and doesn't care at all about dying. The third is an absolute asshole who titles himself as the Defiler of Daughters and says that he'd tell his associates not to gut you in the streets if you didn't kill him. I was actually super excited about this quest at first. It's a pretty gruesome setup at first glance, which is awesome, but the fact that you can kill any combination of these people and Astrid will just be satisfied, I don't know. It just feels like it was almost a great introduction, but it just kind of fell flat.
Okay, so what's your proposal? It's a great introduction, but it falls flat, so how do you fix it? I've made you, Salt Factory. You're now the lead designer on the Dark Brotherhood quest. Is your next line going to be a proposal on how you reconcile this issue? Because here's the thing. I don't really know of a good way to reconcile this issue. So I can sympathize if you don't want to do it. But it feels like what you really need is an explanation of what you think would be adequate. Should there be an answer that the player can figure out? How does the chat think this quest flows better? He explains how to fix it in like 3 seconds. He better. Historically, I've been right about this. I'd be surprised if I was suddenly wrong.
I don't know. It just feels like it was almost a great introduction, but it just kind of fell flat. Like, why not have all 3 sound pretty innocent and make you do some kind of detective work?
That's a really generic solution. Just make them sound innocent and make you ask questions, okay? No, the part is there a correct answer? How does the player figure out the correct answer?
Or why not make it so that Astrid tells you that you chose wrong with the first kill, and then you have to kill another one, and then the last one, just to get across what the Dark Brotherhood embodies?
Okay, sure. Fuck it. Why not? That's honestly the best way around it, because I don't know, I have really conflicted feelings on this quest, because there's no answer, obviously. Typically in Elder Scrolls, the way they do it is there'll be an answer, but they don't tell you. But this quest pretty obviously didn't have like an answer like, oh yeah, Vosh is definitely the one who had the contract. And so it's so open to interpretation. Somebody was writing to me about how like Astrid was the one that has the contract. You can kill all 3 of them, which he seems to miss. He kind of lampshades it because he's like, he talks about Astrid will acknowledge any of the combinations. I don't know. It feels like his solution is like a really basic, like, so you kill one, but you're always wrong, and then you have to kill a second one. That seems to be leaning into the themes of the faction as like sadists, which I don't think is a good route. I think that from my perspective, there should be either be a correct answer, or you stick with the Bethesda thing is there is no correct answer, but the correct answer is Astrid. Well, we all know that. There should be a correct answer, but it should be hidden information somewhere in the Dark Brotherhood layer. No waypoint to find it, just search desks. Yeah, and maybe you can like find it after the fact. But the thing is, the quest kind of establishes that there's pretty reasonable cause to, I think his proposed idea is better than there is no correct answer. Well, obviously. I think that there should be a correct answer, but it should be hard for the player to figure out. And, like, you can't figure it out at the shack. It's only after the fact. So then you determine if your intuition was right or not. Clairvoyance doesn't work. It'll keep switching up. Clairvoyance will keep switching between the targets. So, because the way clairvoyance works is it points at one of the quest targets, but since there's 3 of them, it'll point at him, and then you cast it again, it'll point at her, and then you cast it again, and it'll point at him.
The title of Fearless.
So, unless the point is that there is no correct answer, yeah, but like he's saying, it feels weak because it feels like Emil just kind of wrote down, yeah, the player's going to do this brutal thing. The only interesting part is if you kill everybody, Astrid will acknowledge it and say, well, the contract had to be one of them, so guess you made sure. Fucking auto emotes. It's mystery box bullshit. Yeah, that was the conclusion that we kind of came to when we were last discussing this particular quest.
So to make up for this, I'm to kill one of these 3 captives. The first one, who has the title of Fearless, is ironically the most fearful. He seems to be an honest sellsword who doesn't want to die. The second one seems to be a very fearless...
Yeah, but come on, honest sellsword? Someone... Again, they all have legitimate reasons to have contracts on them. Or afterwards you find out none of them had a contract on their heads. Well, that's the thing, is none of them do have contracts because there's no listener. So the Dark Brotherhood's been working by ear to find the Black Sacraments. No, clairvoyance doesn't tell you. It keeps switching targets. I don't know why I have to keep telling people this. You think I didn't look up some way to kind of pull an epic own on Bethesda? Come on now. Is this the quest? Yeah. Oh, hang on. We can look at the note thing. Yeah, so the note thing, you have to get the note. Or at least that's what the UESP says. So, here we go. If you cast clairvoyance inside the shack, it will point at a random captive, changing every time you cast the spell. I've got bad news for you. Whichever person you think is the person, not actually it. How about they send a different Dark Brotherhood member, and if they kill a captive, they leave and tell you they've already framed you for the kidnappings. If you kill the Dark Brotherhood member, you get in. The blood price must be paid by either you or one of the 3. Well, the blood price thing was always stupid. Like, oh, you stole our kill. Well, fucking, you know, I was hearing for weeks that Argentino was doing the Black Sacrament. Where the fuck were you?
Mother of many children.
I always like to steal the hoods.
Who just wants to get back home and feed them and doesn't care at all about dying. The third is an absolute asshole who titles himself as the defiler of daughters and says that he'd tell his associates not to gut you in the streets if you didn't kill him. I was actually super excited about this quest at first.
They didn't plan. I don't think they planned for it. I think it was just a side effect of there being quest markers on all 3 of them.
It's a pretty gruesome setup at first glance, which is awesome, but the fact that you can kill any combination of these people and Astrid will just be satisfied, I don't know. It just feels like it was almost a great introduction, but it just kind of fell flat. Like, why not have all 3 sound pretty innocent and make you do some kind of detective work? Or why not?
If they were all innocent, it would be really difficult to kind of characterize them correctly to be able to make the player figure it out. Because if it's just like 3 random people, like the way it's set up now, each one makes sense. The sellsword probably kills somebody and they want revenge. The mom's a bitch and somebody probably just wants her dead. Vasha is the most obvious as being somebody who would have a contract on his head.
Why not make it so that Astrid tells you that you chose wrong with the first kill, and then you have to kill another one, and then the last one, just to get across what the Dark Brotherhood embodies. I don't know. The alternative to this quest is killing Astrid, which leads you on a path to
I never liked the Dark Brotherhood as a death cult.
dismantling the Dark Brotherhood by killing everyone in the Sanctuary, which is also a very lackluster option. Astrid does explain
Lackluster? Everybody loves the Penitus Oculatus path. The best part about the Penitus Oculatus path is that it doesn't actually conflict with somebody who does the Dark Brotherhood, because it like lines up pretty well. It's believable that like maybe Astrid had like gone off to recruit a new member and they betrayed them. And I mean, there's some holes in it, but they almost neatly like fit together that both could be canon. Yeah, you obviously get less because you don't get to do the quest line, but it's a really good role-playing faction that you actually get to destroy the faction. Like, who doesn't like this? What is the Dark Brotherhood's motivation? Seems like only outsiders join who aren't already believing in their religion. Well, that's kind of the weird thing is, you can't really have initiates to Sithis. Like, it seems like every person you would invite to the Dark Brotherhood would be a huge gamble on whether or not they'd actually be down with the religious elements. But everybody's always known that the Dark Brotherhood's kind of like the weakest faction in terms of canon.
to you that all you simply needed to do was kill when ordered. So I get what they were trying to drive at with this entire thing, but it just feels like they squandered an opportunity here with this setup. I don't know, maybe that's just me. I will say that it's nice to have dialogue for every possible combination of kills. Either way, after this, you're cordially invited to join the family in their sanctuary. Of course,
9 whole dialogue lines. I'd like if the Penitus Oculatus questline had individual quests taking out each member of the Brotherhood. Well, I think it would be neat if, like, you played the Penitus Oculatus questline, and like it had a counter for each of the Dark Brotherhood quests, at least as far as the Emperor assassination goes. So maybe like you get to save the Emperor. I mean, obviously that's just kind of ideas guiding it, but I think even as is, it's sufficient because at least it gives a lawful good player the option, like an out. That isn't just, if you don't like them, just ignore them.
this was all just a clever ruse to blow out your eardrums when you knock on the sanctuary door.
Are you going to do it to us?
It's here in the sanctuary where you're told to introduce yourself to the other members of the...
But what's the issue? Do you know what the issue with the door is? No, you don't. It's sibilance. The S sounds are extremely piercing in Elder Scrolls. But then it would no longer make sense that both can be canon. Yeah, I guess adding a secondary quest line... no, it wouldn't really, because... Okay, the idea is... the way it works is basically the canon Dark Brotherhood player joins and does like the first couple quests, and then Astrid goes and recruits the non-canon Dark Brotherhood player, and they destroy the faction at around the same time that the faction gets destroyed in the quest. The only thing that's broken with it is that Astrid dies too early, but I'm just thinking like in terms of like Elder Scrolls 6, how do you explain what happened with the Dark Brotherhood? You can say that both things happened. Dragon breaks are lame, though. Why does the Emperor need to die? Because otherwise you end up with a reports conflict about what really happened kind of lameness.
The family. It's also here where we learn that the Dark Brotherhood is just a sitcom in this game.
Okay, wait, here we go. Oh, you're such a pretty...
Is it that different from its Oblivion characterization? Is it really?
little girl with the sweetie like a sweetie. Oh yes, how about some shock? Oh yes, please, kind sir. My mama and papa left me all alone. I'm so very... Your teeth! No!
Oh. What's Dark Brotherhood Oblivion Orc?
Welcome. Welcome to the family. I'd hug you, but Ochiva told me not to. So, your first contract. No chance for a bonus, huh? Oh, that's all right.
Is
You're
this the
better
right-
off at raw skill. And talk to him before you do. One time, I had a contract to kill a little Nord girl at her birthday party. She asked me if I was the jester. So I...
It's exactly the same. Come on.
Can be frustratingly dumb.
I actually should save that. 1257 of the Angry Joe video. Frustratingly dumb. That's a good line. Are we gonna have to play a game of like, what is Salt going to say about this Dark Brotherhood that actually could be applied to the Oblivion Dark Brotherhood?
But you are so rich.
What about you, Festus? How did that last contract turn out? Oh, yes, please.
Talk about a really rocky start, like holy shit. I mean, there's no reason these guys can't get along and talk about stuff, but wow. It's just all very campy for a group of murderers, and it's so perfectly convenient for them to have this big circle jerk right as you slide in for the first time like
How does this not apply to the Oblivion Dark Brotherhood? When you walk in the first time in the Oblivion Dark Brotherhood, there's a bunch of scripted conversations that are basically the same as this.
Kramer. Man, you guys are not gonna believe the murder that I just did. Okay. Good meeting. So you get your first 3 contracts all at once, and they're all really basic because it's just kind of the grunt work that you gotta put in. It's what I expect at this point. I really can't be too disappointed with it because the lack of it is what irked me about the companions. But I do wonder why this dude literally pointed out that I must be a Dark Brotherhood member, and then just went back to dipping his hands into the fire. Weird. Enter Cicero.
Hey man, he doesn't want to die cold. The thing is, some murderers would probably not take death as seriously as others. Yeah, I mean that's the idea, but Oblivion and Skyrim go like so far to the opposite that like no murderers take what they're doing seriously. Because Emil admits that it's like supposed to be darkly comedic.
Cicero is the keeper for the Dark Brotherhood. He apparently carts around the night.
Okay, I get what's throwing me off. His continuity was really weird. And I was kind of confused because I did the quests in a different order. So it's like Cicero showed up later for me. And I was like, wait, he's already at Cicero? Did I like black out? No, Emil did not talk about defanging the Dark Brotherhood for the ESRB. He talked about defanging the Dark Brotherhood for the player. He didn't want the player to feel grisly in what they were doing.
Night Mother's body to keep it safe. I like Cicero because his voice acting is fucking amazing.
Oh, what a kind and wise wizard you are, sure to earn our lady's favor.
What I don't like is the very on-the-nose foreseeable twist, where he talks under his breath about overthrowing Astrid as the leader while he's 20 inches away from you.
Oh yes, mistress. You're the boss. For now.
Yeah, but I mean, these games are full of those bacon underscore moments of like, the Thieves Guild guy telling you about where the Gray Fox is located right in front of the guard. I don't want a death cult assassin to feel grisly about what they do. Well, that's what he said. Let him finish.
What I don't like is the very on-the-nose foreseeable twist, where he talks under his breath about overthrowing Astrid as the leader while he's 20 inches away from you.
Oh yes, mistress. You're the boss. For now. Another member of the family!
He also explains that the Dark Brotherhood is basically a husk of its former self. There's no listener, and there hasn't been for a while. And apparently this sanctuary is the last Dark Brotherhood base in the entire province. So a lot has happened in the 200 years since Oblivion. That's when it felt like the Dark Brotherhood was extremely feared in every corner of the province. But I imagine the lack of a listener would...
It was so feared that nobody ever really talked about it. I don't buy that the Dark Brotherhood was ever strong. I mean, I guess... No, not really.
be a huge detriment to getting things done. I mean, shit, at this point, these guys are raising a fuss about a kid offering up silverware as payment, so they've definitely seen better days. Man, I just walked into this chamber to hear these two talking to each other, and I thought, oh, this is a decent interaction for idle chit-chat between two members. Then I went to use the enchantment table, and I hear this dude say the exact same prompt, worded the exact same way that the little girl just said to him to initiate the first conversation.
Suicide mission. Astrid said as much. Yet here, you stand hale and hearty.
It was a suicide mission. Astrid said as much.
Mm-hmm.
Here you stand hale.
Yeah, it's such a weird thing. The different voice actors having the same lines. And I brought it up before, the everybody has a line about hiding in the mammoth to accomplish their job. Babette's voice actor is fucking terrible. She does not enunciate anything she says. So listening to her talk is really painful, especially because I'm like supposed to be taking her seriously as like she's a mature woman, but she's in the body of a little girl. But the way that she's presented is just she's a little girl.
And hearty.
Are you fucking kidding me, Bethesda?
Are you?
I mean, the introductory bit where all the
This seems a bit extreme.
members are talking about random bullshit it's whatever. It's tacky, but it serves a purpose to introduce the player to the gang to some degree. But now you're telling me that you couldn't come up with some other dialogue to give the player knowledge about how these family members operate? You really thought that this was the best method of immersion into the game?
You gave him a bat credit card?
Oh, but it gets better. When you turn in your contracts, not only do you get made fun of for doing them because they were so easy, but you also get to hear a stupid joke about one of them.
Of course she is. I hear the mining business is extremely cutthroat. And those hours, they're murder. I could do this all day.
What happened to this guild? How did we go from this...
Excellent. Now please, accept this token from the Dark Brotherhood. It is a virgin blade.
to this...
He is a virgin. Yeah, that was kind of the thing, is Nazir has like dad energy. It's weird that like he had no issue with the with like the first quest, but now he has an issue with the Dark Brotherhood being a total catastrophe.
This.
Congratulations. You slaughtered an emaciated beggar in cold blood.
Anyways, you get assigned a contract where you get to keep...
But, okay. Okay, maybe he's doing a thing where he's taking it out of context and he'll address it later, but like, when you start out, Nazir gives you shit. But as you progress, he becomes increasingly respectful of what you're accomplishing. So it's almost like the goal is to present the player as increasingly becoming respected by the Brotherhood. You can compare Oblivion's Nord Girl jokes to the finale of this guild in the exact same way. Honestly, I thought Nazir was the most appropriate humor of the questline, because it's obvious that it was meant to be tacky, like in universe, whereas like you were supposed to take the comedy more seriously with the other stuff.
Keep every part of the reward for yourself, and are sent off to Markarth to talk to a woman who has recently performed the Black Sacrament. She wants an ex-lover dead. The guy is a leader of a bandit group because, of course he is, but I have to give credit for them coming up with a feasible storyline for what happened. This dude showed up at a funeral to take advantage of her in her grief and rob her and her family that she was
The one time that they explained the motive of the person asking for the assassination.
visiting. So now I'm off to get revenge for her. That's kind of cool. What sucks is that no matter what time of day it is, this guy is just watching his two friends around a camp.
Hang on, I'm going to read this sarcastically. What are you really trying to accomplish? Don't let your ego cloud how you view Salt. Jesus Christ. Yes, what I'm really trying to accomplish here. You can start recording here and clip this. I am trying to undermine my competitors and take him out and prove that he is a stupid doo-doo head who's bad at making videos. That's my true goal here. No, I've explained it before. And I'm not really going to keep explaining the context of what we're doing.
Campfire, and they're tenderly staring back. Just super lazy. I mean, shit, if you want me to fight the guy without sneak killing him, can you just have him sleep in a cell that needs a specific key or something?
You see those stairs? You go up them, and there's these, like, Dwemer crossbow things. Oh, they're ballistas. And you pull a lever, and then they get shot. Please address it.
If you want me to fight the guy without sneak killing him, can you just have him sleep in a cell that needs a specific key or something?
No shit, it's weak. I said doo-doo head.
Speaking of keys and lockpicking, I see no reason for the lockpicking tree in this game. I mean, you can open any level of lock with—
I see he doesn't. You gotta let him finish. Dude, OSHA would be all over the fucking oil slicks that are in dungeons. It's absurd.
with level 15 lockpicking. And the only two perks—
Yeah, but you have to wait when their dialogue finishes, and then you can use them.
I would be interested in are Golden Touch and Treasure Hunter. What a silly system. Anyways, you bop—
Wait, what?
Sleep in a cell that needs a specific key or something?
This is like what people accuse me of doing. It's like synopsis, synopsis, synopsis. A single sentence about a mechanic, synopsis, and it's like that's exactly what I've been accused of.
Speaking of keys and lockpicking, I see no reason for the lockpicking tree in this game. I mean, you can open—
I mean, okay, so I agree with that.
any level of lock with level 15 lockpicking. And the only two perks I would be interested in are Golden Touch and Treasure Hunter. What a silly system. Anyways, you bop—
So, lockpicking's useless. I'm only interested in these two perks. How silly. And it's like, wait, no, stop. Like, how do you fix it? Do you make the locks more difficult? So that, like, the, making the perks that make lockpicking easier are more useful? Like, what's your thoughts? Yes. Actually, no. There's an uptick, and it's because somehow doesn't White Light have more subscribers? Like, am I on crazy pills here? Okay, so White Light has more of an active viewership than Salt Factory, but somehow the White Light fanboys didn't come out in full force the same way that the Salt Factory fanboys have come out. Is a joke. Yeah, what can you do? So you can't criticize something without having a better solution. You can't say my burger is bad without being able to make a better one. Did I say you need to be able to make a better one? I just said that you need to offer up alternatives. If your burger's bad because it was cooked in a boiler that was using shit instead of oil, I think that you could approximate a solution to say, hey, can you use better equipment? And even then, most people who have bad burgers can justify a lot of the reasons why it's shit. I mean, have you heard anybody who's ever said that the burgers don't look like the advertisements? Like, yeah, most people can figure out if you used a fresher bun or a thicker patty or more savory flavors. It's like really basic stuff. If your burger's bad, just install mods. Good burgers aren't hard. The way you make a good hamburger is you take the ground meat and you like form it into a bowl, and you take your hamburger spices and you pour it into the burger bowl, and then you crush it up and you rub it around and get the spices all throughout the meat, and then you flatten it out to the shape that you want, and then you grill it. You don't just put the spices on top. You're taking notes, right? Why are you not writing down things at these points where you want a solution with your own solution? Well, what would... Okay, let me understand your logic here. You want me to sit down and say... Salt didn't propose an alternative. I'm not taking notes on a Salt Factory epic debunked thing. I'm looking for stuff like he says that different voice actors have the same lines, because there's a chance, I think Mr. Caption apparently said the same thing. There's a chance that I could quote them instead of saying it myself, as this is a common sentiment that people feel. I'm not the only person who points this out. Hey, I didn't start with the burger analogy. I just worked with the one that was provided. You're taking notes for a video. He doesn't come up with a lockpicking solution, so what's the solution? I literally just... I said when he didn't bring it up, I said, okay, how do you... Okay, so you think that it doesn't work. How do you propose solutions? And then I proposed my own solution. I said, do you make lockpicking more difficult so that there's more justification to get the perks to make it easier? What are good burger spices? I mostly only use pepper and salt. It depends on what you're going for. If you're going for savory, you should get garlic and onion powder, and oregano would be pretty good. Cilantro, depending on if you aren't one of those people that are genetically built to have cilantro taste like salt, taste like soap. If you're going for a more spicy feel, then like cayenne, sriracha, with garlic powder, you still need that. Obviously, salt and pepper, that goes without saying. Paprika is going to be pretty good, yeah. I prefer a spicy burger, but most people I have to cook for don't, so...
Pop on back to Astrid to report the news, and she tells you that she thinks that Cicero is insane and has been conspiring against her with someone else. Some of these dialogue options that I can choose from are just dog shit, honestly. I don't want to be this erratic, or this somber, or this edgy, but I have to pick one of them. I really just miss some...
How do I say this as politely as possible? It seems like complaining for complaining's sake. And how I'll clarify that is, typically when you see Skyrim dialogue, you're almost never presented with options. He's then comes to the one faction which has like consistent dialogue options for pretty much every dialogue in the faction, and then this is where he goes, I don't like these options. And it's like, but motherfucker, you didn't have options when you did the companions.
Some of the options that you got in Morrowind or Oblivion. So this nutty broad wants me to lie inside...
I'm sorry, did you say that we had options in Morrowind?
I don't want to be this erratic, or this somber, or this edgy, but I have...
I wouldn't say that it's erratic, somber, and edgy. It was more like there was always a pragmatic option. There was always an option that like invoked religion, and then there was always the silence option.
To pick one of them. I really just miss some of the options that you got in Morrowind or Oblivion.
Yeah, okay. You didn't... You can count on one hand the dialogue in Morrowind that actually gave you options. How many went full silence? That's a good question. My problem with full silence is that you still have to talk at various points. So it's not like you're being a mute. It's more like you're just being rude. Because you still have to occasionally ask questions. Isn't it basically the same options you had in Oblivion with the Dark Brotherhood? Yeah, you would have... Well, I don't know. I'd have to go back and look. The silence thing is consistent. I don't recall if the Oblivion options were a choice between pragmatism and religion. These options have the same results anyways. Yeah, I think that's a consistent thing. It bothered me how often I would be presented with dialogue and it would turn out exactly the same. Let's see. Let's look at the Muri quest, because I think... Yeah, like typically when... Typically on the UESP, when there's multiple options, they'll actually state out the dialogue and what choices result in what options, but almost always each dialogue option goes to the same point. I like the logic of it's better than X, so we should just accept it. No. It's unusual, maybe disingenuous, to reserve this criticism for the place where the game does it best. Is it better than Fallout 4? I know a lot of people don't like Fallout 4 because you have the occasional yes, 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 no, and you have like sarcastic yes, lawful yes, chaotic yes, tell me more, you know, that kind of bullshit. But I still feel like Fallout 4 provided more options than Skyrim. Just less options than previous Fallout games. Hate newspapers, yeah. Yeah, I don't like how random my character's responses are going to be. It's like somehow worse than Red Dead, where it's like I press the button and then my character just starts going on a fucking racist tirade. And it's like, whoa, I just wanted to like admonish them. I didn't want to like call out their entire existence.
So this nutty broad wants me to lie inside the coffin of the Night Mother with her corpse to spy on Cicero and the person that he's talking to. Apparently brewing an invisibility potion would never work, so we gotta...
Well, what if Cicero casts Detect Life?
Hop in that coffin with the dead chick. Alrighty.
Well, I guess that's true. What if he casts Detect Life anyways? How do you get around that problem? I think it's the idea that Astrid's being more paranoid about how Cicero acts than is realistic.
Well, as it turns out...
Yeah, Detect Life is in Skyrim. It's just a high-level alteration spell, so nobody ever really gets it.
You're the big listening boy that the Dark Brotherhood has been craving this whole time. The Night Mother gives you an order, has you speak some password to Cicero so that he knows, and then Astrid comes running in. Cicero's been talking to the Night Mother this entire time and trying to overthrow Astrid, by the way, but now he's just an excited lad. The guy might sound like the little lad from the old Starburst Berries and Cream commercial.
Berries and cream, oh, the little lad who loves berries and cream.
What?
He's just running in. Cicero's been talking to the Night Mother this entire time and trying to overthrow Astrid, by the way, but now he's just an excited lad.
Oh,
the guy might sound like the little lad from the old Starburst Berries and Cream commercial.
I get it.
Sucked into his...
And a listener. She has chosen you.
But the voice acting is really goddamn good for Cicero. I really can't help but get sucked into his absolute insanity. So you fill in Astrid about what just happened, and she has this huge conflict where she's excited, but she's also perplexed about you, of all people, being the new listener. But then ultimately decides that she doesn't want to be undermined so hastily. So she has you do some side jobs while she thinks about how to proceed. It's a measured response, and I feel like I'd also question the newest...
He said it. A measured response. Skyrim. That's just funny.
member in the escaped circus clowns proceed. It's a measured response, and I feel like I'd also question the newest member in the escaped circus clown's word. So it's off to do 2 more contracts, which are really easy and lack any real substance. Man, remember the crazy shit that you'd have to do, or like the unique ways to kill people in general that came with Oblivion's Dark Brotherhood contracts? It's insane to me how cut and dry the—
Do you remember the second half of the Dark Brotherhood questline? Because you seem to have like a... You only seem to remember the good parts. I remember all the contracts that were just go to place and kill people. So I think I was mostly right then. This seems to be a total validation of my theory. Not can. Fools. Will. Will fool people. Like, I have a feeling he wouldn't be complaining about this if this was like, this was later in the questline.
these quests are. And the biggest thing that changes is how you get treated by the contract giver. When you make it back, Astrid has made her decision and tells you to follow the Night Mother's—
So he did acknowledge it. Then what's your issue with the jokes?
orders to see where this is all leading. So you trot off to a tomb where a particularly wealthy-sounding individual is wringing his hands in anticipation. And then he proposes to you several contracts which all lead up to the assassination of the Emperor of Tamriel. Well shit, now we're talking. He gives you an amulet as payment as well, one that he assures will pay for any and all—
I think the dialogue acknowledges the other assassin. He just says the Emperor assassination. The other parts are part of the sealed letter.
expenses many times over. And then
First impressions, early quests are important to form impressions, but I also think people pay attention to the endings as well as part of why Oblivion's Thieves Guild stands out. While true, my main point is that when everybody sucks the cock of the Oblivion Dark Brotherhood, it's almost always from when you join to who done it, and then everybody conveniently ignores the 8 or 9 quests after that until the end.
he discusses with you how this set of missions will help shift political arrangements to be more in his party's favor. He also mentions that this will more than likely help the Dark Brotherhood rise from the ashes of their former glory to make a swift and powerful return as something to be feared again. Well, we definitely went from generic to super compelling in no time flat. After you give the—
How is getting a job to kill an emperor not generic as far as assassination stories go? I mean, don't get me wrong, I wouldn't really have it any other way. It just seems like the default for an assassination story is to kill a head of state.
the amulet and the letter to Astrid, she says that the Dark Brotherhood is definitely going to take on this task.
It was more about it was more than the 20,000 gold that changed how the Dark Brotherhood was functioning.
The only thing that we need to do is get this amulet evaluated by a member of the Thieves Guild. I was a bit afraid that I might upset some members if I just ran in there without being a member myself, especially when all of these people with names attacked me when I entered the sewers, but no one seemed to mind when I made it to the real deal. It's probably because they knew that there were people like this fella who set up all these bear traps to keep people away from his side of the room, and then charged through the traps to swing at me. So yeah, apparently the amulet is from someone on the Elder Council, and is worth a small fortune.
Just because they're named NPCs doesn't mean they're significant. And I this must be he's excluding the context because he hasn't got there yet. So, like, when you do the Thieves Guild, you find out that, like, all those people on the way are intentionally there to kind of slow things down from finding the guild. They're just sort of like rejects of the Thieves Guild. You know, poor people. To be honest, the Emperor assassination was one of the least exciting Dark Brotherhood quests. The actual assassination, yes. I kind of like the fake one that you do first. The player is conditioned to assume that people with names are important, but the weird thing is that he's familiar with Morrowind, where every character was named. Well, most every character. Yeah, I tried to avoid killing them this last playthrough. It's kind of difficult.
When you return to Astrid, she lets you know that you're going to be killing the overseer of the East Empire Trading Company's operation in Solitude. Not only that, you'll be killing her as the bride at her own wedding, with a bonus if you do it while she's giving a speech. And she's the Emperor's cousin. Now this is the kind of shit I was hoping for. I do have to wonder about the logistics of sending the only listener the guild has had for a long, long time, but hey, I'm not the person driving the Dark Brotherhood into the ground.
We'll assume that he's being facetious again. I know, we're doing that a lot, but yeah, the cooking dialogue was kind of useless because there's no way to blow your cover during that mission, so it's like you can pick all the terrible ingredients and she'll be like, "Yes, yes."
Oh, and as a side note, there's a handful of extra contracts that are optional in between these quests for those wanting to overachieve. They aren't
Or make money. Come on now.
particularly interesting or inventive, but they're fun enough in their own way, I guess. I guess it'd be like if the Thieves Guild had side quests to rob certain shops in certain cities. It's not anything new.
We will once again extend the benefit of facetiousness to him. I don't know. This is such a... I know this comes down to like a stylistic difference. So, he gets to do it, but I personally don't agree with this notion of like we're gonna be facetious and not directly mention stuff that's actually true until we actually experience it. So it's like I assume later when he gets to the Thieves Guild, he then acknowledges that there are quests you get to rob random businesses and houses in the Thieves Guild. He just, and it's like his character doesn't know it yet. The problem is that it becomes really difficult to discern what he's being facetious about because he's going to mention it later and what he's being facetious about because he's just doesn't know or care or understand. Maybe that's because he wanted to make a 2-hour video instead of a 12-hour one. I would... No. You don't... Jesus Christ. You don't... This style doesn't... The style difference doesn't have anything to do with the length of the content. That has to do with the rigor that you approach the content. But it's simply a matter of his video wouldn't be any longer if instead of saying whatever he said about the Thieves Guild having generic jobs... if he just acknowledged that, like, if instead he had a similar length sentence that said, hey, it's similar to how the Thieves Guild has generic jobs in between missions you can do. And he's not being facetious, and he does acknowledge stuff, like, in the future, like... I mean, you can assume that if it's something revealed later, that it's because his character then didn't know, yes... Thank you for saying exactly what I said. That was my point, was that he has this structural device for like controlling the rate that information comes out, but it just seems like it's only harming him by making it look like he doesn't know basic information. When he does, he's just pretending not to. But then you don't know, like... The thing is, because it's 2 hours long, am I going to remember when he gets to the Thieves Guild, like, that he left that point in the air? Is it a big fight or flight moment, though? Yes. I said, it's a stylistic difference. I do it one way, he does it the other. I'm explaining why I think the way that I think. And I'm explaining that when you approach it this way, it makes it seem like you don't know what you're talking about. Even if you do, even if you're being facetious. Hang on. I've said it a lot. I'm going to make sure that I'm not, like, abusing some poor word. Treating serious issues with deliberately inappropriate humor, flippant. Yeah, it's kind of applicable. Anyways, that just seems like disinformation with extra step. Yes, that's what he's doing. And that's why it seems like he's wrong about stuff. Because he said, like, Kodlak gets to go to Hircine's plane after he dies, even though obviously he knew. And he obviously knew because he's not telling the story as it happens. The playthrough's done before he's written a single word. Salt knows it's just part of his comedy routine. What's the joke? It's not part of his comedy routine. It's part of his style. It's not funny.
But it's fun in its own right, I guess. Beyond this, the only thing I really have to say about the contract quests is the fact that no matter how dangerous they get, you always get a base amount of gold. Which seems ludicrous to me considering that killing a homeless squatter...
Hang on. Noriath. Correct. Aren't they leveled gold? Yeah, it's leveled gold. It's not base. When Joseph Anderson does it, he makes a big point to address that he's been up to it. Yeah, that's the difference, is that Joseph Anderson usually does it right. So you don't think it's just incompetence, like he forgets the shit? It seems like he just forgets the stuff and people don't look into the footnotes when watching him. Well, I mean, okay, so that's assuming malice, sort of. It's more incompetence when you could attribute it to laziness, or however the axiom goes. There's like 4 axioms that work with that, with assumptions of intention. But the point is, I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt and assuming that all of this is intentional. So, like with the Kodlak thing, that was obviously intentional because in the same exact script, he contradicted himself. But it's not a big deal. He intentionally did it. That's his style. But it then seems like he's wrong about information, so that when he is genuinely wrong about information, it just, like, adds to the list.
And a wizard studying Dwemer runes are essentially of the same importance. I mean, I get that I'm doing leftover contracts, supposedly, but you're really gonna...
I just think that's the Dark Brotherhood that's the Dark Brotherhood having a standard rate. Malice incompetence. I always thought his style was to come across as lazy and ignorant. I hope his style isn't to come across as lazy and ignorant. I'm assuming that it's being presented from an in-character perspective. That's my assumption.
Play me like that? It's just laughable when the very last contract mission is supposedly something of the utmost...
Well, okay, but the other thing is, he's played these games before. He opened with that, so there's also that element that, like, certain plot details he's already going to know, even if he's writing as he does it.
Importance and danger.
No Nikocado November? Interesting. I prefer no Nostalgia Critic November, but...
Which is killing a captain of a ship on her own ship. So I waited until the dead of night, and I very stealthily eased my way into the entrance of the ship around 3 a.m. And,
yeah, this quest is super awkward. Because, you're told as part of the description that, like, the crew is going to be super loyal and is going to fight you. And then, like, even if you openly challenge her and fight her, none of her crew actually backs her up. It's one of the... That's definitely one of the weirder quests as part of it. No, we don't have a Nostalgia Critic emote.
pardon me. I'm just gonna scooch on by here. All right, gonna grab a few ingots
Didn't even have to go that far. You can. I like to openly taunt them.
here, and
I'm going to find whoever did this.
let me just excuse me. Entschuldigung. Just gotta get out the door here, friends. Thank you. Have a nice day. All right, let's cut to the real business here. Though this wasn't as exciting as I thought it would be, I did manage to piss off all of Solitude and then
This is like the worst way to do it. Like, you could have dropped the statue on her head. You could have shot her from a distance. You could have used like a fury spell. Like, it seems like the worst of all worlds. Doug Walker. Yeah, oh yeah, it is no Nostalgia Critic November, followed by Doug Walker December, where we watch whatever his aborted show was. Not the Nostalgia Critic, the other one. Gabriella will tell you about the bow that's on the terrace because she put it there.
cheese it back to Sanctuary. The reward for the assassination is the ability to summon Lucien Lechance's ghost to fight alongside you, which is really cool, but it's also kind of weird. I mean, the poor guy was murdered by the rest of the Black Hand for something that he didn't do.
See, I don't recall if they actually mention in-game that it's Lucien Lechance. Now, of course, you could pick that up from context clues, but, like, that raises the question, okay, so maybe he did read the wiki for some stuff.
I guess his soul was captured at the same time? I don't know.
No, come on. He's serving Sithis in death. Like, they bring that up during the quest line. Also, he's terrible. Not only is he not very good at fighting, he does not shut the fuck up. He will constantly be doing his lines about stuff. Whenever you're having like conversations with people. The description of the spell says it's Lucien? Okay. Did Todd Howard voice anyone in Skyrim? I don't think so, but that's not the kind of thing I know yet. Salt says that next, I think. Probably. It's pretty superficial stuff to mention.
What I do know is that feeling of, oh, hell yeah, Lucien is back and he speaks to you and he tells you about his time, and that's great. That feeling wears off fast, because this dude...
Yeah, I kept killing Lucien. I would summon his ghost, get the line, and then kill him, because he's not a good follower.
Non-stop talks.
Stalking your prey, planting false evidence, destroying an innocent man's
Lucien, buddy, I'm trying to stalk someone here. Can you shut up for a moment, please? Thank you. So the next mission is to implicate the commander of...
I don't know what Akira no Kyoke is. I assume it's hentai. Todd always voices Clavicus Vile. Probably true. No, you can just resummon Lucien. If he dies.
...of the Emperor's Guard's son as someone trying to assassinate the Emperor. Basically, the goal here is to mentally break the commander, which I like the idea of a lot. But the...
Yeah, that was the goal. But it was also to make them complacent and think that there wasn't going to be an attempt, because they already caught the to-be murderer.
Absolute circus.
I think the idea with Lucien was that nobody else could see him, because obviously the bigger question is, why aren't there people commenting on this ghost following you around?
...of gymnastics that I have to dance through beforehand are absolutely insane. So the son has to talk to his pops before he gets moving. But when I get close enough to hear the conversation, one of the Solitude guards runs up and sniffs me out no matter if I'm invisible and I have my silent boots
Oh, that's your fault for getting caught with the Vici mission.
on, or anything like that. So I figure...
You could do this with any quest in Skyrim. The I got interrupted by a guard in the middle of it thing.
I'll pay my fine, and then come back after getting crated off to solitude.
Oh yeah, Lucian is a stand, isn't he?
Except that I have a lot of stolen shit on me. So I decide to start the conversation between the father and the son, grab the guard's attention, and run halfway across Skyrim before I can rest. I figure I'll murder him in Whiterun since I'm the Thane there, so I wait a whole 24 hours.
Yeah, this was the most annoying quest because, like, the schedule. I think the schedule's wrong. Or Mara would do weird shit, like, so he was supposed to go to Windhelm, but, like, his going to Windhelm was he walked up to the bridge and then started going to Riften. And it's like, motherfucker, I need you to go to Windhelm so that I can kill you in the city.
And then check the map, and he hasn't moved. So I go to Whiterun to drop off all of the stolen shit in my house. Except some of my gold and lockpicks are stolen. Who knows how much. So I guess I'll just throw it all into the chest and they'll automatically sort out, right? Pfft, you're out of your mind if you think that. So I throw all but 1,000-ish gold into the chest so that I can pay the fine. And then I throw a handful of picks into the first chest. And then I push another fistful into the end table. Then I
Yeah, see, the way to do it is go to jail and just steal your stuff back.
shove a cup full into the dresser. Then I slide another bucket full into some other object. Until I find the single
Why doesn't he just put everything in the chest?
lockpick that was stolen. Well, that wasn't fucking worth it at all. So I'm
What? This sounds like you did this to yourself to me.
So I go to Whiterun to
Like, even your attempt to pull off this concept didn't seem to be that good.
drop off all of the stolen shit in my house. Except some of my gold and lockpicks are stolen. Who
Okay, so he is going to drop off all his stolen stuff, but some of the golden lockpicks are stolen.
knows how much? So
But you don't know how much. You just keep putting it in the chest until... Like, am I wrong here? Yeah, I think stolen gold gets taken by the guards. But it's like the game will tell you what's stolen, what isn't. It doesn't tell you how much, but you just keep putting gold in there until you figure it out. Just put all but 1,000 gold in there if you're that scared of it.
I guess I'll just throw it all into the chest and they'll automatically sort out, right? Pfft, you're out of your mind
Okay,
if you think that. So I throw all but one.
what does he mean by automatically sort out? Oh, does he mean that the stolen gold will leave his inventory? I mean, honestly, who gives a shit? It's gold. It's basically worthless. This just seems like a really inefficient way to try and accomplish this idea. So I started getting caught so I could try to do jailbreaks in all the cities, and my first one was Solitude, and it was actually really cool escaping that jail.
Some of my gold and lockpicks are stolen. Who knows how much? So I guess I'll just throw it all into the chest and they'll automatically sort out, right? Pfft, you're out
Yeah, I'm assuming what he's meaning is he has 6,298 gold, so he's going to put 5,298 in the chest, and then it'll be 1,000 unstolen gold, but apparently, like, some of the gold that's left is still stolen, like it's all mixed together. I can understand that being frustrating.
out of your mind if you think that. So I throw all but 1,000-ish gold into the chest so that I can pay the fine. And then
Who cares about gold? It's basically worthless. Words unironically spoken in context not needed. I mean, yeah, it's Skyrim. The gold is basically worthless. What else were you going to spend the money on? He's already got a house, and he's not using trainers, so...
I throw a handful of picks into the first.
Well, in fairness, it's reasonable to assume that the guards are going to take the stolen gold. That makes sense to me. That's intuitive. So it's reasonable that he would not know that the guards don't take money when you get arrested, because I didn't know that. Yeah, if you pay the fine, you lose your stolen items. That's how the system works. He knows that. That's why he's going through all this.
Chest. and then I push another fistful into the end table, then I shove a cupful into the dresser, then I slide another bucketful into some other object.
But what I don't get is why he's like spreading the gold out across his house. Like this seems like a non sequitur to me in the logic.
Into the chest so that I can pay the fine, and then I throw a handful of picks into the first chest.
So he puts gold and picks into the chest, then he goes to the end table.
And then I push another fistful into the end table. Then
But like, why is he splitting the gold out across the house?
I shove a cupful into the dresser.
Comedic effect, but it's just is the comedy that he doesn't know how the system works?
Then I slide another bucketful into some other object until I find the single lockpick that was stolen. Well, that wasn't fucking worth it at all.
But the lockpicks are basically worth nothing. And I mean that's ignoring the other solution of like using the Thieves Guild to get out of it. Role playing, but who role plays like this? Why would somebody who's role playing know which lockpicks are stolen and which aren't?
So I'm good to go. Stolen goods.
No, obviously I keep all of my cash under the mattress. What are you, crazy?
Goods are hidden away. Time to go turn myself in. So I travel back to the town where the commander and his son are talking, and there is no guard to be seen. I listen to the conversation and the sun gets moving, and that's it. What the hell, man? Also, just listen to the sheer clown fiesta of noise pollution in this game.
Look out. Where is that lazy man?
Destroying an innocent man's reputation. Truly.
You're going to try and sell me something? I ain't interested.
You're the one who decided to stand next to the lady. Everything else is justifiable.
Sometimes less is more, Todd. So you kill the guy.
Yeah, that's Todd Howard's fault. Not a single other person worked on these games. That's common. Put that on the card. Blame Todd. Maybe he's like doing a role play of a low intelligence character.
Guy and plant the evidence and hoof it back to Sanctuary, where Cicero has apparently
He failed that assassination because he got the bounty.
gone berserk and tried to kill Astrid. He took off into the woods and Astrid's husband went after him. You're told to figure out what his motive.
No, blaming Todd is such a normie meme that like contrarians now defend Todd because he gets blamed so often. He's just memeing. Okay. Sure. I mean, remember, we're not talking about like some 100,000 view video here. This is the most viewed Skyrim analysis on YouTube. Just remember that part. No, I absolutely am a contrarian. I have to actively work to not be a fucking annoying contrarian. This is a problem, and I alienate everybody in my life. All right. We're going to take a quick break. Be back at, let's say, 17 after. How about that? Go get refreshed. like the guy was an alcoholic. All right. I just want to say for the record, I am resisting every urge to say mean things, because that's my instinct, is usually to insult people. I don't think you understand how nice I am being compared to how I really could be. Because you know what? I understand. There's a stylistic reason for the way that things are being done with this video. It's just that I disagree with that. I think that's valid. And you know what? I think it's valid that he does things the way that he does them. Because, hey, it works. And people like it. Well, not everybody likes it. But the fact remains that I don't think he should stop or anything like that. Like, I don't think he should stop making videos and get off of YouTube and what have you. What he's doing works for a lot of people. And since I look at it from the perspective of entertainment value, hey, this is what you get your kicks off to. This is what you get your kicks off to. But I feel like this is just rough. You did say earlier that not everyone knows the Thieves Guild. Yes, but Astrid actually has a line where you can ask her when you're trying to get advice, not like the generic advice, like when you start and you're talking to her about being an assassin, one of the things she'll say is that there are people in the Thieves Guild who can get their bounty reduced, and it might be something you want to look into. And the quest line sends you to the Thieves Guild. So that to me, that's the designer pushing as hard as they can to tell you that, hey, you might want to like at least join up with the Thieves Guild to try and get some of the benefits. Never Knows Best did a much better job than Salt did. That's probably true, but he also has like a fraction of the views. And my mentality with this was, we'll start with the high view stuff. Because clearly if it's got lots of views, it's got to be better, right? Makes sense to me. But apparently, there's no justice on YouTube. And the people who do the good work, like Never Knows Best. Well, I don't know if he did. I only know his Oblivion video, which was decent. Apparently the people who do the good work are in the middle. Never Knows Best is at 250,000 views. This is at 3.5 million. Did you expect good videos to be popular? Mildly. I like to believe in the meritocracy. But my reasoning for doing it was mostly that I wanted to do the popular stuff first so that I can get a gauge of what the viewership is like. And then, yeah, I wanted to get and then once we got down to like the Acer Thorn levels, we would know like what would be more appropriate. Yeah, I saw. I mean, if you stick around for a minute, I can understand not wanting to watch. I don't mean ill by this. I've done this with multiple people before. The thing was, I really like White Light's content, but we weren't too positive about him either. I understand the feeling. I do understand the feeling of hating your older videos. We've all grown, and
over the years. So, I mean, I wouldn't read too much into it. Like, I'm sure that, I'm sure I'm not the first person to tell you a lot of this stuff. And, I'm sure that you've learned from it. That said, mostly what I'm doing here is to try and get examples of various arguments that people make so that I can put them in my video. Hell, I'm sure. Here's the thing. I'm sure you were getting. I'm sure you were getting pestered by your fans saying there's this guy who's making fun of you, because that tends to be what happens. So some of your fans are really going to bat for you earlier, particularly when we were talking about speechcraft stuff. You called him a low intelligence role player. Hey, that's probably the meanest thing I said. And what I said was he's role-playing a low-intelligence character, not that he was a low-intelligence role player. Similar to how you do like a one int run in Fallout, you pretend to be like a really stupid person. That was sort of my explanation, because that bit was baffling. But that was probably the meanest thing I said, because what I learned... This was after the Will Loves Video Games stream. What I learned is chat can kind of egg me on to letting that filter down and saying mean things. And I have to keep things in the perspective of there's justifiable reasons for things being the way they are. For instance, Salt Factory makes a lot more videos a year than I do, so he doesn't have as much time to kind of do everything right. Plus, probably guilty of some of the stuff that I criticized him for. Remember that. The meanest thing you said was calling him a doo-doo head. Well, that part was a bit. But yeah, I just want to make it clear. I'm not trying to make anybody feel bad. If I was, I would do the pre-prepared video thing. And somebody said they thought I was going to do that with Will, which again, it doesn't seem like a productive thing to do because it's been years. A lot of the things that we criticized Will for during that stream, he actually has improved on since he came back to making videos. All right, cool. I like how a lot of people are kind of robust about it. So it's 23 after. What did I say? Like 18 after? I did get caught. What are you talking about? This is the first time that somebody we were covering showed up during the stream. I was matching your thumbnails to the zero punctuation one. So, like, there's a yellow schema to everything. 17 after? Oh, see? We're guilty. We got caught. That's probably the most accurate thing chat has said, that Kretosis tries to be Mahler Jr. I don't particularly see that as an insult, but... as somebody who hasn't seen a single one of his streams... I know, very qualified. That, like, down to the way that the, he has the three icons on screen. He's got the chat on the right, and then he's got the main thing, and I assume they pause every frame. Obviously, you can see where the inspirations come from, but I personally don't think that's a bad thing. But I know Kretosis kind of lurks around this neighborhood, so I have to be nice to him too.
They pause every frame and go on for 30-minute tangents. Yeah, that sounds familiar.
Motivations might have been by reading his journals, and then go after him. Now, this is where things get really fascinating. So Cicero seems to...
I agree. This is, I think this is probably a better version than the one in Oblivion, where you read the guy's one journal that details his entire story, and then in the next quest he's dealt with. Or maybe it's the second to next quest. Anyways, but I think Cicero's is better because it does a better job of really selling that idea that he was at one point a normal person. Yeah, remember, fans are always worse than the people. Alright, well, I do wish you luck. I know you've moved on to bigger and better things with this. I think, wasn't the Oblivion one?
Recently,
Wasn't this one of your, like, first videos? I keep saying that about everybody. One day it'll be true. Yeah, this was, like, your fourth video, and your first video in this style. And then... So, I mean... I think I was meaner than that one, just because I didn't know better. Cicero used to be a normie.
To have been a pretty normal but dedicated member
Oh, that's exactly what he said.
of the Dark Brotherhood. He started his service more than 12 years ago. At some point, he started to keep a journal, speaking of the diminishing influence of the Brotherhood in Tamriel, listing the remaining sanctuaries and talking about the politics and dangers around them. Well, after one sanctuary gets ransacked, another gets closed down shortly after, and the remaining two are the one that you're at right now and the one that was in Cheydinhal. During the raids, the last listener was killed, and the Night Mother's body was recovered by someone else. Cicero was made the new Keeper of the Night Mother, which is a role that wasn't traditionally necessary until now. This meant that Cicero could no longer take on contracts, which he was very saddened by. His final contract involved the murder of a jester, one that laughed at first, and then cried and begged for his life as he was tortured, and then finally laughed until he died. This murder left a profound effect on Cicero's psyche, as he was more or less sentenced to cleaning and oiling the corpse of the Night Mother along with exterminating any bugs and whatnot. As the years went on with no new listener, Cicero's mental state deteriorated more and more to a state of insanity. First, he had one of the 4 remaining members of the Cheydinhal branch kill another one who falsely stated themselves as the new listener, but didn't know the password. Then one of the last 3 died to a ban.
It's also well possible to dislike somebody's content and the person, or to like their content and dislike the person.
Bandit. By this point, Cicero had started to lose his mind, embracing the laughter that he remembered the jester had spouted before death. The second to last member told Cicero that he was leaving to find food and then never came back. So Cicero sat in the Cheydinhal sanctuary for 8 years before finally moving with the Night Mother's corpse northward. But he didn't go to Astrid's sanctuary. Traditionally, the listener is the one who hears black sacraments being performed through the Night Mother. But since there hasn't been one, the members of the family have taken it upon themselves to spread out and do their best to hear of sacraments being performed. Cicero finds this to be against the laws of the Brotherhood.
This is a lot of exposition.
And instead hides away in the abandoned Dawnstar sanctuary. Of course, after a while, the silence of the Night Mother again drives him out of Dawnstar into the last sanctuary, where he planned to teach Astrid a lesson. I liked reading this set of journals a lot. I'm unsure if I was fascinated more with reading the Matthew Belmont journal in Oblivion or these ones, but I can say for sure that I really enjoyed delving into Cicero.
How's that a competition? I don't think the Matthew Belmont thing is nearly as good as Cicero's. I don't know. It does have the same problem of it gets introduced and then you immediately get sent to deal with the problem. It would be good if, like, because the Cicero thing comes in 5 volumes. Do they start showing up during the earlier quests? I mean, it doesn't matter if they do because most people aren't going to see them. But it would be good if, like, the player was getting the journals sort of as the quests developed, so that you were getting, so that it was like an increasingly clear picture instead of just dumping it all at once. No channel awesome century. Honestly, that is probably what needs to happen. That they were a very historically mismanaged bunch.
Cicero's descent into madness. So you tell all of this to Astrid, who sends you off with Shadowmere to go settle this once and for all. Chasing down and killing the Jester is a bit tough, but when you...
Did he mention the part where Viziera got attacked? He definitely glossed over Arnbjorn. And I don't think he's mentioned the how you can ask the people for advice like Oblivion. But like this is Arnbjorn's big moment where he kind of turns his character around and becomes more respectful of the player.
When you finally get to him, he pleads for his life, commanding you to tell Astrid that he's dead and leaving him be. If you go through with this, he can eventually become a follower, but his gear is just honestly too good to leave him with. And so ends Sis.
Wait. Can't you get the gear without killing him? I got the Jester's outfit. Is it like a weaker version, maybe? Another version of this item, the more generic Jester's clothes, can be easily acquired during the same quest. The Jester's Clothes enchantment is a lower value. Only fortifying barter and one-handed by 12 points instead of 20. Additionally, the Jester's Clothes is worth several hundred fewer gold. Well, who gives a shit about that? We're here for the enchantments. I'm not particularly impressed with that kind of being the reason. Plus, that's metagaming to think about the gear you would get instead of the kind of justification for it. I'm going to mark it down because it might be interesting later to kind of think about how much metagaming he put into this. Because it doesn't seem like that much, like he knows too much about how to exploit the game. Cicero's blade is leveled and pretty good after 12. Oh yeah. What does he have? And is it better than the Blade of Woe?
Cicero. As much as it seems like he was just an insane dude, he was actually probably the most dedicated to the laws of the Dark Brotherhood more so than anyone else. Astrid certainly doesn't seem to believe that the Night Mother is a real force, or enough of one to command everyone else over her rule. But with all this said and done, it's time to continue with the assassination plot. I'm to kill a very high-profile and prestigious chef, steal his papers saying that he can enter the keep where the Emperor is staying, and take the chef's place. That's,
Am I saying metagaming is a bad thing? No, I'm saying that up to this point, metagaming doesn't seem to have been a factor in a lot of the decision he's made. This seems to be the first time that he has done something for benefits that he couldn't have known about at the time.
It's not a particularly unique storyline, but, you know, whatever. I imagine I'll be poisoning the king. I wonder if someone else will taste it for poison first. But before that happens, we gotta find out who the gourmet chef really is. This old balding scrotum says that he found a cookbook that was signed to some other chef, and that
I like Festus's character because he comes around to like the player. And I feel like, okay, I think I know what the problem is. Because he's not talking to the people in between the quests, he's not really getting a feeling for like how all of the characters sort of you earn their respect as you progress. So I feel like he's kind of missing out on a lot of the characterization.
Supposed to go to that chef to interrogate him about the gourmet's identity. Thanks, old-timer. You really do a lot of good work around here, don't you? So you slap this guy around and...
I don't know. Festus being able to figure out the gourmet's identity by accessing his associate seems pretty impressive to me.
Until he gives up the info, and then you slap him one more time and heck off to where the real gourmet is. After tossing his body into this wine barrel thing, you report back to the old man who goes...
Okay, so the funny thing is, The gourmet's dagger is considered part of his body, so you can actually just put the dagger somewhere and it'll count as like hiding the body. It's really dumb.
I heard a certain orc has gone missing. Wasn't the whole point of interrogating the first dude? Wasn't that to get him to tell me the identity of the real guy? How?
Yeah. I mean, obviously. Maybe Festus just wanted to leave it up to see if you could do the challenge. That's not a new concept to the Dark Brotherhood. Is it dumb? Yeah, but...
How does this old sag know that the orc that went missing was the gourmet?
Yeah, it's a consequence of like the physics system and how they scripted it. But weapons are considered to be part of the body. That's why you can loot the weapon to access the whole inventory.
Doesn't that kind of ruin the element of surprise if he can gather that just a missing orc, just one missing orc in the entirety of Skyrim was the gourmet from the information out there? I don't know, it just feels like anybody could do that now. Then I'm given a poison to throw into the Emperor's meal, and I guess he's supposed to die
Maybe Festus tailed him.
fast. Wow, these fellas at the Brotherhood are really banking on no one else eating or tasting this meal before it goes to the Emperor, huh? It's a good thing that no one is on high alert at all from...
Okay, so then I have to wonder, is he being facetious? And like, he's gonna show his hand at the betrayal or what?
any other closely related recent assassinations. Boy, with leadership like this, it's really no wonder that the Dark Brotherhood is a thriving community of feared assassins, even today. After all this, I go to Solitude and immediately remember that I'm wanted for the high-profile murder of the cousin of the Emperor. So I drop my stolen shit.
Oh, no, he didn't resolve that, that's right.
And pay the paltry 1,000 gold sum, and then I turn around...
Now it's paltry.
and report to the commander who's stationed 8 feet away, stating, "I am the gourmet," all while wearing a fucking jester's outfit. Where's my... I know they're around here somewhere. Where are my awards? I gotta ship the rest of the writing awards to the Bethesda offices right now. After putting on your chef's hat...
No, but see, that joke only works if he's taking it at face value. So, you know what I mean? Like, because the... Oh, God, how do I explain it? Whatever, I think you guys get it.
You can tell this chick...
It's like, because he's pretending not to know, then why would you criticize them for it if there's a distinct possibility that the player is being trapped and that these plot holes are actually part of it? Because I feel like that's something that people are going to try to defend this with is, oh, well, all the plot holes are explained by the betrayal.
Who looks like she's wearing an apron and nothing else, whatever the hell silly shit you want to put into this broth, and she'll just do it. Everyone knows that when you cook, you never taste the final product to make sure that it turned out right. You never taste it to see if it needs more salt or pepper or anything like that, no. So she packs it up and ships it directly to the Emperor's open hole. So you get introduced, and then the Emperor takes a big sippy, and then biffs it right then and there. You get blamed, but so does that other poor woman. Whoops. So you blast past them and onto the bridge, and here's where the...
Well, the thing was, the blades were for the septums, they were for the Dragonborn Emperors, which the Medes aren't.
Big boy plot twist happens. So apparently someone from the Dark Brotherhood sold you out and told the commander ahead of time, hey, there's a guy coming to poison the Emperor via food. Also, I'm from the Dark Brotherhood. If you could just leave us alone since I told you all this, that would be great. Just don't come near, it's like a little west of Falkreath, southwest of the tower. Actually, here, you got a map? Here, let me just circle that for you real quick. I'll show you where not to go. Please don't come right here.
Okay, but I think the implication was that Marrow knew where the Dark Brotherhood was. As is. Yeah, but the thing was, Marrow engineered the situation. He made sure there wasn't a food tester so that the fake Emperor would get killed. They don't elaborate why Marrow knew, but they do state that like he just knew where the Dark Brotherhood was. I figured the idea is he didn't consider them enough of a threat to destroy them beforehand.
Please. Thank you. The Dark Brotherhood in Skyrim is really just a circus, man. I honestly almost want to see it burn to the ground at this point because there really is no reason at all for the person who betrayed you and the rest of the family to do what they did for the reason of preservation. This whole thing was orchestrated to basically drum up business again and create this reign of fear. But someone had a really big think and they concluded, hey, you know what? I should offer up the first listener in the last, 12 or 13 years. And also this guy knows where
Astrid being an irrational bitch was kind of the point.
the sanctuary is now. Brilliant. I just like that the commander comes slow clapping around the corner and goes, ha ha ha, you just killed a decoy! Buddy, if you knew I was coming to poison the Emperor, why didn't you just make the other chef an undercover guard who arrests me when I add the poison?
Because he wanted to kill that guy. These guys are all fakes. I mean, yeah, I get it. It's stupid. It's part of the dark comedy stuff. But they do address it. It does call into question why he'd let you kill the guy if they planned to arrest you immediately after that. Well, I mean, technically, by Tamrielic law, the player isn't wanted for anything until the guy dies. Remember that? Like, in Tamrielic law, Lee Harvey Oswald would not be imprisoned for killing JFK because nobody witnessed it. So this is like a surefire way to actually get a conviction.
You just really didn't like that decoy at all, did you?
Yeah, yes, Marrow says as much.
After eluding the ever-stoic guard and hoofing it back to the sanctuary,
Marrow says he's been tracking the Dark Brotherhood and waiting for an opportunity to attack. On hearing the news of the death of their leader, he tasked the Dragonborn with infiltrating the Dark Brotherhood sanctuary using the password his agents recently acquired and slaying every assassin inside. Yeah, I think the only issue with that is that Salt can't know any of that because he didn't do the kill the Dark Brotherhood path. So it's only established if you do the other path. Didn't you say this quest was weird for this exact point? Which exact point? There's been like 20. Do you mean... No, I'm not going to guess what you mean. Except for Vittorio Vici's murder, which can never be accidental even if you drop the gargoyle's head on top. You can get away with it, though. It just depends on if you want the extra gold. The thing of the guard not arresting you. Yeah, but my point was kind of playfully referring to how dumb the law is in Elder Scrolls, where it's like you can't be there's no charge for conspiracy. You have to commit murder for the guards to be able to do anything. The fact that the commander doesn't know the identity of the gourmet. Yes, I did have an issue with that. And it's weird that he can figure out the dark... Well, but that's the thing, is... I think if Marrow can figure out the location of the Dark Brotherhood and the password, he can definitely figure out the identity of the gourmet. So, it only stands to reason that they knew full well that we were coming. And, I mean, he says in the quest... that he wanted the body double of the Emperor to die. Assault is attempted murder, but poisoning a meal is not assault. Until they eat it, but then they die, so then it's just murder. You see what I mean with the law?
you find it under siege by lots of the Emperor's Guard. You save Nazir and attempt to escape until the Night Mother calls out to you and tells you to hop inside her sleep cabinet. So after taking a nap with Evening Mommy, you wake up to the voice of Nazir and of course the child
I can't imagine anything better than cooking alive with a corpse.
who survives because you can't kill children in Sky.
Didn't the guards arrest you for conspiracy in the quest Forsworn Conspiracy? I thought they framed you for something.
Without mods. Turns out the big dumb idiot was Astrid, which honestly isn't too surprising given how poorly things have been going for the past however many years since she's been in charge. She tells you that she understands the error of her ways and that she...
But it wasn't really Astrid's fault. That was equally Cicero's fault for delaying taking the Night Mother to the sanctuary for so long. Salt's Point here stands, if you ask me. Yeah, but Salt's Point is contingent on not bringing up the part where Marrow wanted the body double killed.
just didn't want to submit to the old rules. I guess the motivation makes sense, but this was probably the dumbest move I've seen all game by someone. Either way, you give her...
It's okay, so the thing with the law is that that's a joke. I said it was a joke about taking how the law works in game at face value. Obviously, in reality, the setting would include stuff like you would get charged for conspiracy. And yes, it would be stupid. But, again, Marrow wanted the body double dead.
For a stab, and then NM says, haha, okay, but really, you gotta kill the Emperor, man. Fella, we are 3 people strong.
Yeah, but Marrow's not a good person.
Right now, but yeah, okay, let's do it. So I ran over to Solitude again, took out a few guards and the commander, and then dove into the water and swam up to the ship where the Emperor was on board. I have to admit, Emperor Titus Mede II is probably one of the most baller people I've met in this game. The dude's a lot like Uriel Septim in that he accepts his death, but then he wants you to blow out the guy who set this whole thing in motion after you collect your payment. Then he turns around and looks out the window, presenting his back for me to kill him. What a legend. I couldn't help but eviscerate the guy who paid me to do this. The Emperor
Why?
just exudes that amount of...
Okay, see, this is setting yourself up for failure. If you Amand Motier has had what we call in the industry a positive customer satisfaction experience. So it seems like Amand Motier would go back to Cyrodiil and just be raving to all his noble friends about how the Dark Brotherhood is just such an amazing organization, and then that just means more contracts in the future. So I personally didn't kill Amand. I just stole all this stuff. I feel like that's a happy medium. Dark Brotherhood should be for profit. They're pro, like, they have to be pro getting more contracts at a minimum, because otherwise there would be no point in doing the Emperor assassination. Didn't you state that Salt is playing as a low intelligence character? Yeah, as a joke. I don't actually think that he's playing a stupid person. Yeah, I always took the Amand thing as like really stupid. It seems like it would completely undermine the point of doing the assassination of the Emperor in the first place to kill Amand. And I mean, unless the Emperor wanted to perform the Black Sacrament and ask us to kill him.
Of charisma. So I grabbed my 20,000 gold reward, talked to Nazir, who tells me that I could probably renovate this place if I want.
I'm surprised that Emil wasn't super nihilistic and went, and then Amand ripped you off and didn't pay you. Because that's something I could totally see happening.
Wanted to, which has me running back to the Thieves Guild to do so. It's actually an excellent segue into another guild, as the Dark Brotherhood wraps up by giving out Radiant Quest contracts from here on out. I'd say overall I'm not thrilled by the Dark Brotherhood in Skyrim. I mean, don't get me wrong, I did have fun. I mean, shit, you're assassinating people and you get to approach them the way that you want a lot of the time. But the overall plot wasn't super compelling by any means. Cicero's whole part of the story was by far the most interesting, which sucks because the third act of killing an emperor...
Well, yeah, and that's the other good point is, you can't just kill the people who hire you. That's bad for business.
Should be a lot more fun than the second act of killing a court jester. I would rate it above the companion simply due to the sheer amount of substance and the slightly more compelling plotline.
Wow, that's like being impressed that you jumped a buried hurdle. Like
But I think that it falls very flat of Oblivion's Dark Brotherhood questline. Oh, hello, Godray. How are you today? Is there something you're trying to show me?
Oh, just this patch of ground? Well, okay, thank you.
So, Riften is home of the Thieves
That's
Guild,
kind
as
of
mentioned before.
okay.
Ironically, the guard out front mentions that they think that they control the city, but they're really just nothing but a bunch of low-life thugs. Meanwhile, the guard across from her tries to shake you down for money to let you into the city, so it's not like the Riften Guard is the most noble bunch. I said before it was a pretty decent segue to be around the Ragged Flagon, but no one will actually talk to
The Dark Brotherhood is more of a cult than a business, though, right? Yes, but the basis of their cult is that they take contracts, that they're very big on the contracts. That's why you get kidnapped by Astrid for doing one of their jobs for them, because you violated the contract that was supposed to be theirs. Isn't that Riften Guard Brynjolf? No. I don't know how you came to that conclusion. It's a different voice actor.
you about joining the guild. You've got to get that going up top in Riften's town square. We meet this
Yeah, I don't get why the guards had the Hail Sithis line. That was really dumb.
lad here who has sniffed out how fat my pockets are after the big Dark Brotherhood score. He asks if I want to make some more coin, and then has me grab a ring from one vendor's stall and plant it on another vendor. This is a cool little test of sorts, but I always felt like the whole idea of make this guy look like he stole from this other guy can only really work if you put it inside the other guy's house or like stall or something.
Why? All the guard lines are stupid because they all have them, but most of them are insane, inane, or conflicting. Yes. Is the NPC you put the ring on essential? I think so. I would imagine so. Damn it, I forget where it says. Doesn't say he's essential. Why? Can he die?
If you just throw it in his pocket, how's someone gonna find it? I guess you're just kind of banking on the first.
How is somebody gonna find it if it's in his pocket? Did you not do the quest?
Dude going,
Empty your pockets.
after this whole ordeal.
No, that's literally what happens. A guard comes up, says, hand it over, Branchet. We know you have it. Branchet says, what are you talking about? And he's like, wait a second. What's this ring? And then the guard takes him to the Riften jail. Well, now you have me curious how the quest plays out. Because I'm sure the UESP remarks on what happens if Branchet dies. Chance arrangement. I don't see anything about what happens if Branchet dies. Is there anybody who had this issue? If so, speak up. Did you just post something? There's no logical reason for Armand not to pay. If Dark Brotherhood managed to kill the Emperor himself, the most guarded man in the whole empire, they would 100% successfully kill some noble. Sure, by that logic, but Amand was also in the know in terms of the Dark Brotherhood's near destruction. Look, I'm not saying that that's what Amand Motier would do based on the deep characterization that the character of Amand Motier received. I'm just saying that I am surprised that Emil had the restraint to not do something like that. If he dies, the objective fails, but Brynjolf lets you in anyways. But what if he's already dead when you start the quest, like a dragon attack or something? Yeah, the religious aspects of the Dark Brotherhood are way more important in Skyrim than they were in Oblivion, because the crux of the conflict in Skyrim has to do with the Falkreath Sanctuary kind of abandoning those principles that were supposed to be important to the Dark Brotherhood. What about there being 2 Amon Motiers? I think that's just a mistake. I wouldn't really read into that.
Deal, you're invited down to the Ratway to see if you can make it past the already dead security. Big Boy Brynjolf is impressed by the display of corpse trampling and assigns you the mission of shaking down some people who,
Maybe that was a you thing.
who owe the guild some money. This involves walking up to them, demanding payment, and beating them down if they don't pay.
I've already told that buffoon that I'm not paying you.
Music. I mean, this is one way to solve it. The quest is pretty more, is a lot more interesting if you don't do it this way.
Streets, injustice, I guess. I go back down and get introduced to the main man in charge. He looks me up and down and tells me to go burn down some beehives. How irresponsible. Save the bees. Brynjolf reacts by putting his hands on his cheeks and going, "Isn't that the thing that the other longtime Thieves Guild recruit completely failed? Oh my god." And Mean Man Mercer.
What? Hang on, what?
He looks me up and down and tells me to go burn down some beehives. How irresponsible. Save the bees. Brynjolf reacts by putting his hands on his cheeks and going, "Isn't that the thing that the other longtime Thieves Guild recruit completely failed? Oh my god."
Vex is a little more than a Thieves Guild recruit, though. Like, dragons do not attack walled-in cities like Riften. Yes, they do. I literally had a dragon attack like the day I was supposed to assassinate the Emperor. It was really annoying because I was trying to play the chef character, and that's really hard to do if you suddenly start sucking out a dragon's soul in front of all the guards.
And Mean Man Mercer goes, "Well, if he can't do it, then what's the point of him being here?" I don't know, why don't you ask the chick who failed this thing in the first place? But yeah, this is also a fun quest.
Epic.
You get to burn down some hives and then steal some guarded stuff at the bottom of a mansion. I feel like I did it in the wrong order, but whatever. Apparently the Thieves Guild is also down on its luck. I guess Skyrim's really good at suppressing its criminal elements or something. Though I guess the Dark Brotherhood lost its influence everywhere, so maybe it's just a coincidence. But
I mean, so did the Thieves Guild.
either way, the result is that the guild really cares more than ever about keeping its clients, one of which wants to see you immediately after you're done destroying all of that beautiful honey. Maven Blackbriar is a big shot in Riften, one who claims to have the guards in her pocket and the Jarl's ear. She also has a tremendous stick up her ass. She wants you to get to the bottom of how one of her competitors got their meadery up and running so quickly. She's probably one of the more insufferable people in the game that I've met so far. She claims that she'll sick the Dark Brotherhood on you if you mess up, which is amusing to say the least. So here's the plan. I stroll up to the rival meadery and offer my services as an exterminator for the rat issue that they've been having. I take care of the rats and poison the mead supply just in time for a tasting that the captain of Whiterun's guard is going to be attending. The meadery will shut down after that, eliminating one of Maven's competitors. Of course, there's more than just skeevers down here in the underbelly of Honningbrew. There's also spiders eating the skeevers and a homeless level 900 wizard that can decimate me in 2 shots. Truly the greatest household pest of all. But no, really, the journal of this dude tells you that he escaped from prison 10 years ago and planned on enacting his revenge on the Mages Guild in Winterhold by basically creating a Skaven army.
The Mages Guild in Winterhold?
underneath the Honningbrew Meadery and unleashing it upon Whiterun and then Winterhold. Holy shit. This is a good quest. I honestly have no complaints. The fact that they could have just left it...
Are you going to mention the part where you poison the brewery, but the mead that the commander drinks wasn't poisoned by the rat poison?
at rat extermination and chill, but decided to throw this lunatic down here with his alchemy lab is an excellent way to take a quest to the next level. So you poison the water hole, attend the tasting, and watch the owner get carted out. Now, in both this quest and the previous one, a symbol which no one can identify keeps cropping up in important documents. This symbol is the mark of a person actively working against the Thieves Guild.
No. I mean, you poison the mead still, but the tasting happens like 5 minutes after, so it's not possible for the mead that you poisoned to be in the cask that the commander drinks is poured out of. If you understand what I mean.
To cause strife with one of their remaining clients, Maven Blackbriar. At this point, though, this mystery person slipped up, and we find out that one of their contacts is a guy who works for the Thieves Guild out of the East Empire Trading Company. So after paying off my many debts to Solitude's people again, I'm gonna grab a case of rare wine to bribe this guy who's giving up who this mystery person is. Well, the wine is just like right there, at the front of the castle, which tells me that this is not over. Surely enough, the Argonian tells me that he knows nothing concrete, finishes his big glass of nothing, and then walks out. So I give chase. But slowly. A slow chase. Well, for a moment, I guess. I hate following people in these games.
Magic
they always
poison.
Move so goddamn slowly. So I just waited it out, and fortunately my guy was still at the front of the building.
I like the idea that, like, he knew that he was being tailed. Because he almost always is just staring at me while he walks.
When I got to it, I was a bit put off by some random creature charging towards me at a breakneck pace, but fortunately for me, it was just Tutorial Goat! Thanks, Tutorial Goat! So this guy leads me back to the secret part of the trading company, and I have to wade past all of these dopey bandits. Eventually I make it to the end, and the scaly fella gives up the information, stating that it was some person named Carlia. She apparently killed the last guildmaster of the Thieves Guild, and is now after the current one. Usually when someone is this hellbent on destroying a guild, it doesn't tend to come out of just suddenly being righteous or something like that, but, whatever, I guess. So you make it back to Mercer with the intel, and he figures out where Carlia is based off of it. So you meet him outside of this place, and you and him start going through this crypt. I hate when it's supposed to be like a super stealth mission, and it just turns into a debacle almost immediately for the entirety.
Hey, don't let her know we're coming. Be super quiet and watch out for these traps ahead.
And then it just turns into screaming and fighting dead dudes. Neat. Old Mercer here.
Hey, I snuck through that mission.
Seems to be ridiculous at picking locks. Every unpickable lock is just nothing but easy for him.
I've never seen that goat.
Apparently. So you make it down to the innermost part of this area and immediately get shot with some kind of poison that knocks you down and paralyzes you. Here's where the Thieves Guild big boy twist comes in. So it turns out Mercer is the one who killed off the old leader, and Carlia was that guy's lover. Their methods clashed, which caused the death of Gallus and the framing of Carlia. After Mercer stabs you, you pass out, and Carlia has nursed you back to health. She tells you, well, not all is lost. I found this old journal from Gallus.
Well, she's got the 5 heads. Like, holy shit.
I don't know, man. Jeez. And then my guy goes, what if you got it translated? And she goes, oh, that's it. Wow, good thing you retrieved me from that crypt. That one was a real thinker.
Yeah, Carlia is absolutely the way that Carlia gets characterized is that she is absolutely fucking dumb. But the thing about the Thieves Guild being good up until the reveal is that that's like free quests. No, I don't know why she has purple eyes. If you have a save, go back and see if you can find the goat. It just runs around the place the whole time. I think it's supposed to be in a cage, but it clipped out and runs around. Okay. I've probably done that quest 5 times. I've never seen it, but I'll trust you on this one, because what can you do?
Conundrum, though. It's written in Falmer, the ancient language of the now blind monstrosity.
The weird thing about Inthier is that he's a wood elf, but he refers to himself as a high elf.
which roam the Dwemer depths. They're actually kind of interesting to read up on because they used to be known as snow elves until they were driven underground by the Nords.
Arlia is a descendant of Baron Zia? News to me.
Then they were betrayed by the dwarves and cursed to be the way that they are now. But their language is
You'll just have to trust me on this one.
ancient and only known by a handful of people. The main source of translation is a researcher in Markarth, one that's been slaving over his research and translation for years. He's understandably stubborn,
Also known as this asshole.
About simply handing over all of the research to you, so it's time to steal it. This involves running through a Dwemer
Hey, I'm gonna play a Dunmer woman.
museum and getting to a wizard tower at the end. In the center of the tower is this lunatic's research carved into a big-ass slab in the center of the room. So you have to charcoal and paper it and then run back to Winterhold. The newly translated journal
I don't understand. There's so little, like, commentary along the way. I don't... I'm weak. My strength is failing. What do you guys want to talk about? Let's take 5 minutes to chat with chat. How about that? I don't recall Baron Zia having purple eyes. I'm just going to trust you on that one. Let's talk about Cancelmo. Watching the fights tonight. Are there who's fighting? The guy I follow who always talks about fights hasn't said anything. Pat versus Salt fight? Oh. I have 9 notifications. I assume someone was like, I saw Noah at a grocery store in Los Angeles. This is in reference to Noah Caldwell Gervais. I saw Noah at a grocery store in Los Angeles yesterday. I told him how cool it was to meet him in person, but I didn't want to be a douche and bother him and ask him for photos or anything. He said, "Oh, like you're doing right now?" I was taken aback. I assumed that this person... Oh, yeah. And all I could say was, huh? But he kept cutting me off and going, huh, and closed his hand shut in front of my face. I walked away and continued with my shopping, and I heard him chuckle as I walked off. When I came to pay for my stuff up front, I saw him trying to walk out the doors with like 15 Milky Ways in his hands without paying. Now I'm aware it's a copy paste, but someone was like, yeah, someone was, because we were talking about holding grudges against Noah Caldwell Gervais earlier. It's isn't it a, what does it refer to? It's like Ryan Gosling, isn't it? Like, what was the original? Is it that old? I thought it was like a decade. Question for Todd. What was the deal with the pretty kitty? Yeah, it's just like, frequently on these streams, we talk about a guy who's holding a massive grudge against Noah Caldwell Gervais, which is funny because it's a really odd person to like take umbrage with. What analysis channels do you like? That's a great question, actually. Pop up the horse here while I look. Probably the most would be to Snakerer and Accursed Farms of Ross Scott fame. I mean, honestly, it'd probably be better to ask me who I don't like, but then I don't have a list of people that I'm anti-subscribed to, so, you know, that's a thing. Why do I like horses so much? It's ascribed to me. Change the GIF, please. I do it on donations. We got like a queue going on, like this was first, and then this one got put in, and then I realized I could have two, and then this could go, and then this would shift over. We'd keep the ball rolling. What's so bad about Quentin's iCarly video for introducing people to long form analysis video? I watched it and found it pretty entertaining. I have no clue. I didn't watch it. I don't watch any of Quentin's content. Here's the thing. There is always the possibility that Quentin could have produced a masterful iCarly video. Hours and hours of analysis and discussion and going through the history of the production and the issues and the trials and tribulations and triumphs of the show. However, knowing his history, I highly doubt that that's the case. And, well, I'm not one of those people that keeps sticking my hand on the burner. Request accepted. No, that's funny. You guys must really hate her. I don't see what's wrong. You guys really shouldn't be hating on my wife or my future wife. What to throw up? Oh, I must have been drinking. What to throw up? How about this? It's always a good reference for all the people out there who maybe get it. GIF of your anime waifu. Well, I can only pick one. That's a challenging. That's a challenge. Oh wait, no, I know what to put up. Where's it at? Is it really that far down, or did I just miss it? I got a big folder and it's full of stuff. Doesn't she believe marriage is sexist by default, so good luck, I guess? I mean, there are compromises in every relationship, okay? Some things she's going to kind of take issue with, and I mean, some things I'm going to take issue with, but I think that a healthy relationship is about finding the middle, and, you know, it takes a lot of work. Relationships where everybody just kind of gets along are boring to me. You're going to have a healthy amount of fighting in your relationship. Damn it. I cannot for the life of me find a GIF of my anime waifu. So I guess I'll have to download one. I saw Noah Caldwell Gervais shove a kid off a bike and smell the saddle once. I haven't heard these things, but you know, I would not be surprised if it were the case. There we go. I apologize that took too long. Relationships are all about enlightened centricism. I wouldn't say enlightened. I would say probably radical centrism. There's defiantly some weird cultural baggage around marriage, but I don't know if it's sexist necessarily. I can see the argument for why she would think it is. It depends on whether or not you think it's supposed to be a compromise. Some for the coffee. I don't drink coffee. I do caffeine pills, famously. Snort them. No, don't snort them. I think you would probably fucking die. The argument for why she would think it is, not the argument she gives for why it is. I suppose that's true. Here we go. I like how you talk about centrism in relationships while putting anime waifus on the screen. Yeah. My roommate used to smoke caffeine. How do you do that? For the caffeine pills. All right, let's get a move on here. We've taken our reprieve, and the time has come to move on. Here, you can sit up there. Doesn't the caffeine degrade from the high heat? I have to wonder about that. How stable is caffeine as a substance?
Reveals that Mercer had been stealing large sums of cash from the guild to finance his own personal vices. I never understood this one because everyone mentions that the guild has been down on its luck, and how it might be a curse, but it's just this dude stealing all of the earnings for himself. Do these guys think that the thousands of gold that they've been earning just keeps evaporating in the vault? I wonder what kind of explanation they've been offered over the years as to where the money's gone. Beyond this revelation, though, is the fact that Mercer has
They're just getting really, really bad deals on, like, the blankets for the public beds and shit. Are we really going to pull through both videos today? We're just 1 hour into the first. Yeah, I'm skeptical of that claim as well. I'm going to keep going as long as I can without really destroying myself. I think I probably don't want to hit Vivek smiling menacingly. I can do that. I don't want to... I probably need to stop before we get to 12 hours. I make no promises of getting to 12 hours. I'm just saying that that there does have to be a limit. And I think that's YouTube's limit. Yeah, they stay up there in a playlist.
desecrated a very important shrine to the goddess Nocturnal. You see, historically, a small sect of the elite Thieves Guild members in Skyrim have apparently been dedicating themselves.
For some reason, they decided to switch Nocturnal's focus from the part that holds her up to the part that she doesn't use because she doesn't have children.
To the protection of the shrines of Nocturnal, the Daedric Prince of Night and Darkness, also known as Lady Luck.
Yeah, see? Big titty goth Daedric girlfriend. Or fuck, I messed it up. Big titty goth Daedric Prince girlfriend.
Mercer, Gallus, and Carlia were all part of this group known as the Nightingales. It's unclear at this point in the questline what will happen with this new splinter of information, but I guess it's semi-interesting. I'm actually just kind of impressed with the guild's quests overall so far, but I guess I have to say it just doesn't quite feel like the Thieves Guild, you know? Like it's one of the more compelling guild stories.
Now it doesn't feel like the Thieves Guild. Oblivion was fine. Oblivion felt... Fairness, okay, we didn't watch the Salt Factory video. For all we know, he could complain about he could complain about it as well. But fact is, how is this what you have issue with? How much for an extra hour of content? Well, the issue is, I think this is how it works. After 12 hours, the first couple hours will not be archived in the VOD, which is obviously a big issue because a lot of people like to listen to those after the fact. So there we go. Did Salt even play Morrowind prior to Oblivion? Actually, that's a good question. Probably not. I think he was Oblivion first kind of guy. Mercer used the skeleton key to unlock her chest. That's a great joke. That's a great joke. Oh. There we go. I think he played Morrowind before his vids, though. You'd have to find proof of that.
But it doesn't seem to harbor any grand heists yet, where you steal some really cool stuff of large monetary value. Like the notes were valuable, but used to translate. The meadery was valuable, but I guess it doesn't feel like a Thieves Guild thing, felt more like a Fighters Guild thing. The other quests seem to be all about gathering information, or sending messages, or getting revenge. I guess we'll see, maybe I'm just getting ahead of myself.
What, did you not write this all ahead of time? Is the video about why you don't do spoiler warnings still planned? I've got bad news for you. That was never really a planned video. That was just something I kind of toyed with the idea of doing and then ultimately decided against. Because it's too challenging to explain, and it's kind of a radical position that doesn't make sense. And I don't know if it's worth the time investment to try and figure out a way that I can explain my insanity. Noah Caldwell Gervais always seemed like one of the less depressing video reviewer guys regarding like where his life's at in general. He's a weird trailer hippie, but in a content sort of way. Yeah, that's a Washington thing.
So all of the pieces are in place for this big confrontation. How would you expect this whole thing to go down? Maybe they draw on Carlia and attack her before she can even speak. Maybe the guild's surprised that you're even alive, because Mercer told you that he was going to tell them that you're dead. Maybe they just don't believe that Gallus was the one who wrote the journal, that it's a fake. Maybe Daenerys Targaryen doesn't throw away all of her character progression in one episode. Nope, we walk in, they believe everything, Mercer isn't there.
I don't get that reference. I don't watch movies. Noah has repeatedly said that he suffers from depression. Well, clearly he's not relaying that in his videos.
He's cleaned out the vault, which they check now, and has taken off. I mean, maybe he was just paranoid, but he seemed super confident that he would have no issue getting to Carlia eventually, and that he killed you. Maybe he should have chopped off your head. Why would he not be at the Ragged Flagon?
Do you think if Salt or anyone really would speak of the game more positively if they casually played instead of rushing to do all the content and make a review? That's not the issue. White Light did the opposite. Was that White Light? Who was it that advocated not doing content? That weird thing. I don't think that's the issue. I think the issue is he pretends to not know things for dramatic benefit. I don't know if I have a shot of Caius's abs. Not on hand, anyways. I don't think I can argue that point competently. Chad Jojo Anderson. Objective opinion doesn't exist. It's implied by the basics of communications. Yeah, nice. Nice. How about this? I won't give you Caius abs, but I will give you this. How about that? I feel like that's a healthy compromise.
I don't know, maybe he heard of your escapade with the Falmer notes. But it's not as if I stole the notes, I just made a copy of them and escaped.
I mean, the thing was, Carlia was like sitting outside the Ragged Flagon, and she even says that, like, I think they're starting to recognize me. It's like, yeah, you dumb bitch. Could you have waited, like, in the previous room where they don't have guards? Just so we're clear who this is, especially with the armband.
But he's gone, and I guess he's wiped out the supposedly impenetrable vault.
All right, fine. There's a good picture of Caius out there. It's like, you know, it's on the UESP. It was from Legends. Or no, it's on his lore page. Yeah. This image. The only thing I think Legends kind of redeems itself for is the artwork. All right, what is he saying?
Maybe he heard of your escapade with the Falmer notes. But it's not as if I stole the notes, I just made a copy of them and escaped. But he's gone, and I guess he's wiped out the supposedly impenetrable...
I never understood how the giant stab wound was never entered as evidence that Mercer had betrayed us. Like, he did stab us. That wound didn't go away. Surely. Or, like, Carlia would leave the scar so that it could be proof, or something like that.
Vault, one that needs 2 members with 2 keys to unlock it. So now I have to go to his Looney Tunes Manor in Riften, where there's a funhouse maze of traps and misdirection. At the end of the tunnel lies Mercer's plans.
Man, you should have done the, there's the quest to free Vald of his debt. Because I think it really shows how kind of incompetent Bethesda is. How do scars work as evidence? I mean, Mercer has a Dwemer sword. The player having a Dwemer sword-sized scar in their throat seems like compelling evidence to me.
To go after one last big score before presumably hanging up his hat and lying low forever. The heist is one that Gallus was working on for a long time, just to add insult to injury.
It was more that Mercer wanted to cuck, to perform the ultimate cuck of the Thieves Guild. Is not wanting comedy in your reviews the same as not wanting politics in your music? I guess, but I disagree with both.
When faced with this information, Carlia comes up with the idea of making you and Brynjolf into Nightingales as well, which involves you getting some sweet-looking armor, probably honestly my favorite look in the game as far as light armor goes. Then you gotta listen to Cortana for a while she bathes you in her bluish-purple light, and ta-da! You're a Nightingale! And what's more? Guess what? You're the guild leader now! Yay. I'm so bored right now. I don't know, that the whole nocturnal...
Do you not have any issue with being well, hang on, let him...
Nocturnal thing does not interest me at all.
Okay, so it just bores him. It doesn't bother him that the player was signed into a contract. If you had a choice between Future Scrolls having a more New Vegas dialogue with skill checks and choice and consequence and multiple endings, but the gameplay loop stays being Fast Travel City, or future Elder Scrolls games have more mechanical depth but stay narratively shallow, I would probably say I favor Elder Scrolls games becoming more narratively complex, even if that means that they stay around the same level narratively. Because honestly, I don't have a particularly big issue with the way that they're presented narratively as is. I know there's a lot of people out there who would advocate for Elder Scrolls kind of being more like The Witcher, Cyberpunk, Mass Effect kind of dialogue simulator, right? When to me, personally, I would prefer more mechanically complex games. So yeah. What? We had Todd and now we have the pretty kitty.
I guess because there's no godliness to it. Yeah, the armor's rad, but like then it's just her going, congrats, you're a Nightingale. Go on. Protect the shrines. Then you get Carlia telling you that the guild's luck is so bad because of what Mercer did to Nocturnal. I guess the guy stole the skeleton key, a Daedric artifact that unlocks any skeleton anywhere. It's how he got through all of those different, really tough to breach.
That's his version of the skeletal car joke. Let me mark that down. Skeleton key unlocks skeletons. I might bait and switch that joke. How about that? Pat is clearly getting ready to be put onto Stag in the future by showing off his furry side. Is that an issue? I thought every online podcast had to have a furry. That seems like a mandated thing. What is the skeleton key joke referencing? He said that the skeleton key is will unlock any skeleton, which is not what it does, but it's funny because it's like that's not what it does, you know. Here we go. John Marston, after criticizing Salt Factory.
Doors with no issue, because they were all really just skeletons disguised as security. Yeah, I don't know, this guild started really strong for me, and it's just kind of floundering now. And I hate to admit it, but I miss having all of those extra little titles that come with pushing on through a guild.
How weird.
The Companions and the Dark Brotherhood both lacked it in a major way beyond the final titles like Listener and Harbinger. And now you're suddenly the leader of the Thieves Guild after a handful of missions. No Footpad to Prowler to Shadowfoot or anything like that. And it's not as if these ranks just don't exist. I mean, Brynjolf mentions a few times that he thought that Nightingales were used as boogeymen to scare Footpads into doing the right thing.
Okay, so this is such a weird approach to the faction rank argument is to go, well, Brynjolf says the word Footpad. The fact that it's described as extra little titles shows how the guild ranks just grinded down into nothing. Well, the weird thing is, if the companions can maybe survive without a guild leader, the Thieves Guild definitely needs a guild leader. And not like some fucking Fairweather guild leader that shows up every month or so. Like some guy who will genuinely sit around and do all the paperwork. I think that's not what he said. No, I was just saying... Oh, shit. This was a weird approach to it. I miss ranks. And I mean, even Mercer pays lip service to ranks. But he doesn't... What would make his case stronger is if the player was, like, superficially being referred to as progressing rather than having ranks.
Or to Shadowfoot or anything like that. And it's not as if these ranks just don't exist. I mean, Brynjolf mentions a few times that he thought that Nightingales were used as boogeymen to scare Footpads into doing the right thing. So
yeah, the Thieves Guild does have and need a hierarchy, though. It does need a leadership position, and it also needs a sort of upper management position so that in the event that the leader dies, the replacement is immediate. And also, you need multiple people for the vault door scheme to work. Not that it does, but the Thieves Guild should still have ranks despite being a group of 10 people.
So it kind of makes no sense that they just don't exist in the Skyrim Guild. Alright, let's wrap this thing up. So you run off to the big Indiana Jones ruins to Lara Croft your way through the crypts of Uldum. There's Dwemer shit, there's Falmer shit, there's Falmers using Dwemer shit. It's just a mess. And it's huge. And I think you're supposed to really take your time and kind of sneak up on your prey and use the shadows to your advantage, take on a little chunk of Falmer at a time. But that's if you're a Kevin. Me being the Bruce that I am, I ran my ass through the whole room while chugging potions. Oh god, they follow me. Well, too late to think about that now, I gotta keep running. Thank god there's only like lockpick gates and not actual puzzles, or I'd really be having a tough go at this right now. When I make it to the end, Mercer's just getting done prying.
I mean, this applies to most anything in the game. If they bring back guild ranks, guilds have to be much longer and thicker, because you can fly by the ranks and they just become short little titles you hear in one line of dialogue. That was sort of my thought, was like, how do you put ranks in the companions when it's like 6 quests? Salt did the Virgin versus Chad meme back then. This is not that back then. Chads and Virgins were already memes in 2019. In late 2019. You can reduce the number of ranks? I guess you could fight forest fires by chopping down every single tree.
Off the second eye. There's a big showdown, and the fella goes down faster than any of the hordes of Falmer that I just tore through. That's honestly about the ending that I figured that I would get with this guild. But wait, there's more! I gotta return this really useful item back to the Daedric Prince of Hide and Go Seek, because when I think of the final 2 Thieves Guild quests, I think killing hordes of monsters and one guy, and then unstealing an item. The Twilight Sepulchre is home to the spirits of nightingales who swore to protect it, meaning that the spirit of Gallus is actually here, and he talks you through everything.
I think, okay, so an interesting idea they had was, there are various policies that the guilds are stated to kind of be in rebellion of. So, like, for instance, as Harbinger of the Companions, you can effectively decide if the Companions is still going to use lycanthropy as an edge, or if you're going to cure everybody of lycanthropy. And I think the Thieves Guild is the same way. You can return the skeleton key, or you could decide to keep it and continue the bad luck that having it is supposed to entail. You can stop wildfires from purposely setting fires. Isn't that true? Or is that saying that, yeah, that's one way to solve it?
That happened. He's a bit smaller than I thought he would be. He explains the whole luck thing as Nocturnal's influence. She basically exudes luck to those who worship her. So shit like a lockpick breaking or the moon suddenly peeking through the clouds to reveal thieves doesn't happen nearly as frequently. I think this big temple was supposed to be like a maze of puzzles. I even got a handy decoding book to explain each chamber to me, which was really unnecessary. I think even children can manage to figure out, oh, the light hurts me. I think the only thing that threw me off was the pit at the end, because Skyrim taught me early on that toddling off of a 3-foot cliff would shatter my spine into dust, but turns out it was all good to jump down this one. So you wait a few moments at the bottom of this chamber before realizing that there's a skeleton down here with you, and since you have the skeleton key, you can unlock it and fall through to the chamber below. When you return the key, Nocturnal appears to let you know that she's not going to be nice to you just because you did what you were supposed to do. She then gives you a very stern handjob in the form of a once-a-day superpower of your choice. You get such flavors as cherry, water, and bath salts.
Absorbs health from the target. Invisible while sneaking for 2 minutes. Forces the target to attack anyone on sight. Okay. Who is Anders? That's a good question. Who is Anders? A named skeleton, his message suggests that he was the unscrupulous killer of Nystrom and that he starved to death after trying to break into the sanctuary. And that's it.
I went with water because being see-through is a great way to not be seen. After this, Gallus and Carlia are reunited, the lovers at last meeting, and Gallus celebrates this event by lovingly jogging within 5 feet of Carlia. That's just true love, folks. Then he tells her that as soon as she dies, they can be ghosts together, and then bids her farewell.
These are things.
If you've done all of the main stuff for the guild,
Things
all
that
the ones
happened.
are side jobs. The side jobs are absolutely ass. I mean, don't get me wrong, it has you doing a lot of those Thieves Guildy type stuff that I said was missing before, but it's just a smattering of uninspired Radiant quests. And to unlock the real stuff, you have to do 5 Radiant quests per town. So when you do 5 small jobs in, say, Solitude, you then get to do the special job that seems a lot more like a proper Thieves Guild quest.
Captain Volp is ashore right now, and I want the...
The whole bad luck thing has kind of undermined the Thieves Guild in my eyes. It seems to imply that they aren't skilled, just favored. Yeah, that was a weird thing to me. Like this sort of mentality that that luck is just such a huge factor in the way that the Thieves Guild operates. When it's like, no, there's still going to be skilled thieves. I liked how the Thieves Guild utilized Radiant quests. I think it was the best usage of the system in the game. That's what I feel. And my only issue with it is you can't control where you're sent to, and you can get repeat quests for areas that you've done. Why did Gentleman Jim Stacy have the skeleton key? Yeah, it's called the ever elusive Retconia.
The authorities waiting for
Like my theory in the Oblivion video is that like Nocturnal keeps rewarding stuff and then claiming that like the people she rewarded stole it from her.
him when he gets back. Now get going. I don't want to see your face until the job's done.
Then you get to repeat all of the small time shit again, which includes the likes of stealing a bunch of stuff from a place, pickpocketing an item off of someone, stealing a particular item from a home or business, planting a stolen item in another person's house, or forging numbers and ledgers. The last one is by far the easiest job, but it's so ridiculously boring and tedious to go to a town, waltz in, change the numbers, walk back out, travel to the guild, go to the Ragged Flagon, and do it all over again 20 times. And if you get unlucky enough to get a Riften quest, it doesn't count towards anything. But the most annoying thing of all is that if you get 2 or 3 of these special jobs done in these cities, you have to hope for RNG to continue to give you the correct Radiant quests for the last city. If not, you gotta either go do that extra quest or tell Delvin that you don't want the quest after all and re-roll, over and over again, until you get your last city covered. What an absolute dog shit system. Why would you lock all of your special missions, which are honestly...
Man's going hard, holy shit. It's weird. There's kind of like a disparity between when he'll decide to go hard and when he'll just kind of go, yeah, and that's the way it is. That's just the way it is. And then sometimes he's just like, here's how it is, and this is fucking bullshit, man. No, he's right. Just weird to me. Was the skeleton key retconned here? The idea that the skeleton key is like what ties Thieves' luck together is definitely a retcon thing. And maybe not a retcon thing. I'm going to stick by my theory that Nocturnal just lies and says that the previous person she rewarded stole it from them. So like when you get Nocturnal's eye for her, that was actually some like she rewarded those thieves and then tasked us with stealing from them. Because she's just kind of a bitch. He reserves his anger for the proper moments of righteous indignation. I don't know. It feels really bipolar to me. It's just like all of a sudden he just goes, BAM! This is bullshit. This is ass. The most amount of resets it took for me was 55 for a Markarth job. Jesus. I thought I had it bad when I had to reload like 15 times to get a Markarth quest. Markarth is like the worst. It's sort of stupid to think that a thief can just steal a skeleton key whenever. It just seems like it'd be something really hard to do. Well, Mercer had the benefit of being a Nightingale, so he wasn't like just some guy. But my fan canon copium explanation really just kind of lampshades the fact that they changed how the skeleton key worked.
Just average Thieves Guild quests behind a slew of Radiant quests. I wasn't even gonna do these, but I thought I'd give it a shot and see if anything fun shook loose, and nothing did. Or at least nothing worth going through all that trouble over. The end result for all of this running around is a shop opening up for each city down in the Ragged Flagon. They all sell weaponry and armors besides the poison potion guy. Even though you were...
I mean, the guild also gets a bunch of equipment, and there's you can bribe guards on the cheap once you are influenced, and I think you only become guildmaster after you do all of them. What's with the furry gif? It's just the most recent one. It's about to get filtered out.
Nominated for the title of the Thieves Guild Master through the main chunk of the story, you have to do all of this little side shit to officially get the title. And then the ceremony is, well, it's uneventful, but you get a cool set of armor and some other neat trinkets. I don't know, man. I'm just majorly let down by this guild at this point. I guess I just don't understand the lack of parallel between the Oblivion's Thieves Guild and Skyrim's. And I know at this point it's like, how many times are you going to mention Oblivion, but why is it so hard to outdo a game that came out 5 years earlier? It doesn't make any sense. Oblivion...
Oh, weird, right? I know. What a weird thing. I say GIF, but I actually don't give a fuck. I'm guessing you're supposed to do the Radiant quests in between missions, but they don't force you to do them, so everyone pushes it to the end. Yes. I did it that way because I didn't finish the Thieves Guild until level 46. Actually, I still haven't finished it, but I'm close to. I didn't continue the Thieves Guild until level 46. All I had to do was Unka dancing GIF. Isn't that pornographic? Or is there a... We'll look for a safe for work version. How about that? That's not safe enough for work. I need safer. There is a safe for work Anka GIF. I think you might have a different standard than me though. There. Save this. Or open link in new tab. Save it. There we go. Is there a way I can... Where the hell did it go? Oh, okay. Honestly, Skyrim's Thieves Guild Radiant Quest system would work if it was reworked to be like training for skill requirements in Morrowind. The quest would need to be overhauled to be fun, though. There we go. It's gotta suck to be her neighbor. It's 5 o'clock somewhere. Yeah, I know. Get lit.
Oblivion's Guild took care of its beggars. It gave back to the needy, and they were generally prankster-esque Robin Hood types. They got guards reassigned who were giving them...
Yeah, I know. That was a bad thing.
Well, it's uneventful, but you get a cool set of armor and some other neat trinkets. I don't know, man. I'm just majorly let down by this guild at this point. I guess I just don't understand the lack of parallel between the Oblivion's Thieves Guild and Skyrim's. And I know at this point...
That's because... Yeah, okay. So that's because Oblivion's Thieves Guild went way off the fucking rails. 5 o'clock, get slammed.
It's like, how many times are you going to mention Oblivion? But I just... Why?
How many times has he mentioned Oblivion? Because I swear it was not a lot.
Why is it so hard to outdo a game that came out 5 years earlier? It doesn't make any sense. Oblivion's Guild took care of its beggars. It gave back to the needy, and they were generally prankster-esque Robin Hood types. They got guards reassigned who were giving them trouble, they reined in freelance thieves, and they pulled off some amazingly high-profile heists. And they also did a pretty good job at weaving in a kick-ass story.
No. They pulled off a high-profile heist
to tell along the way. Hell, I'd say Morrowind did a good job at conveying that feeling too. Skyrim starts off with some pretty interesting stuff.
Okay, wait, hang on. Did Morrowind convey the feeling of being a Robin Hood thief who performed high-profile heists? I guess if you did the Bal Malagmer thing, but it's like... Change your clocks tonight, wage cagers. That's right. I forgot. The time of year where winter stops being so goddamn dark. Alright, I think I'm going to have to make a rule that I don't do requests on the images. Because, that can probably get really hectic.
But always has you working against this mysterious force until the big twist is revealed, and then that's kind of where the intrigue dies. The big showdown isn't some grandiose heist where the stakes are intense, like stealing an Elder Scroll. It's taking out another thief who was mean to a goddess.
I think, okay, so I think the idea was that and they failed, was that the Eye of the Falmer quest was supposed to be this big heist, but they did a really bad job of establishing that it was supposed to be a heist, and that the player, because the player does kind of prep for it.
Then you return the stolen item and get a spiffy new power, and that's it. This really could have been the questline of a brand new guild called the Nightingales, and it would have had just as much impact. And then they just shove all of the stuff I would
Yeah, it's just a name.
expect of the Thieves Guild into these special side jobs that can only be unlocked by mushing your face into Todd Howard's asshole. Oh well, let's just move on to the Mages Guild before I get sad. So the Mage...
Alright. I'm going to say we take a small break. I'll be back at 55 at least, but we're probably going to start the video back up at the turn of the hour. So go get refreshed. What you need to do. I like the idea of the Thieves Guild not being honorable. Well, that's going to be an area where I heavily disagree with him. It's weird that, I guess, if you're an Oblivion first guy, then your idea would be that's how the Thieves Guild normally is, that they're Robin Hood, and then you play the other games and realize that Oblivion was the odd one out. How's that fight going? I still don't know who's fighting. I assume that what a knockout is referring to whatever fight people were telling me was going on. But does being the odd one out mean that it's bad? No. It just is. When do we switch our clock? I think it's at midnight. I don't know. What matters is that you have to wake up early tomorrow. So I'd probably... I would probably, you know, stay up all night and watch me stream. Did I hear about all those people dying at the Travis Scott concert? Yeah, somebody said that people were dying at a concert they went. What's up with that? Clock switch at 2 a.m. Who decided that? I assume it's 2 a.m. your time. So it's probably like in the UK at midnight, and then you move from there. One of the most viewed videos on the subject of worst race of Skyrim, I didn't know that was a genre, put Orc as the worst, which was infuriating. Yeah, I wouldn't... Are they talking mechanically or lore-wise? Because Orc wouldn't be the worst in either front. I think orcs were up there when I was doing the poll to see who, what race the main character for the whole playthrough was going to be. Orc was up there. Mechanically, yeah, that's definitely wrong. Bretons are the worst lore-wise, and Wood Elves are the worst gameplay-wise. Yeah, Command Animal is nice if you really ever get annoyed at just like having to fight all the wildlife. But yeah, Wood Elves are kind of terrible. I want to see a dude version of Nocturnal. That probably exists. Or, well, I wouldn't be surprised. Well, it's not on the first page of this, so I guess not. There's a command animal shout that makes them redundant. Yeah, but that shares cooldown with the rest of the shouts, and you have to find it. Nords are boring as hell. Haha, we're Vikings. Drink mead. Oh no, I've been cursed by a witch who stole my clothes. Nords were interesting in the lore ahead of Skyrim because, like, they were conquerors, and it was interesting to see how they would interact with societies that don't necessarily have equivalents. Plus, there were a lot of like interesting Nord characters in the lore. What's my opinion on Dagoth Ur as an antagonist? Obviously, everybody likes Dagoth Ur, but I think that he fails as an antagonist because he isn't really a recurring character. So, I think antagonists are something that needs to show up in the entire story. Depending on if your kind of story is... Obviously, there's like the 9 ways that you write antagonists. But if you're telling a man versus the world kind of story, then, well, you need to see the world in that story, right? Because Dagoth Ur isn't really a character outside of the final part of the game, there's no connection to him. There's no kind of push to him. It would be interesting to see Dagoth Ur and go, oh, he's just an evil Satan guy. And then you find out the stuff about his history and his relationship with Nerevar. And then he becomes more complicated. But obviously, he's still a pretty evil prick who's bad news. They've been improving with their antagonists. You know, the Morrowind antagonist appeared once. The Oblivion antagonist appeared twice. And Skyrim's protagonist showed up 3 times. It's impressive. Yeah, Dagoth Ur does have some pretty impressive cum gutters. Also, didn't Morrowind mods make having the Woad ability, making them Celtic? Oh, Morrowind Nords. Yeah. Yeah, that was a thing. But I don't think the Nords were particularly well fleshed out. They were kind of really basic, so there wasn't any... It was like characterizing the Argonians. They haven't even got a game yet. They've been improving with their antagonists, Laughs Institute. Laughs whoever the fuck was the antagonist in Fallout 3, right? Right? Khajiit are also really awful gameplay-wise. Getting bonus to unarmed damage is awful because it's by far the worst melee combat option in Night Eye Lamau. Yeah. Khajiit probably are the worst. Probably in both fronts. Because every time I bring up that the Khajiit are banned from the cities, somebody will be like, oh, but the player can go in the cities. And it's like, yeah. There's not really a way to reconcile that. You know, it's almost would be better if the Khajiit weren't playable. But I know there would be a riot among furries, of course. So, we're back on the hour. We've still got a lot to go. My main issue is that it really is just synopsis, occasionally opinion, or analysis. Why is it off now? Like shifted. There it goes. Yeah, I know, trust me. I was warned. I was warned. That's the fun part. People like to watch others suffer. So, let's get a move on.
Mage's Guild, or the College of Winterhold as it's called in this game, and the Winterhold area in general, is probably one of the most aesthetically pleasing and impressive to look at.
It seems really dismissive to just keep, like, referring to them as the Mage's Guild. Just because, like, that's the equivalent function they serve in the game. You said this is the most viewed Skyrim analysis. Why is it the most viewed if it's just a summary and subjective criticism? Hey, I guess you caught me.
Areas in the entire game, at least in my opinion. It's a daunting fortress of a college across a man-made bridge over a steep valley of ice and snow. But to gain entry into this noble institution, you actually have to take a test of sorts. This is completely different from Oblivion, and it's actually a positive change in my eyes. When she said that I needed to take a test to get in, I expected two things. One, that if I tried to cross the bridge into the college's threshold without passing the test, that something bad would happen to me. And two, that I honestly wouldn't be able to pass it because my grades here are tumultuous at best. But it actually...
Why would something bad happen to you? Yeah, I guess... being denied content is bad.
It isn't much of a test. You just need to cast a firebolt spell, and I guess it's random which spell you get, but you just have to cast whatever spell you get at the ground here. She even sells you one, which is nice.
I guess.
Once or twice. Oh no. Oh shit.
I can't complain about the simplicity of the test, because it's still a realistic way to separate someone with some property of magic to them, and Town Guard Bob, whose best magic trick is fitting a whole keg of meat inside him when he has time off. And I would definitely be hooped if they were looking for people with above D grade averages. After this, you meet the glorious leader who welcomes you to the college with some introductory robes and has you follow her around to be shown to your quarters and the like. The whole thing has a very real-life university kind of vibe, except that she goes on to tell you that they've had to increase security recently because Nords have been trying to dismantle the college or something, and then right after she says this, these guys just poof into existence.
We're here to teach you a lesson. Never should have come here.
Apparently this was not supposed to happen because the tour guide here is broken afterwards and she keeps telling you that you can talk to her when the tour is finished whenever you approach. So I had to reload to do this over again, and she walks at the speed of 2 snails pushing 3 snails. Eventually, you're told to attend your first lecture class thing, which has you talking to this fella about safety, and with great power comes great accidentally killing yourself if you're not careful. These guys are all sitting here going, come on.
Didn't you say the Nightingales were just a name when he said that they could have replaced the Thieves Guild? I don't recall saying that, no.
Teach, we can totally do cool magic tricks. Let us enter our names into the Tri-Wizard tournament. And I'm just sitting here thinking about my low magic scores and whether or not zebras see in color or black and white. Then I'm picked as a test subject for the Ward spell, which would be a sweet spell if I didn't run out of dick after 3 seconds of casting. Then the professor excitedly claps his hands and says, hey guys.
This is gonna be sub-white light tier, isn't it?
Guys, why do cool wizard shit when this game has 400 Nordic runes to trample through? And so I ride off to class on my death horse. Upon arriving, you get sent further into the tomb to find little trinkets that are lying around. The last one is an amulet which sets off a trap to cage you in. When you equip it, the air around where you grabbed it from starts going nuts, and when you try to cast a spell, it destroys the structure which has sealed off an entire network to the tomb. Just to talk you through the logistics of this real quick. So someone forever ago set up this amulet to seal its user inside if they take it. And if the user couldn't figure out that they have to blast the stone that the amulet was lying on, I assume they die or they have to put it back or something. Yeah, that seems like a good system. So anyways...
But... Hang on, what did you just say?
Someone forever ago set up this amulet to seal its user inside if they take it. And if the user couldn't figure out that they have to blast the stone that the amulet was lying on, I assume they die or they have to put it back or something.
That sounds reasonable to me. I don't see what the issue is so far, given that they were meant to be protecting what was in there. So much synopsis just makes the hot takes. This is like a freshman's literary analysis where like 90% of the essay is evidence and 10% is the proper insight.
Yeah, that seems like a good system. So anyways, you go into a chamber with the old man where you promptly go on a mushroom trip. The apparition in front of you tells...
Well, see, a lot of what the education for people have for writing is like a book report. Because, you know, you have to go to college to get an actual education for what the purpose of writing is. Is he asking, why must I use magic in the Magic Guild story? I'm going to give him some benefit of the doubt and say no. And I'm going to let him say it verbatim. How about that? To be fair, it's a stupid trap. If only one person takes the amulet and dies, nobody can enter the room and pass the test. It's not a trap, though, is the thing. They were trying to protect the orb, so it seems like it would just increase the number of obstacles to get to the orb. And if any... I don't know, it seems fine to me. Quote, I'm going to let him finish, end quote. Yes.
User couldn't figure out that they have to blast the stone that the amulet was lying on, I assume they die or they have to put it back or something. Yeah, that seems like a good system. So anyways, you go into a chamber with the old man where you promptly go on a mushroom trip. The apparition in front of you tells you that you set off a chain of events and that he was/is from the Psijic Order, and that only you could face the danger ahead. You tell the old man who didn't see anything and he goes, danger? Ha! That makes no sense at all. And then like 40 skeletons come shambling out of their sarcophagi. The professor here goes from, hey, make sure that you put safety above all else, to, yeah, I'm gonna hang back here and study this stuff. You go on ahead.
Yeah, I always had an issue with this. Because they don't give Tolfdir a reason to, like, want the player to get killed doing this. He just sort of decides... And there's no real good reason for Tolfdir not to accompany you among this part of Sarthal. He just kind of fucks off for part of the quest for no real good reason. Wouldn't a literal mage be able to retrieve the amulet with telekinesis? They would have to know of the trap ahead of time. Deal. Well, it does a terrible job at protecting. I mean, if you don't have magic, you literally can't escape it, so...
Bastard completely cheesed it out of the room after I left. Man, let me tell you my favorite thing about Skyrim. It doesn't matter what guild you're a part of, or what set of quests you're on, or anything like that. You're always going to find yourself in a Nordic rune eventually. You know, it really ties everything together. And nothing screams Mage's Guild like going through what feels like the same ancient tomb, with the same skeletons and coffins, and the same lame rotating block puzzles, except with the added bonus of a big mage orb at the end of it. So what do we really learn here? 1. The Psijic Order was, or is, a powerful ancient order of mages that were responsible for a lot of advancements in magic knowledge. And 2. Big Mage Ball.
Wait, when this dungeon was made, teleportation would have still been legal, right? Yes, but teleportation in Elder Scrolls is not just, I want to go there and then you teleport there. It's either, I want to go back to a temple, which is an intervention, or I want to go back to a place that I have marked, which means you would have had to have been there before. So, I mean, I guess you could recall out of the trap, but then, you know, you're just farther away from the thing they're trying to protect.
Make a big mystery. I'm sent back to show and tell about the big mage ball, and the Archmage says, fine, but, you know, now you gotta go research it. Go ask the bookman below to give you smart books about the topic. Alright, people, welcome back to Design That Quest. That's right, everyone, the game show where the contestants get to be a writer at Bethesda for a day and design that quest. The rules are simple. All you have to do is design a quest so that it fits into Skyrim in the best way possible. But be careful. Too much innovation and it might be better suited to Morrowind or Oblivion. Alright, now let's see how our first contestant of the day does. Option A. Urag is particularly grumpy today. He has the books, but he wants you to explore the magical menagerie filled with unique and mystical amalgamations below the college's grounds for a rare substance to make a potion with. Option B. Urag has the books, but he has a lot of work to clear out first. Go retrieve 3 overdue books from other apprentices. Oh, plot twist though. The last book student is missing. Fortunately, the book's in his robe, but when you go to grab it, you get pulled into a fictional story realm and need to escape. Option C. A guy stole the books and gave them to a rival sorcerer faction. Looks like the contestant is looking at option C, but wait! Oh no, what's this? The contestant is locked in option B. That's way too much innovation. How did he not realize? Well, you truly hate to see it, but better luck next time, contestant. So yeah, you go kick the asses of every mage at this weird offshoot of a school. I just wish it didn't look like every other tower type thing in this game. I mean, it's supposed to be a rival school, right? Sure, they're a bit lacking in morals, what with locking up all these wolves and vampires and the human who brought the books there. But they have what—
I also don't think they're accredited, and they don't really have good programs.
appears to be training halls and classes with instructors, and the whole place looks like a big dumb dungeon that would fit in with the Brotherhood and Thieves quests. I don't know, this didn't even have to be particularly innovative from an objective perspective, but it could have at least made the effort of constructing a setting that looked something like it would actually rival the College of Winterhold. Oh well. One of the books you retrieve mentions Sarthal by name, and explains that it was the first city that the Nords settled in Skyrim. It was burnt to the ground by the Snow Elves, which became the Falmer, and the Nords retaliated by wiping out the Snow Elves and driving the remaining ones underground.
Isn't this just commonly known history though? Like, this would be like they uncovered a Egyptian pyramid, and like the secret to figuring out the giant mystical orb at the center of it was like a book that stated the Egyptians were a civilization that settled around the Nile River several thousand years ago.
The book then speculates that something of great power and mystery was found and sealed under Sarthal, and the elves attacked because they wanted it. Upon returning to the college, the first thing to note is the relocation of the big-ass mage ball, which is now hanging out in one of the rooms. You return the books and report back to Old Man Winter, who asks you about the one that you read. He starts going on about the symbols
One wonders how it was moved
on this big magic ball and how it exudes
I assume Tolfdir has his forklift certification, don't get mad.
Powerful amount of magicka, when suddenly this walking bag of jaundice comes in and interrupts him. He asks why someone from the Sijic Order is here asking for me specifically. I'm like, aren't you just an advisor, dude? And he's like, yeah, but still, come with me. So I follow Volcano down, and sure enough, the guy's just hanging out with the Archmage. On approach, the world goes gray again and everyone disappears. Apparently, this is something that he can do to have a private conversation, which is actually cool. He tells you that his order watches over everything magic related, and noted that the object that we found, called the Eye of Magnus, is extremely dangerous and might be used for the wrong reasons if left unchecked. And finally, he directs you to someone named the Augur of Dunlane, who is supposed to be somewhere here on the college grounds. I ask the old man about him, and he says that he's located beneath the college in a semi-dangerous stretch.
Is Tolfdir a criminal who knows illegal magic?
I asked the guy to tell me more about the Augur, and he's like, well, he was before my time, but he was super brilliant. And focused. Maybe even too focused. And then the accident happened. What? What accident? There is no option to ask what accident, even though it's very obvious that any person anywhere would ask that. I guess my character zoned out. So it's down to Midden, which sounds pretty intimidating, but the place you gotta get to takes like 2 minutes. When you get to the door, a voice goes, "You can't come this way, it's useless." And then you wait 4 seconds and he goes, "God damn, you're persistent, alright, come on in." The Augur is actually a big bunch of swirling light, and he answers your questions like God in Futurama, but not before telling you that it's too late. This is a really stupid way of trying to create a sense of defeat that isn't there. The Augur tells you multiple times that it's too late, that everything set into motion can't be reversed, and that there's not much to be done. Then he tells you what you can do about all of this. Okay, so the—
Oh shit. That was close. So, yeah, I know what happened here. What happened here was that the Augur was aware, had information that could lead to the arrest of Hillary Clinton. And then mysteriously, there was a workplace accident at the College of Winterhold that resulted in his death.
The Eye of Magnus apparently needs a staff to utilize it properly and prevent it from being super destructive. The Staff of Magnus is supposed to be a powerful staff of old, as the Archmage mentions when you return. Moses also lets you know that Volcano visited earlier with a bunch of aggressive questions, so that's fun. When you return to the Archmage, he gives you a big round of applause for being the best apprentice ever. This would be the part of the Mages Guild where I get a new title, but as mentioned before, we're done with those apparently in Elder Scrolls. But what Skyrim does make sure is that you get some kind of—
Weird to bring it up now and not during the Dark Brotherhood that you liked. Two fireballs to the back of the head. Apparent suicide. Yeah, it was ruled by the Winterhold coroner, so I mean, can't question that authenticity. These sorts of things happen, you know? The Augur Dunlane was known to be going through rough neighborhoods. Do funny renamings of characters belong on the bingo? I think that's standard. Plus, what was the funny renaming? I did not have sexual relations with that Argonian maid.
Physical item. It doesn't matter if this quest took me a grand total of 7 minutes, 4.5 of which was listening to people talk. I have to get something for my troubles, or how else am I going to be entertained, Todd? Anyways, you inquire about this staff, and this lady says that a group from Cyrodiil...
The Mage's Circlet's interesting because it's on a level table, but it's on a different level table to all the other leveled items. So it's like its max version shows up at level 23 or so, instead of in the 40s.
called the Synod was after it. They're portrayed as a very self-important group that's hell-bent on the gathering of powerful knowledge and artifacts. It's odd because Mirabelle here tells you that she would rather them not be collecting such dangerous objects, but I guess she wasn't concerned enough to organize any sort of group to maybe go along and stop these guys from obtaining the Staff of Magnus by any means. I guess it's fortunate that I came along and she remembered which runes they were headed off to. When you arrive...
They are like a, they're an academic university, not a militant order, so makes sense to me.
At the Dwemer rune, there's a guy who's almost dead who gives you instructions to go to the Oculory, whatever that is. So you get to the center of this Tootsie Pup, and the guy goes, "What'd you do with my colleague?" And I go, "Yeah, he's dead." And he goes, "Damn, must have been the Falmer." It's a weird 180 on that suspicion, but hey, we'll take it. This fella starts going on and on about how this whole thing was his idea and how brilliant he is and all that stuff. Then he leads you to this big-ass room with this big-ass spherical astrolabe thing in the center. I slapped the buttons for a while before going, "Alright, what am I missing?" And then he explained to me...
Do you know how long this would take? We're hoping for the one moment where he says something interesting in 30 minutes.
...that I need to use cold, and insulted the college again for being inferior to the Synod. I'd say that I'm offended, but I literally did not know a cold spell, so... yeah. Anyways, I get this thing going.
Sounds like news to me, personally. How do I even look this up? I don't remember the name. I'll just look up Synod. How about that? Okay, revealing the unseen. Apparatus will indicate that you should direct some fire and frost spells into the crystal. You look upward, you see the device receives one beam of light vertically and spits it. Ultimate goal. Okay. Is it possible without a frost spell? Like, if you don't have a frost spell, how do they reconcile that? Because, I mean, when you do the labyrinthine quest, the game is dumb and will, like, give you a flame spell, even though the player already knows flames by default. You can climb the ramp at the southeast point in the room and obtain one or both spell tomes from the table there if you do not have both the flames and frostbite destruction spells. Okay. So what did he do? Did he mention that? Am I drunk?
What am I missing? And then he explained to me that I need to use cold, and insulted the college again for being inferior to the Synod. I'd say that I'm offended, but I literally did not know a cold spell, so... yeah. Anyways, I get this thing going, and the guy starts losing his shit after a projection of Skyrim appears. Apparently, it was supposed to show the entire continent of Tamriel, and light up places of important magical artifacts, but it stopped in Skyrim because of the Eye of Magnus. He accuses you of being some kind of slick, undercover agent attempting to stop him from completing his work, which doesn't make any sense in the slightest because I retrieved the focusing crystal for him and did all of the work. He then starts going off about how this is better than he ever could have hoped.
Yeah, so you just kind of lampshades it.
For, because now he's going to report to the rest of the Synod in Cyrodiil about this.
We have brought up the issue, and now we will politely put it right back down.
So-called scheme that the college is involved in. So the dude's kind of nuts. He also goes, "Oh yeah, the staff you're looking for is probably in the Labyrinthian. Not that that matters after I report this." Alrighty, buddy, see ya. On my way out, Mirage Man makes a mini-message telling me to march to the mages, effectively halting my retrieval of the big important staff. Well, turns out Avocado has really done it this time, and the lad has decided that the best course of action is to zap the big beef and ball at the center of the hall. So you bust in on him, and he doesn't say much besides "oh my wah," and then makes the Archmage part of the school's foundation. The other girl from before goes, Hey, get up. I need you on your feet. Bitch, what are you doing? My feet were never anywhere but on. So I run outside, and yeah, this guy's not going anywhere. He's so rooted into the ground that it's like trying to loot a tree at this point. So I have to go protect the town now, because Father Time would much rather water the Archmage than be useful in this game. I slay the hell out of these magic worms and loot their bodies for some big boy soul gems, and then report back to temporary Argonian sits on ground to ask her what the hell she's doing. She goes,
your comments don't show up? What kind of shit are you talking? Because some stuff gets, filtered by YouTube.
"Hey dude, you gotta get that staff. We'll sit here and be useless. I mean, we're gonna stop Guantanamo from expanding the planetarium." When you tell her that the staff is in the...
Do I know if the college was a victim of cut content? I don't know. I don't think I ever read anything about that, but I also haven't done that particular bit of research yet.
labyrinth, and she goes, "What? The Archmage gave me this item from that place and told me I would know what to do with it when the time came. Wow." Alright, let's break down why this is bullshit storytelling. The Archmage might have been one of the most clueless higher-ups I have ever seen in any of these games, and the guy was literally the leader of the college. When you ask him about the Augur earlier, he goes, "That old myth? What tall tales has Grandpa been telling you today?" And then when you return to him to tell him that you spoke to the Augur, he goes, "Oh, yeah, sweet man, really cool." When you tell him, "Hey, we found a big fucking ball in Sarthal," he goes, "Huh, weird, go look it up in the library."
we're on live
A member
chat.
of the Sijic Order visits after so many years of being shut away, asks for me, and then goes, "Well, there must have been some kind of mistake," after he was done talking to me. Even Arpeggio shows some initiative here by going, "Okay, buddy, that makes 0 sense. Why did you really come here?" While the Archmage goes, "Oh dear, I hope we haven't offended him." Savos Aaron was a dink, and to sit here and give him this post-mortem significance like he had some kind of explosive epiphany and gave Mirabelle an amulet that's going to help me now is just ludicrous given how he's behaved at every opportunity.
I mean, while I agree, Savos did have a direct connection to that particular part of the story.
So it's off to Pan's Labyrinth, a location that I am 100% sure will be awful before I even get to it.
Who knows what we could find? And what if there are things guarding this place?
Against 6 college-trained mages?
I'm glad we all really I'm glad we choreographed our outfits before going on this journey. Wouldn't want anybody to go buy armor.
I think we'll be fine.
Yeah, obviously they weren't fine, given that most of them died.
We can't leave Gerwin.
We barely made it out alive. You want to go back in?
Might as well go forward. We can still do this.
If only we knew how to teleport.
We're not going to make it, are we?
So yeah, this whole place is about what I expected. Apparently Savos was...
Which video was the worst for me so far? Depends on what metric we're using. The worst produced video would have to be Metatron, but he did give us a lot to talk about during that stream. Yeah, you'd have to give me more metrics other than that.
here before with a bunch of friends and they all died and he kept going, "Come on guys, we can make it." Meanwhile, this disembodied voice is taunting you, first mistaking you for Savos and then realizing that maybe Savos sent you. The most innovative part of this labyrinth are the frozen and flamey doors, and they aren't really awe-inspiring, to say the least. It's kind of just another Nordic rune, which...
Yeah, I know, somebody played BioShock.
Really sucks. I mean, the Twilight Sepulchre at least had the common courtesy to come up with some interesting room ideas. The last room has these 2 wizards making a big force field seal thing on the main mean boy, and apparently Savos left them there to die while promising to...
Game full of dragons, the skeleton dragon and the labyrinthian. Lackluster boss fight because it wasn't something new or interesting. Yeah, I'd say that's pretty much an accurate assessment. I mean, it's worse because the fucker can't fly, so it doesn't even have like the mechanical element of a flying dragon. I never understood the ghosts in this game. They don't appear to be spirits, but they're still here. I don't think you see anything like it anywhere else. Yeah, ghosts in Elder Scrolls are a massive clusterfuck of conflicting lore and rules and shit.
seal away the place forever. And he did, with this plank of wood. Afterwards, you play peekaboo with the assassin that was sent by Baklava while he was still controlling the big ball, apparently. And then you get back to the college where the big ward field has multiplied in size. You use the staff on it, run in, and deal with the big evil dude once and for all. He's invincible at first, but you use the staff on the thing and it becomes the opposite of invincible. The dude from the Sijic Order comes in and goes, "We knew..."
Very vincible.
Oh boy. Souls and shout words of power, all before going to your home, storing all the sweet loot that you picked up, doing some interior decorating around your house before sitting down and reading a good book, huh?
You could do it. You know what? You deserve to run this school. So congratulations, Archmage. What? I don't think you get to choose this, buddy. This is like a police officer coming into a restaurant having really good service and going, you know what? You should be manager. Congrats on your promotion. But apparently Gandalf agrees and pronounces you Archmage, and that's the entire plot line for this guild.
I mean,
I'm starting.
Yeah, the main issue is we don't understand what the hierarchy of the college even is. Like, is there a board of regents or any kind of department heads? It seems like almost like every single department at the College of Winterhold is like one person. So I guess everybody's just in line for management there.
To physically ache.
Wait, you're telling me Angry Joe doesn't have real estate in real life? Fuck, man, if he can't make it, what are my chances?
From these guild stories. Of course, there are side quests, which include such thrilling entertainment as finding books, finding an alembic, finding some writings, and finding a better game to play, but we're gonna skip those. I'd say the most interesting
Now you skipped the Keening quest.
quests in this guild actually stem from the ritual spells, which are available when your magic-related skills hit level 90. All of the quests reward you with some very powerful spells and range from relatively interesting to pretty fun. My personal favorite.
That's one way to describe the rewards for the ritual spells. Also, this guy, not a UESP fan. You know, prefers the fandom page. Skyrim has 300 buildings and 82 people. It's free real estate. Hi, I'm the Department of only being here for 7 days. No, he's the Department of Adventures. He's the only one that's qualified to actually leave the college. Without supervision. Hey, I did not make the restaurant comparison. That was him. Is UESP better than fandom? Yes.
Is the Conjuration Ritual, which has you taming an unbound Dremora. I guess all in all,
What's funny is one of the Creation Club update or pieces of content is Wraithguard and Sunder.
Place the college over the Mages Guild of Oblivion. I didn't like Oblivion's iteration of the guild at all, but I did enjoy the plot of the college a fraction more. I don't know, man. All of the entertainment in Skyrim seems to be extremely surface level, and that's just it. I'm having a lot of fun still just playing the game, because I'm still running around and exploring shit and leveling and crafting and fighting and gaining powers and
It
glory.
doesn't seem like
It's all
it.
very much a non-stop dopamine rush, and that's only exacerbated by the non-stop rewards for doing every single little type of quest in this game. And even if you get bored of that, hey, there's mods. But if you dive any deeper than the surface, for the most part, you're not going to find a lot of fulfillment. Sure, there's chunks of fun story elements, and there's some cool ideas, and
I've heard the rumor that he didn't complete that side quest, but I think that's in the other video, because next up is the Civil War and then the main quest and then Final Thought. I don't think he does Blood on the Ice.
a handful of characters and settings that really hold my interest for more than a few moments. But for the vast majority of the time, it's just non-stop shallow bullshit that really feels like a husk of the series and not the meat of it. And that's why a lot of people like me got sick of dragons, or make fun of the introduction, or laugh at about the near non-existent puzzles. Because despite the lack of plot elements and quest depth, the game is still fun to play, and fun to mod, and fun to pick back up after some time has passed. But if you're expecting much more than the thrill of grinding through a dungeon, getting a new shiny or power, and then leaving through the shortcut that connects back to the entrance, you're only going to be satisfied maybe 10% of the time. Alright, let's get to the...
I have it on good authority that, what was the words that White Light used? Hang on. White Light was talking about how he was satisfied the first time that he went through a dungeon and it ended in a shortcut, and he was like as satisfied the 100th time. Well, okay, so the Blood on the Ice thing then would be an example of what I'm talking about. Because he feigns incredulity about certain elements, when he is genuinely ignorant or wrong about something, it seems like a bit. I don't think that was White Light. I don't think it was either. Who was it? It was Will. It was Will. Nothing in Dragonborn was as profound as the first time I stepped out of a dungeon shortcut, or the 100th. Yeah, that was Will. How about seeing icon on compass turn white? I don't remember that one, but I assume that was with Will.
The war stuff. So like I said before, I'm siding with the Imperials. The set of quests that you get when joining them over the Stormcloaks is more or less the same, but with a slightly different flavor. The big difference is the philosophy you're fighting for, and the characters that you interact with. The Legion seems to consist of two main players at first, General Tullius and Legate Ricka. Ricka's a battle-hardened Nord who is extremely knowledgeable about the race's traditions, myths, legends, and emotions. Tullius tends to disregard or berate a lot of the stuff that she tells him as silly superstitions, fairy tales, and general nonsense. But he always seems to take what she says
That's progressive.
into consideration when he's done giving her shit for it. My first mission to prove my worth is to clear a fort of brigands. That doesn't take too much effort, obviously, and I trot my way back to Castle Dower in Solitude to officially become a member of the Imperial Legion, and immediately get thrown back into the fray on a mission to recover the Jagged Crown. Supposedly a crown crafted from ancient dragon teeth and bone, this legendary item is a great show of power to the Nord population in Skyrim. If we don't recover it and it falls into the hands of Ulfric Stormcloak, it'll be a huge blow to the Legion's popularity for those undecided. So we all meet outside this rune and charge into it, taking on the Stormcloaks.
Listen, the CIA is responsible for the Somerset Shadows murdering a bunch of young women in Windhelm. I have it on good authority that 50,000 indictments have just been
littered the place. I think the most fun way to play this quest is to
Cut his mic! Cut his mic!
sneak ahead and try to kill everything before the Legionnaires can run into the obvious ambushes. I guess it's not really friendly to the surely epic dialogue that they wrote for Ricka here, when she reveals that she's actually a single mother who lost her husband and had her son crippled at the hand of a stunt. You're out of your mind if you think they wrote any sort of compelling character in this game. You run through this rune that literally has the default set of checkmarks for a Nordic rune, but with the added bonus of Stormcloaks. I just hate fighting with other people on my side because I always hit them by accident. So you snag the crown, push the wooden plank out of the way of the exit, and hand the power hat off to the general, who commends you on your work and gives you a message to deliver to Jarl Balgruuf in Whiterun. Apparently the Stormcloaks are going to attack the city, and the good Jarl has been refusing the help of the Legion. Time to see if we can actually convince him otherwise. Well, it doesn't take too much convincing, as the Jarl is pissed about Ulfric being so indirect, and has me carry his axe to him as a final point. Either you're with me, or you're against me. So this is one of the parts of Skyrim that I actually love. Listening to Balgruuf talk to his people about the country and what Ulfric has done to it, and then listening to Ulfric talk about why he fights and what he's fighting for is a captivating experience. Ulfric Stormcloak is an extremely charismatic man, and he speaks extraordinarily well about what he
And he's also a racist.
fights for. It's hard to not be swayed when he speaks of returning to his country after fighting for the Empire and seeing how weak and impoverished Skyrim's become under its rule. But realistically, that's just part of being a nation, and Skyrim trying to emancipate itself is only going to do more harm than good to its people. At least that's how I feel, and that's how a lot of other Nords feel.
But that's just my opinion.
I just love the politics in this game, and it's a shame how they're padded by Skyrim dungeons, and Skyrim animations, and Skyrim puzzles. I just wish there was more love put into this game, like it has something to prove. It's a huge game, but just think about it. There's 5...
Whoa, what's up with that map? What's going on? A thing a lot of people seem to have missed out on, you can actually betray your first faction in the Civil War and give the crown to the other side. Yeah, because why bother? Is there a benefit to that? We don't do Joker jokes here. We just live in a society. Like-minded people. It lets you really get a view of how much of a dumb jackass Ulfric is. But that's just like your opinion, man.
years between Oblivion's release and Skyrim's. That really is not a lot of time to create something as huge as Skyrim and then polish it to a perfect sheen. That is, until you look at a game like The Witcher 3, which came out 4 years after
Oh
Skyrim.
my fucking god, dude. Seriously. I don't understand why everybody feels the need to bring up The Witcher 3. It just doesn't seem appropriate to me, you know? Skyrim is the Dark Souls of The Witcher 3. I'll be honest with you. I only played Witcher 3 for the Cyberpunk video. And I didn't really play any more of it. But I didn't have a lot of time. Does that make The Witcher 3 the Skyrim of Dark Souls? No, I think Dark Souls is definitely the Skyrim of Witcher 3. The Witcher 3 is Skyrim with dialogue. Okay.
The Witcher 2. It's really hard to forgive a lot of the immersion-ruining interruptions, like some random steward talking to you when you're listening to the plot, or watching Ulfric do these weird ballerina twirls before finally sitting in his seat in the exact same position that Balgruuf does. It's lazy. It takes some of my favorite moments and makes me lose focus on them. And it's hard to stomach with other developers stepping up to the plate and doing something massive, but with love. I mean, imagine being able to outright kill Ulfric Stormcloak right now. Yes, I completely ruin this set of quests if I do this. I get that. But why can't I ruin them for myself? You have a game series that at its core is made for save scrubbing and reloading and trying again. There is no game over, there's reload the last save. Morrowind understood this when you could kill one of the most integral people and an actual deity, Lord Vivek. The game even tells you that the world is doomed if you do this, even though it technically isn't, and that's all there is to it. I guess I just don't feel that spirit living on in this game. At any rate, sorry to go off on a tangent there. Ulfric acknowledges your bravery for arriving alone.
No, please. Please, no! No! Come back.
Exactly. It's like this game was built for me.
I gotta name my butterfly. Don't have a name for him yet. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. I'm about to break the jar. Oh, good. Oh, woo. Woo. All right. Sweet. Looks good.
Taking...
I like that he shows a picture and not any gameplay footage of Morrowind. Well, come on, dude. He gonna record himself fighting Vivek for a video? Well, he'd want to show himself winning, but it would take time to make a Morrowind character that could beat Vivek. I mean, I get it. Trust me. I get it.
Delivering another Nord's axe to him. Ultimately, though, he sends you away to take it back to Balgruuf, and lets you know that his troops will be marching on Whiterun sooner than I think. Well, it turns out that this means, like, right when I get back. As the Jarl and an Imperial commander discuss tactics, one of the scouts finally blurts out that the Stormcloaks are about to descend on the city right now, which means it's time to fight it out. I actually tried to have a bit of fun with the fighting, which I kinda did to a degree. Being untethered as a werewolf and mauling people is really cool, but it also destroys the part where you have to return to hear the Jarl's victory speech, because everyone freaks out when they see a werewolf, despite Werewolf HQ being based in the city walls. It's not really a huge deal, though, to me, because I already skipped the pregame speech. You know the one.
Alright, men, people are burning alive and our city walls are literally under siege. But I need to tell you how important this fight is. For the Empire. Ah!
That speech. It's alright, though. Todd floated a dragon my way immediately after the battle, so I did that instead of speeches. Just wish that, being a werewolf against a dragon wasn't literally the worst thing ever. When you report back to General Tullius, he gives you the first and maybe the only official middle ground title of the whole game, and it doesn't even sound like it's a real thing. Then he sends you off with Rika to reclaim the Pale from the Stormcloaks. This is the meat of the war as far as questing goes. You go to a new region, complete a precursory mission, and then take a major fort. When you return, you get a new rank.
Well, the weird thing is, the companions are allowed to stay neutral in the war, and this plot point never comes up. Like, Balgruuf should be like, yo, could you guys, like, do something? And they're like,
Nah, dude. One of our past harbingers was like, yo, we should be peaceful, man. And he's like, and Balgriff like looks to the person to his left, and he looks to the person to his right, and then he looks at the companions, and he goes, that's fucking bullshit, and you know it.
I know it's gonna sound weird, but I kind of like it. That's not to say I'd be satisfied doing much more than what's required, but I like watching the map change from blue to red, and the feeling of accomplishment that comes particularly with the quest where you intercept
I think you would really like map games.
the orders and forge the new ones. It's kind of the best of both worlds, from sneaking around and picking pockets to a giant battle that has you slaying a ton of men. It's weird because when I slay a wolf, or a bear, or a daedra, or a dragon, I don't feel particularly powerful. It just feels kind of like another day at the office. I feel like a video game character. Especially when the entire town, including Meemaw from down the street, comes running out to throw fists at dragons.
You're
But there's
telling
something more
me
grounded about
that
going into a battle
you like this. You like this. He's like the anti-Dime Tree.
with maybe 8 or so men against 40-ish opponents and just letting loose and feeling like a killing machine. I guess I feel like a video game character here too, but it feels better. It's hard to explain, I guess. Maybe it's just a personal preference. Eventually you make it to the rank of Legate as well.
It's subjective, bro. Can't even attempt to begin to explain why it makes me feel it does. Alright. Sorry, I apologize. Wait, he likes these quests? Yeah, that's the most perplexing thing is like the Civil War has some of the worst quests in the game, and he's just kind of like ambivalent towards them. Like, I don't know if the Vicodin was finally settling in or what. I thought subjectivity was Chad, and objectivity was like for virgins with small penises. Fighting Nameless Draugr, bad. Fighting Nameless Soldier, good.
The final assault is planned out. While I enjoyed these quests for what they were, seeing Rika at every single camp and Hadvar at 2 of the sneaky missions kind of just deflated the excitement a bit.
Why?
It just feels like they could have had a lot of different people, or like a couple different legates involved in these quests, instead of the entire operation seemingly hinging on 3 or so people.
I guess that's true. I mean, it is a civil war of like 20 people. Map turn red.
The final assault takes place at Windhelm, where General Tullius and 9 entire men are waiting to advance on the city. You march in and take on less people than there were manning the forts, and then make it to Ulfric. It's bittersweet to hear Ulfric Stormcloak give such a powerful statement about him.
It depends on how quickly you get through the city. I fought so many people at Windhelm. Because I went really slow.
Belonging to Skyrim, and how the Empire has failed the nation. But it's not bittersweet because I have to execute him, it's bittersweet because the sheer loss of potential here is staggering. I get that it was 2011, but I refuse to believe a game that has dragons fly in and attack whole towns, which fight back, cannot handle a larger amount of men fighting at the same time. You don't have to have literally hundreds fighting at once, but can you at least line up a bunch on the bridge and out?
Yeah, I guess. They would have had to figure out some shortcuts to take to, because remember, they had to get the game running on the 360. That was paramount. Everything.
Side of the bridge to Windhelm? Can actually killing the Emperor of Tamriel as a Dark Brotherhood assassin have an effect on this war? Can being the Master of the Thieves Guild affect the quest where you...
When has the Emperor dying ever affected a war? Let's be completely honest. Wars are dictated by the generals. Was Skyrim on the PS3? Oh, yeah. You should hear the accounts of some people who played Skyrim on the PS3 and just kind of accepted the shit they had to put up with.
You need to prove that the Jarl of Riften has ties to the Thieves Guild. Can there be more decisions that affect any other major plot element in general? It's really upsetting, honestly, and to call any of these quests or this game so far a labor of love is just insanity. Alright, let's finish this video up with the...
So we just kind of ignored Ulfric. That's a shame. We didn't really get our big Ulfric's a meanie racist moment. I was really hoping for a quote like that. Skyrim on the PS3 could be considered psychological torture. That's what I've heard, is you have to build a lot of like really contrived habits to doing literally everything on the PS3. How many people are in this live stream? 700? No, that's really good. It is Saturday, so maybe the general goes back to the capital to make sure the successor is someone he likes or himself. Yeah, but I feel like game overing the Civil War because you did the Dark Brotherhood is not a good thing. I mean, I did both sides of the Civil War, or I'm going to. I haven't done the Stormcloaks yet. But I'm like 40-60 pro Stormcloaks right now. Yeah, like during the peak hours, we had about 800 people. It was pretty interesting.
The main quest and pray for the best. So the last thing we did was recover the Dragonstone and kill a dragon. Now it's time to pay a visit to the Greybeards up on this godforsaken mountain to see what they want. When I arrive, they teach me the second part of a shout, have me practice it, and then give me a new one. Then they want me to retrieve the ancient horn of their founder, which involves, you guessed it, an old Nordic rune.
These are all things that happen.
What I can say about this one is that it's one of the more interesting layouts for a tomb, and you can tell that it was a little more thought out. Plus, since you had to get a shout to get this tomb pointed out to you, they can even toss in a puzzle that utilizes the whirlwind sprint to progress. When you get to the horn...
Now, you pleb, you didn't mention the part where you can climb up on the area and use whirlwind sprint to get to that one chest that's full of leveled loot that doesn't really matter. I'm like 100-0-0 pro Thalmor. That's an interesting take. And I think that's something that like never comes up, is like almost everybody argues from the position that the Thalmor are bad. Nobody ever goes, what if the Aldmeri Dominion taking over is actually a good thing? You can't hire the Dark Brotherhood to kill your enemies in war. That's dishonorable.
There is no horn. There's just a sticky note that says, haha, come to this inn. So I head to this inn, and the innkeeper meets with me and gives me the horn. I criticize the method here, but I guess I actually can't fault her for doing this the way that she did. She then explains that she's from some sort of group that
Yeah, the only big question is, how did she do it? Because unlike the Dragonborn, she doesn't know Whirlwind Sprint. Is the Skyrim video going to come out on the 11th? That depends. That depends on if you could hook me up with some kind of time machine and a shitload of coke.
historically has sought out and destroyed dragons, and they're at odds with the Thalmor. She tells you that the Dragonborn is the ultimate...
I'm not talking like a worldly amount of coke. I'm talking about like an astronomical amount.
...weapon, and that dragons aren't just repopulating, they're rising from the dead. This lady is the one that had Farengar...
I don't have an issue with being forced to fail quests. I think that there's interesting ways to go about that. And honestly, there's not a world of difference between being forced to fail a quest and just a quest progressing as normal. I know people have issue with the Delphine thing, but I don't hate it. No, the puzzle with Jorgen Windcaller specifically needs the Whirlwind Shout, because you have to run past those 3 pillars and then use Whirlwind Shout, because the gates close too quickly for you to run through. Like, they close fast enough that, like, you have to time the Whirlwind Shout. It's like the one place in the game that actually requires it. I did a channel announcement. I thought about doing a video, but I decided against it. I figure Most of the people who are going to know that I'm working on the Skyrim video already know. And I don't know how long it's going to take. So.
Are searching for the Dragonstone, which is a map that somehow shows where the dragon burial sites are.
What do you mean it somehow shows? That's a weird thing to say.
This lady is the one that had Farengar searching for the Dragonstone, which is a map that somehow shows where the dragon burial sites are. Using this tool, Delphine has figured...
Okay. I guess maybe his logic is, why would the ancient Nords who were servants of the dragons have a stone showing where the dragon burial sites are? But it's like, I don't know. It's not really that big a timeline discrepancy, because it's not like the dragons all disappeared one day and all the dragon priests went to sleep. Like, the dragon cult being eliminated took time, just like the dragons being eliminated took time. So I'm sure there was at least one dragon cultist who took the time to carve out the locations of dragon burial sites. Make a very tongue-in-cheek, overly positive video for 11-11-11 that makes the same points as all of these videos. Yeah, I thought about doing that. Like I would make a 5-minute Skyrim video and I would call it a comprehensive retrospective. And just like say nothing but absolute positivity. Just like really shell for it. The issue is people might buy Anniversary Edition if I do that. And I will only advocate buying Anniversary Edition if I get a Todd Howard interview. So that's the deal. Those are the rules. I made the rules.
Figured out the pattern of dragon rebirth and can now accurately tell where a dragon will rise from its grave. But she doesn't trust you yet, despite giving little to no reason for you to trust her. Her reasoning for me trusting her is that she gave me the horn, which is a bullshit reason to trust someone. It'd be like if I did the whole crown retrieval thing for the Imperials and then brought it to the Stormcloaks instead. Those guys wouldn't possibly trust me if I did that. Oh wait. So yeah, I guess I'm teaming...
So he was aware. Fuck you, whoever brought it up and said nobody ever brings it up. He just did. Get fucked. Get fucked, chat.
Cues from Fallout 3 and improving on everything that they've learned from the previous Elder Scrolls game. For The Elder Scrolls Skyrim is a full, highest rating that I can issue, 10 out of 10, and it easily earns the badass seal of approval. I cannot wait to see all the DLC and expansions coming. Now, if you'll excuse me, I gotta play through it again as evil, doing all the Thieves Guild.
Get fucked, chat.
Will rise from its grave. But she doesn't trust you yet, despite giving little to no reason for you to trust her. Her reasoning for me trusting her is that she gave me the horn, which is a bullshit reason to trust someone. It'd be like if I did the whole crown retrieval thing for the Imperials and then brought it to the Stormcloaks instead. Those guys wouldn't possibly...
It's as good a reason to trust anybody. All she wanted to do was get her foot in the door. The trusting her thing came from having the Dragonstone and kind of being able to tell you where dragons were coming from. She considers that if you're the sort of person she wants to serve, then you would have an implicit interest in slaying dragons. So it's as much an olive branch to the player as it is a test of the player's worthiness to be served.
Trust me if I did that. Oh wait. So yeah, I guess I'm teaming up with this secret agent, and we're off to a dragon that's supposed to pop fresh out of the oven to slay it. But before that, she has to change clothing right in front of you. Oh god. Oh, she's gonna do it. She's gonna strip right in front of me. Oh, fuck, dude. When you arrive at the area the dragon is supposed to...
Delphine's like, she's ugly as fuck, though, man. Come on now. Well, I guess everybody in Skyrim's hot as hell, so...
...to be climbing out from. This lady tells you that the dragon is attacking.
A dragon! It's attacking!
She then leads you up directly to the dragon, which is understandable. The best way to avoid a tornado is to run directly at it in a display of dominance. Turns out that this big-ass dragon in the sky speaks at a normal volume and is great at talking dirt into shooting out bones. I think the bones were forming a dragon, but I'm not entirely sure about that. Might have been a field mouse, we don't know. Delphine sprints over to watch me gobble up my dragon load and then starts clapping her hands about me being a whale dragonborn. Then she spills the bean and tells me that she's a member of the Blades. Apparently every single faction in this game has fallen from grace, because even these fellers have been bumbling around for the last 200 years in the hopes that a dragonborn...
Except the Thalmor. Isn't she like in her 50s? Yeah, she's old. Gilf. Gilf. Yikers, she's gonna show her bazongas. I want to see some titterinos. Look at this. Look at this. I want a car! Someone keeps posting that at me, and I'm not sure what the reason for it is. I'm not sure why it would appropriate to post videos at me of a guy screaming that he wants to come.
Would appear again after the last of the Septums fell. The most interesting part about this information that Delphine gives you is the fact that she believes that the Thalmor, the Empire's enemy in the Great
Humana. Gilf titties.
War, were the ones who set the revival of dragons into motion, which is a hell of a way to attack a nation if you really think about it. But of course, this is just speculation at the moment. To get proof, I'm to infiltrate the embassy of the Thalmor here in Skyrim. I should return this horn here first, though.
Yeah, you're horny, I bet.
Alright, so the plan is to get into this Thalmor-ass party at the embassy and then sneak around and do some cool hood rat shit. To do this, I have to give this guy my essential stuff that I'll need. You know, stuff like weapons, sneaking gear, maybe a few potions for good measure. But nothing too excessive. So after getting that sorted out, I give the rest of my shit to Delphine, who gives me my party clothes and some of her bathwater in exchange. I don't know what that's about.
My lateness is due more to getting lost on the way up this goddamn.
Wait, what? What the fuck? What the fuck? What the hell is a sip of syphilis? Yeah, but wait, No, I get it. I get that it's a Bella Delphine joke. Trust me. I'm aware. I'm curious why, like, did he add this to the game just, like, for a passive visual gag? Because that's, like, way above the standard of video production that we've gotten so far. Like, the most complex thing he's done is that he had some drawings for one bit. Okay, but if you're going to do a bit like this, why would it be once an hour and 47 minutes into the video with no indication that you'd put this kind of effort into it? This is the one. It's just so weird. Yeah, this seems random is all.
It's me my party clothes and some of her bathwater in exchange. I don't know what that's about.
My lateness is due more to getting lost on the way up this godforsaken mountain than any desire to actually arrive late. I prefer to arrive early, often the day before the party, so as not to miss out on any of the drinking.
That is the most boring thing I have ever heard in my entire life. Fortunately, my guy makes up for it by causing a scene for me when I...
Okay. I guess. You clearly just didn't see any of the hidden jokes in the rest of the video. Clearly. Clearly.
I ask him to, and immediately becoming my boy for the rest of his short life. I like this quest. It actually gives me a very faint Murder Mansion vibe from Oblivion. Obviously, there aren't a ton of parallels, but it just kind of feels like the
Or any.
stakes are really high and that you can't afford to fail. I may be a bit overqualified for the job, but that's alright. After grabbing some information, a prisoner starts getting tortured by a guard and an interrogator. I intervene, and the guy actually has dialogue for if I've been around the Thieves Guild, which is a goddamn Toddmas Day miracle. After this, my cover is somehow blown, and they take old Mort here hostage for a handful of seconds before they die. The guy goes, "Well, I hope it was worth it, because now I'm gonna be hunted for the rest of my life." They gave this guy a totally decent background story before this, and they just piss it away. His whole family was wiped out by the Thalmor, and he decided to work in the embassy as a spy to get back at them one day. That's a great reason to help this operation out. And then he's gonna be mad at me for quote-unquote blowing it? What?
I mean, Yeah? Just because he's opposing the state doesn't mean he wants to be fucking... He doesn't want to be Rambo. Not everybody who fights in a revolution is, like, super into it. Some people want to support in really, really minor ways. It's probably one of the most disliked versions of the stream. Look at that. Now you got me curious. Oh, that's it? Let me reload. Oh, that's it? Not impressed. All right. Please, Mr. Patrick, Nutrition Television. I need to know, what is the skeleton car? It's a car that's a skeleton. But it's just like the frame. If this is as controversial as it gets, I have a positive feeling. I haven't been worried about these things. Somebody who just can't handle the criticism. I mean, there's no guarantee, because remember, there is a level of publicly handling the criticism and then behind the scenes scheming that I've seen before in other communities, not necessarily this one, not necessarily this person. I imagine there's going to be at least one person before we're done who does not handle these streams particularly well. And it's probably going to be Acer Thorn, let's be honest.
What else were you gonna do, buddy? This was the end game. So it turns out the dude that these guys found...
Trust that you weren't going to fuck up the operation? Which, I mean, I don't know if it's possible not to fuck up. It may be. I went a bit loud my first time.
...was an archivist for the Blades. When the Great War ended, a peace treaty was signed. It sounds like the Empire was on the verge of collapse before this, so as part of the peace treaty, they gave the Thalmor the rights to hunt down every last Talos worship.
Oh man, it would be funny if, like, I was the straw that broke the camel's back for Yahtzee, and he just, like, chased me down. Also, what's this map?
Especially the Blades. The history of the way that the Thalmor, and more specifically...
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna...
Peace treaty was signed. It sounds like the Empire was on the verge of collapse before this, so as part of the peace treaty, they gave the Thalmor the rights to hunt down every last Talos worshipper.
Okay, but he says Third Empire. Who's the Third Empire? You had the Elysians, the Remans, and the Septums. So is this the Septim Empire? Because the Septim Empire had Hammerfell. But this can't be the Mead Empire because the Mead Empire doesn't hold Morrowind. Or if it does hold Morrowind, then it still has Black Marsh and Hammerfell. Like, we need a year as reference. Third Empire of Men. There's been 4, though.
Especially the Blades. The history of the way that the...
Okay, so... Oblivion Crisis, Black Marsh is relinquished. Sure.
Thalmor, and more specifically the Almeri Dominion, came to be is actually fascinating. This latest instance of them becoming a threat to the Empire is actually the third time the Dominions rose in power. It seemed to crop up overnight, a legion of elves who believed that they were the...
Okay, but Morrowind wasn't in the Mead Empire. Because that was the thing, like, after the Septums died, there was a small interregnum, and then the Mead Empire took power, but they didn't have control over all of Tamriel.
Rightful rulers of Tamriel. They took advantage of the Empire's weakened state following the Oblivion Crisis, and began to form a strong resistance, much like the Nords of Skyrim, although Skyrim's Nords only had an interest in their own country, not any other. These elves took the Somerset Island...
I would consider the Mead Empire to be different. Because it's a different dynasty, and some of its core elements have been changed.
After proclaiming it was them who protected them the most during the Oblivion Crisis, and soon after they overthrew the Valenwood government. Elsewhere's conquest came later, growing the Dominion even further. Tensions eventually reached a boiling point when the Dominion invaded Hammerfell, and then Cyrodiil, sacking the Imperial City. Titus Mede II fell back to Skyrim where he plotted his counterattack. After this, a tremendous battle took place, which the Imperials won, reclaiming Cyrodiil. This was when the treaty was signed, banning all Talos worship and driving out the Blades. Now, there's way more to this, and I love reading about it. And maybe I'm just the type of person
Like these guys being independent.
that's really receptive to that kind of lore. But I feel like there's an amazing story to be told here that wouldn't be lost on the average person playing through an Elder Scrolls game if it was just presented properly. What I'm trying to say is, why am I reading up on this stuff on the internet and being absolutely enthralled by it, but then in the same exact game that this stuff stems from, I'm dealing with shit like, oh, the old Archmage got blown away by a big fat gust of wind and died. I guess you're the new one now. I don't know. Anyways, I guess the Eldmiri Dominion doesn't have anything to do with the return of dragons, and this guy that I'm supposed to be fighting in Riften is a huge expert on them. He's also a total nutjob who has locked himself in the Ratway behind 20,000 locks. He lets you in at the mention of Delphine and then goes on about the world being doomed due to the fact that there is no Dragonborn. He tells you that the
Was the Akaviri potentates not part of the Second Empire then? Well, I guess that's a good question. Are they counted as their own empire of men?
dragon who's raising the dead's name is Alduin.
I just feel like calling it the Third Empire is useless, and not including like a year for when the map is supposed to be also is going to contribute a lot to the confusion.
And that his return has been expected by prophecies for a long time. When you meet up with Delphine, he shows you the location of something known as Alduin's Wall, an ancient wall of knowledge about Alduin. Everyone then meets up at... I have legitimate...
I mean, the Septums were literally a divine dynasty since they were descendants of a guy who became a god.
Never seen a game become more and more broken as time has gone on. I just can't believe it. Anyways, you make it past the precursory puzzles to get to the Skyhaven Temple, where Esperin tells you about what these ancient carvings mean. He notes that a specific shout was likely used to defeat Alduin, to which your character brings up the Greybeards as an option. Delphine doesn't like them, stating that they have all of this power but are afraid to use it to help.
Why does he keep getting so close to Delphine?
A lot of the main story stuff has some pretty cool looking areas and fun stuff to watch open and unlock and shift. The lead up to the temple and the actual temple itself are nice to look at and definitely unique. It just sucks that most of the other stuff in this game is just very uninspired and samey. So you pop back up the mountain to the old fellas, and you...
Oh man. I need a detox.
Will consume you. And this year, they added significant improvements to what I already considered one of my favorite RPG franchises of all time. The leveling system from Oblivion has been fixed. No longer are you gonna see bandits wearing ebony armor. You're no longer...
You ask the Greybeard in command if he can teach you the shout that will take down Alduin. He goes, "What? Who taught you this? The Blades? The Blades. I'm not gonna teach you. Maybe the world should just end. You're not on the path of wisdom anymore." Alright, buddy, yes, of course. The wisest action is letting the world end. How could I have been so ignorant? The guy's associate...
Yes. Religious people tend to be like that. Oh, what is the Joe face we stopped on? Yeah, I agree. Counter the bitching with the shilling. It does feel... I feel more refreshed after just a minute or even like 10 seconds of Angry Joe. It's like a flush from the system.
Reminds him that he's being a big meaniehead, and they all teach you the word to shout away the weather, and tell you to meet their leader, Parthenax. Now, Parthenax is at the very top of the mountain. The worst part about this ordeal is the fact that you can't just be blown away like Mario in Snowman's Land. It's just an invisible wall. Actually, no, the worst part about this is the fact that this is supposed to be a super perilous journey, and there's just like trolls and mountain goats hanging out up here. Anyways, after being sat on by Daddy Parth, you clap your hands on your cheeks and go, "Oh my god, you're a dragon?" And he's like,
"Yep, check this shit out."
After you spit the spiciest meatball at him, he continues to switch between Italian and English, before taking a seat and giving you the real answers. Now, Parth here loves to talk to people.
Get it.
Philosophical shit.
Get it,
He asks
because
your reasoning for
Mario.
wanting to stop Alduin and reflects on
Get
those
it,
who
because
don't want to stop the
Chris
world from
Pratt.
ending and those who do. And then he tells you that he doesn't know the Dragon Ren shout which defeated Alduin, because a dragon's mind simply can't comprehend it. But what he does tell you is that the shout didn't kill Alduin, it just weakened him. Enough so that an Elder Scroll could be used to fling him further in time to this era. Tearing a hole open in this way has created a wound that, with the help of an Elder Scroll, could be used to exploit it to travel backwards in time and learn the Dragon Ren shout straight from the source. Usually shit gets pretty complicated with time travel antics, but this seems pretty straightforward, at least so far. So now we gotta get our hands on an Elder Scroll, which is described by Parth as a fragment of existence, something that's always there but always isn't there at the same time. We humans actually have a very specific explanation of what Elder Scrolls actually are, a get-out-of-jail-free card for plot development. Parth concludes this discussion by telling you that he was one of the few dragons who opposed Alduin's tyranny way back when, that he was the one who taught the first 3 humans how to shout, and that the Dragon Ren shout makes the normally immortal dragons mortal. It's all a lot to take in, but it is all somewhat interesting, some more than others. You conclude by realizing that the best person to ask of the Elder Scrolls would be at the...
Yeah, it is kind of like a sexless, nerdy kind of description of the plot.
college. The orcish librarian from before lets you know just how stupid you are for asking about the Elder Scrolls, and goes on about them being all possible futures and all possible pasts, all truths and all falsehoods. They're like the matter of the universe, incomprehensible yet filled with knowledge. Most people who view them go blind or mad or both. So yeah, they're basically the perfect way to fix something that the writers wrote as irreparable. But the most important part about this whole thing is that one of the world's foremost knowledge sources on Elder Scrolls was last seen scoping out a Dwemer rune a few years back. You meet up with this crazy old guy who's stationed far up north, and I think that he tells you that if you get something for him, he'll help you out with the Elder Scroll. I'm not entirely sure about this one. It's kind of hard to comprehend him. The way to this guy's hideout is probably some of my favorite scenery in the game. But weirdly enough, there's also another extremely cool landscape that's part of this quest.
When you have the, what is it, Frostfall, this quest is really interesting because you have to figure out a way to get to Septimus without getting wet, which is a big challenge. Why does he say Dwemer rune instead of ruin? It happens, man. It happens. Salt feels like he's always role-playing a person who's playing a game for the first time, but still tries to criticize, so he's insufferable. Yeah, this is what I've been talking about. His style of feigning incredulity about certain elements, not a big fan of it. Druids. Hitler, dude. What now?
Because you can tell that the devs actually cared about the design of this Dwemer rune. Yes, it has Dwemer spiders, and it has the spheres, and it even has Falmer further down. But the layout is really well done and engaging, which is nothing like the Thieves Guild take on it, where they went, yeah, you're 3 people, here's 100 enemies in a big open space. This part here reminds me of the descent down to the Duke's Dear Freya in Dark Souls 2. Well, actually, I guess it came out before that, so weirdly enough, I guess this part of Brightstone Cove Seldora reminds me of Skyrim. And then this...
Or, the place where you find Seath in Dark Souls 1. There's a lot like this too. I'll bring the Angry Joe face back. 3, 2, 1.
Longer gonna get weaker by leveling up if you don't do it correctly.
There you go. Hey, just letting you know that this is not actually as much of a style thing. He just played the game last when it came out, so he doesn't remember most of the details. I mean, yeah, but a lot of people don't know this. When you write a video, you usually do it after you finish the playthrough, which I imagine he's doing because he references stuff that he sometimes references stuff that he wouldn't know if he was just writing as he plays.
Whole thing
4 hours
opens up into this very Morrowind-esque open cave. It looks really cool, and it just hurts me even more to think that I went through all of this other shit in the game and didn't experience anything else unique like this beyond the Twilight Sepulchre. I mean, do you know how many times I just wanted to walk off the beaten path away from the pointy compass arrow? I would struggle to count 3 times. This
So just go do it. It's like a exploration game or some shit. I don't know. I never played Skyrim.
whole area has me wanting to see what's in its corners and what secrets it hides. Unfortunately, it's still Skyrim, so I know better than to push it. But man, everything about this is really cool, including the big sphere.
What can you do? You got to follow the arrow.
Spherical dwarven technology at the end. I mean, yes, I've seen something similar in the college quest line. Yes, it isn't a particularly challenging puzzle by any means, but it's really cool to see this big thing spin around and calibrate and unlock, and then just imagine these ancient dwarves of old constructing and using
It was
to house an Elder
cool.
Scroll.
I
infinitely more amused
clapped
than I ever
when I
thought I'd
saw
get
it.
a quest at this stage of the game. So all that's left to do at this point is to read the Elder Scroll The Time Wound and figure out the shout to defeat Alduin. It kind of sucks that Elder Scrolls games don't really have cutscenes at key moments like these. Morrowind and Oblivion both tried at the beginning and the end, but Skyrim doesn't even make that attempt, even though they could really benefit from it. So we watch these 3 Nords taking on a bunch of dragons until eventually Alduin lands.
I think cutscenes were like the weakest part of the early Elder Scrolls game. I actually appreciate that Skyrim doesn't really have like cutaway cutscenes. Almost everything is from the player's perspective. Yeah, the way you turn off waypoint markers, you have to do a config edit. It should be a menu option, but it's not. What's with the secret dragon in Blackreach? Dude, who fucking knows? I think that screams more Easter egg than it does like genuine lore thing, because it's really weird that there's a dragon in Blackreach that is just there. Does Skyrim ever take away control of the camera? The only time would be when you get shot during the Thieves Guild by Carlia. Can't you just not mark them in your journal? Yes, but I don't know. That's like saying, can't you just not fast travel? It's like, yeah, but if you don't have some way of like forcing it, you're eventually gonna do it. That's why mods that's why there are mods that exist just to block people from fast traveling, because some people need that they need that rule in place, or otherwise they're just eventually gonna cheat and do it. There's another secret dragon boss in the Dwemer dungeon, ain't there? Yeah, no, there's just the one. Unless you're referring to the other one as like the labyrinthian one. Yeah, there's that big orb in Blackreach, and you have to shout at it 3 times, and then the dragon comes out and you fight him.
And gobbles up one of them like a snack with 2 C's. The remaining 2 decide to use the Elder Scroll on the dragon as a last resort, and I learned the dragon run shout and managed to not turn into Daredevil. When I return to the present time, Alduin's there and he's steaming mad. You shout him down and scoop some of his scaly bits off, and that's it. It's a pretty lame ending to Skyrim, and it sucks that they introduced...
Does he know that how the Elder Scrolls work? Or that, like, even the Moth Priests don't necessarily go full blind the first time they read one? Breaking news. Local Moro boomer enjoys aspect of Skyrim. Investigations are being held to see if he's actually a sky baby. More at 11. I think... I remember, I'm going off of my memory here. As to how it works. Yeah, I know full well that removing it doesn't fix the problem, trust me. More than most.
this big threat and they don't really... Oh. I guess I can't hurt him when he monologues? And he's gone. Huh. Well, I guess it would have been super anticlimactic if I just outright killed him there, but it's kind of weird that the fellow was just able to sit there and I wasn't able to hurt him anymore. Again, cutscenes. So the next step of the plan is to try to convince one of Alduin's allies to betray him.
So a cutscene would be better than in-person kind of animations or anything like that. If I started with Skyrim and hated it, then went back to Morrowind and love it, am I a Sky baby or a Morrow boomer? You're a Morrow boomer. It doesn't matter if you're like 12 years old today and play Morrowind and like it, that you're still a Morrow boomer. That's how it works. As the kids say, seethe.
Giving up a weakness or just helping us in general. In order to do this, we need to use Dragon's Reach, which is the palace in Whiterun that was specifically built to hold a dragon prisoner. There's some really weird back and forth with this quest, mainly when you go to the Jarl of Whiterun and you go, hey, can I use your castle to lure a dragon here? And he...
Well, yeah, and it's the weird thing of like, okay, so let's say there were cutscenes for that stuff. Would we be hearing in this video complaints about how much immersion was broken because it was shown in a cutscene instead of like in person?
He goes, what? A dragon? In my castle? And I go, fuck, let me slap this amulet on real quick. Yeah, a dragon. And he goes, oh shit, fam, all right. Yeah, that's what this thing was built for. How are you gonna get it here, by the way? And I go, oh yeah, that seems important. I mean, I know a guy. And then I run back to Daddy Park and ask him, and he's like,
you don't even have to pass the speech check because you already did the Civil War. So, like, Balgriff will inevitably agree to to do that regardless. I think this... Yeah, I think that speech check doesn't matter. Did he say he hates cutscenes in his Oblivion review? I don't know. We only watched 10 minutes and the chat begged me to stop. And in a moment of weakness, I allowed chat to dictate my life.
You are able to create the type of character that you want more easily than ever before.
Yeah, there's a word we use to describe Daggerfall fans. It's called corpses.
Oh yeah, I was just thinking about that. That's a really tough one. Oh wait, you can just call his name, like, but louder. That's it. Just, you know, like his like just tilt your head up and then just say his name, but like loudly. Why didn't you just tell me that before I left? So I call his name and he comes flying in to get his shit kicked in slow-mo. Then he scoots in for a big old slappy of the chains on his neck. When questioned, he mentions that Alduin went back to Sovngarde to eat the souls of dead people. There's an entrance that only a dragon can reach, so the deal is that I never-ending story this guy and we ride in and hopefully infiltrate heaven. Not exactly what I was expecting, but hey, that's actually not a bad story so far, surprisingly. Before you can get to heaven, though, you have to go through an excess of puzzle chambers.
Is there going to be any big lore debunking extrapolating in the Skyrim video like there was with Oblivion's Mankar Cameron? So that depends on... That depends a lot on what problems I kind of need to address. I guess the main thing would be kind of telling people that Martin chose the Dragonborn or something like that. I don't know.
This means spinning stones, picking up claws, and fighting skeletons. Not particularly enticing, but par for the course. When you make it to the Sovngarde portal, a dragon priest goes, and removes the magic stick. You beat him up and take...
Yeah, dragon names are all 3 words. So, I feel bad for the dragon named, Small Penis Loser.
Back his stick and then go straight to Jesus' doorstep. This place is really damn cool looking, as Alduin hunts and consumes the lost souls of war between the Imperials and Stormcloaks. Kodlak and Ulfric are both here as well, and they reflect on their wrongdoings as the great dragon sweeps the sky. Eventually, you make it to Shor's Hall, where an absolute wall of meat greets you as the Bridgekeeper. I feel like I'm 5'11" next to this load, truly a fate worse than these lost spirits. I take him on in a very brief combat before he lets me into the hall. This hall is filled with heroes and legends of old, many of which you hear from the Nords in the Living Realm. Ysgramor himself greets you and directs you to the 3 heroes of the past, who banished Alduin to the future. They unite with you, and you shout the mist away and slay Alduin.
Wanarin. His dragon name is Beta Coxim.
Alduin once and for all. This was a very cool ending for Skyrim, which is not something I actually thought I'd find myself saying. But I have to admit, the main questline is probably one of the best and most well-written ones of the entire game in my eyes. You watch as the Scourge melts
It's not syllables, it's dragon words.
away, as Ulfric and Kodlak make it past the mist, as the heroes stand triumphantly. Then you're given a shout to call a hero of times past from Sovngarde to fight alongside you, and you find yourself back at the throat of the world, surrounded by dragons. They shout for the defeat of Alduin, who Patrician...
They say that merely saying his name on the winds is enough to emasculate him. He was the least favored son of Alduin.
explains was still his brother in the end, even if he did stray from the right path. Then he flies off to try and sway the former followers of Alduin to follow him instead. There's a lot of little things to wrap up if I choose to, from talking to the Greybeards, to the Blades, to the dragon who brought you to Sovngarde in the first place. But this is really it for Skyrim. If this were a true,
We had thought him lost to time, until it was found that he was living in the labyrinthine. We had lost the word for cock, but it turns out you uncovered it.
Is blank as good as I remember video? The answer would be a resounding fuck no. But like I said before, I did have fun. I liked the leveling, I liked fighting things, I liked collecting and finding new shit. But Skyrim's biggest and brightest point is the fact that mods...
And we're gonna say, oh god damn it. You gotta be shitting me. Circa 159. Bullshit. It's well written. In regards to the main quest. Yes, the Skyrim main quest.
He was, as you mortals say, a virgin.
First place. But this is really it for Skyrim. If this were a true was blank as good as I remember video, the answer would be a resounding fuck no. But like I said before, I did have fun.
I don't really know how you remembered it.
The leveling, I liked fighting things, I liked collecting and finding new shit. But Skyrim's biggest and brightest point is the fact that mods exist for it. That people can fix the things that were wrong and add new fun shit.
Was all okay for the existence of mods. Just fix it. What can you do? What can you do? And it all comes together.
Shit to do. I never felt this way about Oblivion or Morrowind, and of course they have a ton of mods too. But the writing was just leagues better at almost every turn. It really makes me feel like Skyrim was the beginning of mediocrity for Bethesda, even though it sold so well.
Oh, I thought he was going to say even though it wasn't. I thought he was about to be based.
As you level up, you simply put points into either magicka, health, or stamina. And as always, the more you do certain activities or professions, the better you get at them. Train.
What's the voice you're doing? I'm trying to do Parthenax.
Parthenax overcame his bestial nature by doing no nut nocturnal, and then he taught the Greybeards about semen retention.
Yeah, that was an attempt at the Greybeards, but it ended up being like that, God, whose voice is that? It's sort of like the alternate Breton voice.
I could play these older prequels and be enamored by the stories that they told, all day, every day. The only thing I really wanted was better graphics. With Skyrim, I want better writing. And I know that Bethesda can do it, because I can read the history of different empires and be thrilled. I want more compelling characters, and I know
Turning Point Tamriel. Is Atmora really Aldmeris?
Bethesda can do that, because I've been wrapped up in older characters like Dagoth-Ur or Sheogorath, and newer characters like poor, sweet Cicero. I want more interesting dungeons. And I know Bethesda can make those too, because they have literally done it in the exact same game that I'm complaining about right now. The fact is that Morrowind had fantastic writing and shit.
Oh, what's going on with these colors here?
He is known in the Dragon Tongue as Doug Walker.
Combat. Skyrim has pretty good combat and shit writing for the most part. Oblivion was the bridge that connected these two. And if Bethesda keeps going down this path, I'd tell you to look forward to Elder Scrolls 6 looking fantastic on the surface and feeling like Fallout 4 when you try to delve any deeper.
I think that's generous. I had an image for this at one point. Yeah. I mean, it's pretty true. Why the rest aren't talking? They have nut for so long. They have not nut for so long that a single word can cause them to nut so hard it will kill you. I can post it. No problem. There you go. Post it on the Discord. What's a new meaning to unrelenting force? Well, you know, the throat of the world shall avalanche with the force of 1,000 gallons of semen. The Greybeards finally cut loose. All of Skyrim will be plunged in murky darkness.
But if I'm going to be completely honest, I'm unsure if I want to keep pressing on with another Skyrim video. I know that I still have the Dawn Guard to do, and I'm sure that there's a handful of side quests that might be worth doing. But it's hard, man. It's a weird reality when I realized that I decimated this game's achievements on Xbox in 2011 and then
And then there was something that happened that may or may not have informed a new Skyrim video being made.
I never touched it again unless it was to mod it on PC. And for some reason, after all this time, I had it in my mind that Skyrim was just a great game. And while it wasn't bad per se, it's nowhere near great either. I really do hope that Bethesda can find the same love for its series that people who grew up with it have for the older entries. Until then, I think I'll just stick to mods, or maybe just the older games. Thanks for watching. For those wondering about New Vegas, trust me, I'm gonna smother it, but...
Yeah, I'm not. Or not yet, anyways. How are we doing? Still doing pretty good. We've got... If I have to stop at, say, 11:30, there's a chance we could finish this. We can do it, guys. It just takes a lot of perseverance. Hey, so I have a question, though. When we were pitching the kind of table of contents, wasn't there supposed to be a section about mechanics? Yeah, so like, I mean, I guess he covers quest, dungeon, and mechanical design, but it's like, I thought there was gonna be a like a mechanic section. That was my big. That was my big. That was my mecca, to say the least. That was the bit about the lockpick, the 3 sentences. Like, seriously, he front-loaded almost all of the mechanical coverage. He barely talked about magic, if at all. And yeah, that's just... I think this is in the middle of Salt Factory's library of content. I mean, he was talking earlier about how much he hates it, but, you know, a lot of YouTubers hate their old content. Nice. Somebody sent me a thumbnail of Argonian breasts. Wasn't that a video? Like somebody actually went to the effort of analyzing Argonian breasts? I think you want the Salt Factory to just be a different human. I mean, I've clarified again and again that a lot of what I'm talking about is stylistic differences, and he's more than welcome to do them. I've just explained why I don't care for them, both as a viewer and a content creator. Again, he's still obligated to do it. He's more successful than I am, and of course, success dictates quality. But it's just my opinion, man. Was the Salt Factory as good as I remember? And remember the complaint about how the Delphine girl knows Whirlwind Sprint? I don't know what that's in reference to. Are you saying I was like nitpicking him or what? He usually just brings stuff up as he gets to it, which leads to him describing the plot pretty quickly for the rest of the video. Yeah, that's a style called stream of consciousness. Salt Factory isn't obligated to make you happy. Oh shit. Salt Factory isn't obligated to make you happy. That would be super erogatory. What can you do? Alright. You better fucking brace yourself. Get refreshed. We're going hard. This is going to be a really long stream. I look forward to seeing on Twitter. Remember when Patrician TV did a 36-hour stream on a 5-minute Salt Factory video. What's the next video to cover? Still Salt Factory. I've got bad news. But now he's talking about the DLC and the side quests. So what made you get into game analysis? Well, I really liked video games, and I would listen to game analysis videos at work, and I felt that it was an underserved niche. And I've always been kind of a person who makes content that I like, until I find out that I hate it now. But it was like one of those things where... How did the story start? I've been wanting to do a Skyrim video since like 2014. And I've had a few false starts at it. And I've never really thought of a good way to do it. And I kind of wanted to work my way into it. So I was going to do a Metal Gear Rising video, and then I kind of lost interest in doing that. And ended up doing the Fury video. And then you wanted to preserve your virginity as long as possible. That's why you started making video game content. Well, you know, as they say, I make more money than you. No. So yeah, I made the Fury series, and then kind of just made a bunch of stuff. And the Morrowind thing was like, was sooner than I thought I was ready for, but I guess I really was ready for it the whole time. So you make a solar day worth of Elder Scrolls content to warm up. Well, that's the thing, is as I get around to the Skyrim video, I'm a lot more prepared now, and I'm a lot better now than I was 2 or 3 years ago. So anyways, I need to get something to drink before we do any more Salt Factory. Remember, you need to hydrate. People who are hydrated are more capable of completing No Nocturnal November. Hydrate your mind. Hydrate your soul. Am I interested in any MMOs? Not right now. And that's mostly because I feel like they haven't really advanced in the ways that I thought they would. So, I figured at least one MMO would be out there where it's like, the player can live in a town and like the town will have a notice board and you can make quests to have people get you materials. Instead of it just constantly being more end-game content. Nah, they've been hinting at Dragon's Dogma 2 for the better part of century now. I wouldn't put too much stock into that. Well, the thing is, people have attempted to do the that kind of thing. It just doesn't work out. Because MMO developments are usually just money laundering or like embezzlement from investors. Right. Another day, another stream that I didn't anger the wrong person. That's important. I don't need somebody making a video saying that I'm a massive bully who I don't know, what's some good stuff? Cherry picks. I lionize my audience to harass small creators like Salt Factory. When am I gonna make a video on ESO? I think after my second child, when things are really getting desperate financially, you know, the channel's not doing so well, and I'm really desperate to keep the ship going, because otherwise it means I gotta go back to working for whatever soulless corporate environment you can imagine. You know, it's just one of those things. It's back to the cubicle farm. I don't know if I'll ever do an ESL video. I feel like if I was to do an MMO, there are better options. As long as you punch up, you'll be fine. Yeah, but that's the issue. Is that this time last year, every video was punching up. And now, the number of people that it's apparently acceptable to cover is just decreasing over time. And it's like, I don't know how fair that is. I don't want to be the best and then not be permitted to talk about other people because it's punching down. I'd rather go... Do I have to, like, be mediocre? Do I need to come out tomorrow and, like, I don't know, talk a bunch of... Make, like, a really, really bad video so a bunch of people unsubscribe? So that, like, I go back down the ranks again? It just seems silly to me. Yeah, punching up is jealousy. Clout chasing. Putting my name in your title because you're trying to steal my audience, man. That kind of thing. But the thing is, if you like Salt Factory videos, it's almost guaranteed you won't like mine, because I'm a toxic individual who harasses small YouTubers for fun. Am I worried that these long-form analysis videos will stop being a passion? I've thought about that being a thing that could happen, and my answer would be I would probably just switch to doing it with something that's actually important. Like, maybe I could do a Oblivion-style video on the financial crisis of 2007. That's always a route. Switch to streaming Nostalgia Critic. Oh, man. There's got to be at least one guy out there who's like, my thing is that I'm going to watch every Nostalgia Critic video and comment on it, like, as YouTube content. Surely. But I mean, well, that's sort of the thing is, I do a lot of research. So it's like the difference would be that I would be dealing with real world stuff instead of fake world stuff. I think it's kind of it would be a step up compared to like if I was like doing real world documentaries and then I like just said, hey, I'm gonna do game analysis now, and it's wait a second, you like last year you were reporting on like the Civil War, and now like and now you want to talk about Oblivion. Why do I think there aren't many Scrolls games that get made? Well, the answer has to do with the fact that people at Bethesda can only work like 40 hours a week. Unless you're referring to like the genre, in which case, give it a decade. And I think you'll have like a boomer shooter revolution for boomer RPGs. No, I know that YouTube's kind of a tricky thing, but the thing is, it's easier for an established creator to kind of break out into the real world stuff that's harder to do than it would be if like I was just if I was still just a 70 subscriber channel. So, are we all refreshed? We all ready? All ready. I guess before we do this, I want to ask, what was our consensus on the previous Salt Factory video? What did you think? How did it make you feel? Was it as good as you remembered? Was it the ultimate analysis, or just a measured response? Interesting, interesting. Yeah, I've seen a couple repeat comments. I was wondering if they were getting posted multiple times or if like something was going on. But it's not too terrible an issue. It easily earns the badass seal of approval. That's sort of the thing. I think the way to approach it is he's a good content creator, but he's a bad Elder Scrolls content creator. So it's like, because we're in the business of Elder Scrolls, we know a lot more about it than he probably does. So, like the white light thing, we're gonna see a lot more issues than probably somebody who isn't that into it. Have I seen his Morrowind vid? No. I've heard things, but no. I'm wondering about this future where, like, you have to explain what your opinions on, like, games you've never played before is like, where these videos are suddenly going to be a massive commodity. Like, the alien overlords come and say, like, what's your opinion on Skyrim? And you're like, what the hell's a Skyrim? And then they like, blow your brains out. And so it's like everybody's rushing to get a generalized feel for what Skyrim is, but they only have, like, 2 hours to do it. If I'm an Elder Scrolls content creator, what happens when I finish the last short retrospective? What game series is next? I mean, the two ways that people would expect me to go would be to either do Daggerfall or to do Fallout. I believe that's what's anticipated. Yeah, like, can you imagine, like, this is what it's come down to. You're in a line on the alien ship, and they keep asking people for their opinions on Skyrim, and the ones who know, who can give them a detailed breakdown of their opinions get to live. Fallout would be wild. That would be genuinely, that would be a genuine war. Would I ever be willing to do lore dives? Yeah, someone asked me about if I could do like a comprehensive breakdown of Elder Scrolls lore. The issue is, as always, ESO. I just don't have the patience for it. Become Fudge Muppet too. How about I take the I'll take the Mauler life path and start a weekly podcast. All right. So with that in mind, let's say about 9 months later, Salt Factory hit the world with a follow-up to a Skyrim video.
I honestly thought I wasn't going to be able to bring myself to jump into Skyrim again, but Todd sunk his gigantic meaty hooks into my soul, so here we are again. In my last endeavor with Skyrim, I decided to run through all of the game's factions and the main story, and I wound up coming to the realization that I felt like the game was horribly shallow compared to its predecessors. But since then, lots of people have inquired about whether or not I would be hitting the DLC for the game, and my answer was a resounding no at the time. The difference is that now it's been 8 months, and Skyrim's Siren Call is beckoning me to buy it in VR on the Switch, and to make sure that I pre-order it on the PS5. So in an effort to make sure that my videos take as long as possible, I figured I would hit a few of the more universally regarded side quests, and then the DLC. Of course, as always, I won't be hitting all the side quests that every single person wants me to hit, but I will be running through quite a few.
Yeah, this is 1.5 times speed. This is what we were doing last time.
Let's kick things off with a quest that I actually started in my previous video, Discerning the Transmundane. So this crazy dude from before is this extraordinarily smart scholar who used to be in the College of Winterhold before he went insane after reading an Elder Scroll. He sent me off to try to find what he believed was the key to opening a Dwemer lockbox containing the Heart of Lorkhan, which was a huge part of Morrowind's storyline. I'd go into detail on it, but I really chiseled at it in my Morrowind video. Anyways, this had me running through Dwemer runes to transcribe a lexicon to help him figure out how to get into the lockbox. I did all of this in my first video, but what I didn't do was grab the lexicon on my way out because I'm on the wrong side of stupid. So I run back, grab it, and he reads it. He then tells me that I need to collect the blood of various races to fake a sample of Dwemer blood, since obtaining blood from an extinct race might be difficult to say the least. So I head out and what the fuck?
Come closer, bask in my presence.
I honest to God thought this was a graphical glitch at first, but nah. It's the Daedric Prince of graphical glitches and knowledge, Hermaeus Mora. He's like, yo, join me, dude. And I'm like, yeah, alright. So I'm off to drain some blood, which doesn't take too long. Then I head back and Old Man Winter opens up the dwarf cube.
It's just a book. I can...
Poor guy didn't even get to finish his sentence. So the end of this quest has you shaking tentacles with Yogg-Saron before he disappears from existence.
Now, you have my Ugma Infinium, It contains the knowledge of the ages. Let us work wonders together.
Wait. Did he rate the quest?
Let us work
So, I feel like he skipped over a massive part. Like, what about the part where you got to get the elf blood? And like, what's the rate? What goes into the quest rating? So 5.5, is that above average? Because 5 is average, or is 7 average? Is 7 gonna be average for you? Or are we working on like game journalism scale? So 9's average. Like, what's going on here?
wonders together.
Next.
What the fuck? All right, sure. Hang on. We're probably gonna need this.
Highest rating that I can issue, 10 out of 10, and it easily earns the badass.
Damn it! Gotta get the timing right.
10 out of 10, and it easily earns the badass seal of approval. I cannot wait to see all the DLC and
Next up, we have Blood on the Ice. This is another one I happened to get while
These shit posts are easier in Premiere, just FYI.
wandering around Windhelm. Basically, a woman has been
It's
murdered.
oh
Her
god,
body has been
it's this early. Oh man, no wonder it was so bad. Yeah, he even has like a comment about it. So he hits us with a discerning the transmundane, 5.5 out of 10. Moving right along, we got Blood on the Ice, everybody. Also, someone was telling me that there's no like wound decals in Skyrim. Why can't they do this for like kill animations?
strewn outside in this small graveyard. I'm to figure out who did it and why, which is right up my alley in terms of things I like to see in quests. So I'm to question the witnesses here who yield nothing of value in the investigation. Then I have to report back to the guard and, oh right, yeah, I killed this guy during the war between the Stormcloaks and the Legion. Welp. Alright, so now I need to start the investigation proper. Firstly, I'm directed to talk to the lady who's preparing the body to be buried in the Hall of the Dead. She lets me know that the victim seems to have been attacked with a tool that's usually reserved for embalming a body. After this, I'm actually on my own for this quest, which is unusual in Skyrim. My markers lead me back to the crime scene and the guy who granted me permission to investigate, but nothing more. So I start following the blood trail.
I'm sure plenty of people would have left comments about him selling the Ogma Infinium if this wasn't the quest that followed.
Apparently, the Windhelm Guard is about as inept as they come, seeing as they completely missed these splotches of crimson dotting the streets. Something. But there are a stack of flyers outlining
What just
the murderer
happened?
who has been referred to as the murderer in here, crimson dotting the streets directly to an abandoned house. What a mystery. At least there's not just like the murderer in here by themselves or something. But there are a stack of flyers outlining the murderer who has been referred to as the Butcher by the city. These are found alongside journals which outline the killer's motivations. They seem to be obsessed with necromantic blood magic, and are really into tendons. Oh, and they measure the amount of flesh they've gathered in yards, which, I guess I never thought about applying that measurement to flesh or meat. So I grab the amulet and...
Well, you don't know about the depth of the meat, so...
and shimmy out to this lady who's like, yeah, I'm the only one looking for this butcher guy. Literally no one else in town cares. Great, why am I helping? Then I show her one of the journals and she's like, yeah, that's probably the court wizard. He's been experimenting with all sorts of crazy shit for a long time now. You know they call him the Unliving? Weird, huh? God, I hope it isn't the court wizard. Please be better than this, Skyrim.
I don't want to believe it. It pains me to see that the Whispers had truth to them. Woundfirth shall be apprehended.
That was the worst quest I've ever played. I mean, look at all of this build-up I just talked about. You've got this murderer who has been eviscerating people left and right, who seems to want all of these body parts and fluids for some kind of blood magic. Then you go, it's the wizard. Okay, so this can still be worked with, right? Why not have me track him down to his quarters to assist with the arrest, only for him to be gone through some kind of strange portal left behind? I go through the portal using the amulet, and then suddenly I'm in this demonic, Oblivion-esque, fleshy underworld filled with nightmare-inducing creatures. At the end of it, the wizard is standing with his ultimate creation, a gigantic flesh golem made from all of the parts he harvested in Windhelm, which then picks him up and devours him before you get to take it on. Well, whatever, let's hit the next one. This one is called Waking Nightmare.
Alright, so remember, Blood on the Ice. What score did Blood on the Ice get?
Rating that I can issue 10 out of 10, and it easily earns the badass seal of approval. I cannot.
So, there was a comment that was left. Let's really, let's copy this and we'll have our, definitely not Microsoft Zero. She was loud. Let's see. Try Elizabeth. How about that? All right, hit us.
Hey man, I just want to let you know that you missed a part of the hit Skyrim questing sensation, Blood on the Ice. You see, the game tells you, quest completed, Blood on the Ice, but it actually isn't completed at all. I know, it's pretty 200 IQ stuff. Instead, if you wait around for a few days for no reason, you'll notice that the murders continue. Yes, indeed, it turns out to be another guy. If you kill him, that's the real ending. So you can obviously now see why Blood on the Ice is actually the magnum opus of quest design. It takes a lot of study of the finer points of quest design to really appreciate the subtle nuances of the murderer actually being another guy, which no guards react to killing people out in the open. And the concept of a quest ending only for it to not really be done is impeccable, like a fine wine, and definitely isn't really stupid. Please make sure to read the wiki article of all 30 quests you do per video to ensure no further curveballs are thrown your way, and consider reevaluating your life, you big fucking idiot.
Alrighty. Yeah. Yeah. I wasn't expecting that to be the response. Holy shit. I would have just said, sorry, I fucked up. Because it happens. I could definitely understand making that mistake. But the second that it ended so underwhelmingly, I probably would have looked into it. Probably. I mean, the thing is, the quest ending early is kind of interesting from the perspective of, like, the game. Like, okay, so let's say that it wasn't the wizard and they wanted to do the thing, but the quest mysteriously stayed active. Wow, I wonder if it really was the wizard after all, or if, like, there's gonna be a twist. Like, yeah, I can see that being the criticism he makes. So it's like, damned if you do, damned if you don't. At least completing the quest for the player and giving them a false sense of security that they had completed it or discovered the murderer is more interesting. The quest being dissatisfying isn't really a hint that it's not over. True, but ending with it's just the wizard lol is definitely dissatisfying enough to, like, at least make you go, wait, is that really it? In case, like, maybe you missed some turn. How many of the quests do a fake out like that? None? That's kind of why it's interesting. Unlike being a standard formulaic Skyrim quest, it actually throws a curveball at you. That's not a problem with the quest, but with the quest system itself. Sure, but like I said, let's say that the quest didn't finish, but they still did the thing where it's not the wizard, and after a couple days it turns out that the murders continue. The player would obviously know something's up when the quest didn't finish, like any of the other quests. So it's either you complain that it was super obvious that it wasn't the wizard, or you complain that It's super dumb that the quest ended. He replied more reasonably and civilly to someone else point out his oopsie, but that's not the pinned comment though. Like, I read out the pinned comment. If he says somewhere else that he fucked it up. Okay, so that's my bad. I got the amulet in the manor, assumed that it was just something that guy was messing around with since the quest completed when I went back to your life. I mean, that's reasonable, but why isn't that just the pinned comment? Like, why would you triple, quadruple down? It's only going to make you look so much worse. Well, at least in theory, it should all be uphill from here, right? I do find it hilarious when the game tells you when you fucked up when there's a part 2. I mean, that does sound funny to me. Like, you assume it's just a typical Skyrim quest, and then a couple days later you head back to Windhelm and the murders keep happening. I feel like that would be a good oh shit moment. Like, the serial killer is more dangerous than we thought. Maybe because he read it 100 times and got salty? Sure, but like I get that as somebody who gets a lot of like repetitive comments about minor shit, but at what you it's only going to be compounded if you like triple down in the comments section. I wonder if he still gets shit for it.
Bruh, the Blood on the Ice quest just seems to be a simple linear questline because you fell into one of the easiest traps storytelling could set up for you.
Yeah, that's my sentiment.
And it has a pretty cool setup. So the Daedric Prince Vermina has been infiltrating people's minds in Dawnstar, stealing their memories and leaving behind awful nightmares. This guy wants me to accompany him to the Nightcaller Temple to try to exorcise the Daedric Prince away or something. So back in the day, this temple filled with priests of Vermina got raided by orcs. In an effort to protect the skull at the center, the priests released a miasma into the temple which knocked everyone out until now when it's dispelled by opening up the entrance. To get past the barrier put up by the priests, I have to chug a potion which allows me to stride through the memories of one of the priests who were there when the invasion happened. It's funny because the guy I'm with is like, don't worry, if something goes wrong, I'll just wake you back up and we'll figure something else out. Except when I get done wandering through the memories of this priest, I wake up in reality exactly where the memory ended. My traveling companion goes, holy shit man, your body totally disappeared when you drank that potion. Yeah, thanks for lying to me, dude, I really appreciate that. So
I mean, what if it did? Teleportation magic exists. Oh, no, wait. Nobody would break that rule.
yeah, this whole thing wraps up as it's revealed that the guy whose memories I looked through were actually this guy's memories. He fled this place right after this event and is now returning to set things right. He then goes to cleanse the skull of corruption, and I'm given the option by Vermina to kill him and take the skull for myself, or to let him complete his task. The former allows you access to this Daedric artifact, which is powered even further by absorbing the dreams of sleeping people. The latter allows you to recruit this guy as a follower. I went with the latter because I honestly don't care about the skull, and it just seemed like the better ending. I just wish that dream striding had a little more to it besides walking through this battlefield and nothing more. I could have even hopped between several dreams or gotten lost in the quagmire realm which this guy
is a full highest rating that I can issue, 10 out of 10, and it easily earns the badass seal of approval. I cannot.
He's doing his decisions for the rewards are so weird. So he he sold the Augment Infinium and he didn't take the Staff of Vermina. But it's like, is he going to keep Arander around or probably not? I usually let Arander be. He just seems on the level to me.
mentioned earlier. But it is what it is, and I didn't mind the quest overall.
It is what it is, you know. I like that. What can you do?
Next up is Ill Met by Moonlight. This one has me talking to a man who was cursed by the Daedric Prince Hircine to randomly transform into a werewolf at any given moment due to the fact that he stole a ring from the prince. In his latest transformation, he wound up killing a little girl and was jailed because of it.
A little Nord girl.
So I offered to take the ring back and hunt down a great beast to appease the prince of the hunt. Well, right after, the dude transforms and then climbs the fuck out of prison. You know, the prison these guys put a werewolf into. I mean, supposedly they didn't believe him about either the fact that he couldn't control his transformations or the fact that he can transform at all. So they put him in a big old Dark Knight Rises cell to climb out of. I don't know if I'd take that risk, but hey, you do you, Falkreath. So I go to kill this beast, and Hircine begins to speak to me through its spirit. He tells me that
Yeah, I tried to get the ring to transform me, and it didn't really do it either.
I am to compete against several other hunters who have all been assigned the task of killing the guy who escaped earlier. When I arrive at the grotto where this hunt is to take place, the sky
Kill the child.
turns red as the moon grows full and large. I like this area a lot, and I wish that more quests would have these specialized little areas. Well, I can hunt the werewolf, or I can...
Yeah, but I think... Okay, so the issue was... He couldn't do the quest because he did the Civil War, and he killed the guard. So he reloaded a previous save, and then I bet he continued from his current save after. So he never actually played long enough to get a letter.
Can join forces with him and hunt the hunters, which sounds a little more fun. We take them all down, and
Corrupt
Hircine
them
appears
all.
once more to tell me that he's amused by the way I turn the hunt inside out, which nets me a ring that allows me to transform as many times as I want into a werewolf every day. This quest was short and sweet, and I enjoyed it the most out of all the ones I'd been through.
Okay, so Ill Met by Moonlight. Higher rated than discerning the transmundane.
Is a full, highest rating that I can issue, 10 out of 10, and it easily earns the badass seal of approval. I cannot wait to see all the DLC and expansions coming. Now, if you'll excuse me, I gotta play through it again as evil, doing all the Thieves Guild missions.
Tell me that he's amused by the way I turn the hunt inside out, which nets me a ring that allows me to transform as many times as I want into a werewolf every day. This quest was short and sweet, and I enjoyed it the most out of all the ones I've been through so far. Alright, let's take a break from Daedric quests for a moment. In Solitude is an Argonian who claims to be a treasure hunter alongside his sister. He tells me that if I happen to turn out the lighthouse light, a ship called the Ice Runner would just fucking crash into the land. Apparently that's just what ships do if they have no light, who would have guessed?
Is that sarcasm? Or, like, is he serious? Okay, so, Poe's Law, easy to assume, it is sarcasm, but it's like, there exists a possibility that at this point in time, the Salt Factory is unaware that ships use lighthouses to navigate.
So yeah, if I can put it out, the plan is that they loot the ship and then share the spoils with me. Sounds good to me, let's do it. Well, it's really easy. The way this guy sets it up, it sounds like you'll be running through guards and having to sneak your way up to this lighthouse light. But nah, you just climb up the lighthouse and put out the light. Then when I go to claim my reward from his sister, all the bandits turn on me. What? I mean, why? Doesn't all of this make more sense without me in the equation?
Why do you think the bandits betrayed you?
Like, even without me looking like a walking human dragon, I imagine they take their lowest ranked guy over some stranger who they can't trust to simply blow out a big fire. But yeah, I read the note on his sister's body, which gives me the location of their main base, and then make my way through it like a fucking circus of death. That's the entire quest.
Is a full, highest rating that I can issue, 10 out of 10, and it easily earns the badass seal of approval. I cannot wait to see all the DLC and expansions coming. Now, if you...
Alright, what did you give this stupid quest? 2.5 out of 10? So he found that quest more interesting than his perception of what Blood on the Ice was.
The next one isn't even really registered as one, beyond a miscellaneous one, maybe. In this one, a lady and her Argonian servant seek to infiltrate an old crypt for treasure. The Argonian repeatedly warns her that it's dangerous inside and that they shouldn't go. When I tell her that I plan to loot the place, they both run in to accompany me. The whole time, the Argonian continues to babble about Gathric's power, which he switches pronunciations on back and forth.
Gathric's.
Well, when we get to the end and I defeat this warlord Gathrich, he then goes all evil and says he'll kill me to sacrifice me to take Gathric's power for his own. So yeah, smart move.
There we go.
As always.
Gathrich.
When I loot his body, it seems
I'd say shit like that.
he was a slave to the girl's family and was told to make sure that no harm fell to her. When I talk to the lady, she mentions that he's been around her family since she was a little girl. It's kind of bittersweet, but it's nothing to write home about.
Is a
Slave to the
full
girl's
highest rating that I can issue, 10 out of 10, and it easily earns the badass seal of approval.
So the highest score he's given so far is 7 out of 10.
Harm fell to her. When I talk to the lady, she mentions that he's been around her family since she was a little girl. It's kind of bittersweet, but it's nothing to write home about. Let's talk about a real quest, meaning more Daedra stuff. This one's aptly called the House of Horrors, which has me searching this abandoned house which eyewitnesses have occasionally seen someone walking in and out of. The guard-type person who accompanies me seems adamant about getting to the bottom of this mystery, and runs through it screaming for whoever is there to come out. When we get to the locked door at the end, the lighting shifts to this bleak and windy environment, and stuff begins flying off the shelves and pelting us. A Daedric voice creeps into my head, ordering me to kill the guard. Soon after, the guard lashes out at me, claiming that it's me or him. So I take him out, and Molag Bal beckons me further down for my reward. When I get to his altar, he traps me in a cage and orders me to seek out and rescue a priest of his rival, the Daedric prince Boethia. Once I rescue the priest, I bring him back to this house so that he can perform his routinely ritual to desecrate Molag Bal's shrine, which he's been performing in the service of Boethia. When the priest gets locked up instead, I'm tasked with killing him, only for Molag Bal to bring him back to life and then having me beat him to near death again. Eventually the priest gives up, offering his soul to Molag Bal instead of Boethia, and I get granted Molag's mace. I enjoyed this one to a degree, though most of the enjoyment was derived from the house itself and speaking with Molag Bal. Unfortunately, the main part of this quest amounts to kill bandits. It's Skyrim 101.
Everything in this
I just don't feel
game is
overly
broken.
impressed with
and
any
the menu, the f***ing menu, the worst damn menu I have played so far of all the Kinect games. Terrible graphics and sense of speed, hazardous to your health. The f***ing soundtrack, loud, irritating, terrible. 1 out of 10.
Got you off guard there, didn't I? What did he give the Molag Bal quest?
Unfortunately, the main part of this quest amounts to kill bandits.
Alright, so the Molag Bal quest that is mostly just kill bandits is higher rated than the Vermina quest, higher rated than Discerning the Transmundane, almost as high rated as the Hearsing quest.
It's Skyrim 101, I guess. I just don't feel overly impressed with any of these Daedric quests so far, which is a crying shame since I enjoyed really quite a lot of them in Oblivion. Anyways, when you show up in Markarth for the first time, there's a murder which takes place almost immediately. I never investigated that, so now's probably a good time seeing as I'm still here from the last quest. Basically, this guy tells me that this has happened before, and the guards don't do a single thing about it despite knowing the murderer is a forsworn agent. Sure, they cut the agent down, but they never investigate further. He's been trying to crack this case ever since his dad was murdered in the same fashion a while back. His father owned the mine here and was murdered soon after. When exploring the latest victim's room, it becomes apparent that she was also interested in obtaining the deed to this mine.
I'm sorry, I gotta fucking speed this up.
Well, snooping around has attracted the attention of the guard here, which are obviously covering up for these murders. Apparently, the owner of the inn here has had the king of the Forsworn locked away in the mine, his life bound to this owner. Now that king has run rampant, and is commanding his Forsworn agents to rebel against the owner.
Yep, I'm gonna be completely honest. I'm about to fucking die here. What's this big stretch here? It's about Dawnguard, and this stretch is about Dragonborn. I just want to see what the scores are. Fuck it.
Can't take it any longer.
Yes. Now it does pick up from here in another quest if you decide to let about the whole ordeal to confess. So it's time to return to the quest giver and try to cleanse this corruption, except that he's dead. The corrupt guard here killed him, and that's it, that's the end of the quest. Now it does pick up from here in another quest if you decide to let yourself be captured after being framed for the murder that these guards committed. It leads to you being thrown into the mines and having you work. Let's move on to another.
Hang on, what did he rate it?
Let's move on to another until the Nords came along. It's fascinating to think about the Nords invading this claimed land, only for the Imperial Legion to then move in on the Nords. And that kind of thought process that was derived from these
is a full, highest rating that I can issue, 10 out of 10. And it easily earns the badass seal of approval. I cannot wait
Hang on, actually that sentence is pressing.
to see all the DLC and expansions coming.
Alright, let's watch the DLC part.
Alright, DLC time. We'll start with Dawnguard. This DLC is aptly named as it follows the faction of the same name, which dedicates its manpower to the hunting down and eradication of vampires. I'll note that I'm more than a little tired of playing through Skyrim with vanilla graphics, so I'll be inserting some graphical mods and the like which will be listed in the description. When I arrive at Fort Dawnguard and head inside, I'm greeted by the leader of the faction.
Are these the graphical mods?
I ask him to join and he makes a joke about how beat to shit this place is since they're still trying to rebuild.
Like he said he switched to the graphical mods and then the game like looked worse.
An eradication of vampires. I'll note that I'm more than a little tired of playing through Skyrim with vanilla graphics, so I'll be inserting some graphical mods.
Yeah, it's like
I am
no longer using vanilla graphics. I have improved the game.
Through Skyrim with vanilla graphics, so I'll be inserting some graphical mods.
I am dying from the ligma. This is some wild shit, I'll be completely honest. So, what is this? 3330. It's like is it a joke? What a rotten way to die.
And the like which will be listed.
It's like he just turned the graphics down. All right, so he's got like a whole list of mods he used. Let's click a random one. We got Vivid Weather's Definitive Edition. Static Mesh Improvement Mod. Immersive Sound. So like apparently he did genuinely like mod it, but like it doesn't look like it.
Listed in the description. When I arrive at Fort Dawnguard and head inside, I'm greeted by the leader of the faction, Ezron. I ask him to join and he makes a joke about how
what's this big titty gilf mod that I see?
Beat to shit this place is since they're still trying to rebuild. Across from him is a member of the Vigilance of Stendar, Stendar being the god of mercy. Well, I guess I should say the member of the Vigilance, seeing as they just got wiped out by a vampire raid.
You have 10 seconds to come before we blow your balls off.
So I'm headed to the cavern that they crawled out from to begin my Dawnguard service. Well, Shitforbrains here was warned that he's not a fighter, and yet he ran ahead anyways, effectively extinguishing the Vigilance. So I head in and take out all of these vamps before getting to the end and listening to this guy go on about
hey, why are all these mod links Lovers Lab links?
Bringing some prize to a vampire named Harkon. What I will note here is that the voice acting is actually surprisingly good in this DLC so far.
Didn't I tell you to step forward? Farm boy, huh? What's your weapon?
I never forget who my friends are. Or my enemies.
Can't you tell just from looking at me? A vampire.
Ezron, Lokiel, and the lady that
yeah,
I meet
I'm
next,
sorry,
Solana,
but
all have pretty
Laura Bailey's not the strongest voice actress in Dawnguard.
damn good voice acting. Before I get to that last person on the list, I have to solve a puzzle. I honest to God just pushed these braziers in any direction that I thought they'd go and one-shot this thing. Expert level security. Anyways, this is Serana. She's a vampire, and she has an Elder Scroll strapped to her back. She doesn't want to answer any of my questions because she hardly knows me.
BTGG? What does BTGG mean? Big titty girlfriend?
Which makes sense. What doesn't make sense is that she'll trust me enough to have me escort her back to her family home, where she says that her father and her mother have had a falling out. Here's a really lazy prediction that I hope isn't true. Her mother's a vampire and her father is a vampire hunter, or vice versa. Anyways, it's kind of interesting interacting with her because she's apparently older than the Imperial Empire.
What are you talking about? Did I miss something? Did I zone out there? Are you saying this was what would hypothetically be interesting?
Knows me, which makes sense. What doesn't make sense is that she'll trust me enough to have me escort her back to her family home, where she says that her father and her mother have had a falling out. Here's a really lazy prediction that I hope isn't true. Her mother's a vampire and her father is a vampire hunter, or
I assume there's no way that you're writing this as you do it and like you're like unironically recording it kind of just like oh god, I can't believe I did this, and like
vice versa. Anyways, it's kind of interesting interacting with her because she's apparently older than the Imperial Empire in Cyrodiil, seeing as she hasn't even heard of it. So we make it to her home, which is a gigantic fucking castle. It's really neat looking and I want to explore it. But here's the kicker. First off, my prediction was wrong, thank God.
This is the power that I offer.
Secondly, I have to choose if I want to be a vampire or if I want to side with Dawnguard. And I really want to be a vampire. But
that's a really lame reason to not just do 2 playthroughs.
yeah, no, I think I want to do that. Well, refusing the, gift of being a vampire means no exploring the castle. At least not yet, as I'm kicked out with no other option but to leave. You know, the fast travel location for the main Dawnguard hub is ass. I mean, like, I gotta run all the way to the start of this ramp, just to run up the ramp and into the castle. Probably means there'll be some kind of cinematic type event here later, but still. So I get here, take out some invading vamps.
I'm skeptical that Mandalore writes like that. I think he presents like that.
And Ezron's like, alright, what did you find? And my dopey ass character goes, so yeah, I found a lady in a tomb with an Elder Scroll, and she's clearly a vampire. I didn't kill her. Instead, I gave her to the oldest and most powerful vampires in all of Skyrim. What? I mean, she was a follower. She just passed out when I thwacked her. I guess I didn't register how stupid this whole plot point was until I heard this guy ask me about what just happened. You know, some writer at Bethesda was like, wait, why would the Dragonborn do this if he's just gonna side with the Dawnguard? And this bit of dialogue.
I mean, if you go back to Isran, he'll actually say that you should help Serana because whatever the fuck's going on is too important for us to not like know. And he's just like, just be careful, dude. Dude.
Dialogue was the result. I'll take it, I guess. Anyways, so now we want to get some more powerful people to help the Dawnguard out. The first one's a tinkerer, and the second one is a beast tamer type guy from the sounds of it. The latter just needs me to take down a big old bear, and the tinkerer can be persuaded to leave without her Dwemer artifact thing, thankfully. I honestly thought I'd have to drudge through a Dwemer room to get something for her. Honey, it's time for your quarter-hour dragon killing. Yes, Skyrim. So we all make it back to Vampire Slayers Anonymous, and Ezron decides to blast us with a huge amount of sunlight to make sure that we're not bloodsuckers. But worse than that,
Ulfric, dude, what now?
He makes me find the correct set of stairs to climb to get to him, the bastard. Turns out that Serana decided to trek over to side with us, stating that her father's a douche who wants vampires to rule the world, and that her and her mother disagree with him. Ezron's pissed, but I think that's his default setting. The big thing is that Serana still has the Elder Scroll.
I want Isran to be my dad. In a non-sexual way.
And now we need to read it for reasons unknown. To do this, we need to track down a moth priest, which are typically only found in Cyrodiil. Fortunately, one was seen bumbling around Skyrim a few days ago. Convenient. So I get some info from the College of Winterhold, then head over to the Dragon Bridge, get more info. Then I find a vampire body with an overturned cart, get more info. Head into a cave, kill vampires, and free the Mothman. Pretty standard and relatively boring stuff. The coolest part about this quest is that for some reason when I travel back to Fort Dawnguard, it puts me right at the entrance of it for the first time, and I don't really know why. Maybe it had something to do with that vampire battle out front earlier. So the priest reads the scroll after Serana decides that she's lacking attention and rudely stands in between our conversation
Yeah, she's a very high-maintenance girlfriend.
For a bit. He determines that it's one of 3 scrolls which all detail the prophecy of some kind of crazy ancient bow. Now we gotta set out and find Serrano Pepper's mother, who she describes as hiding in a place that her dad would never think to look. The fucking sun. No, wait, the castle he lives in. Wait, that makes about as much sense as the sun. She's like, yeah, she used to spend all of her time in the garden, and my dad hates that place. So if he's wondering where
Oh,
his
hang
wife
on. It's the player's idea that fucking Veronica was, or whatever her name was, Valerica was hiding in the castle. And Serrano's like, yeah, that sounds stupid, but probably she's pretty dumb. She'd probably do it. Remember when reading an Elder Scroll without proper preparation could cause you to go blind? No, and it did. So, like a big plot point is that the Moth Priest goes blind before he manages to read all the scrolls. Why does he stand so close to all the female NPCs? Is this like one of those Oxhorn things where like we can read into the way that he like showcases the female characters? Am I really gonna be called a sexist when this is how I make quiet dress? Meanwhile, he's like he's got his nose and some cleavage.
That be the first place that he checks regardless of him hating the garden? What? There better be a top secret garden pit or I'm uninstalling. So infiltrating the castle has me running into the standard guards. Skeletons...
Quick rundown on Oxhorn. For some reason, all of the settlers in his Fallout 4 settlement are women who are scantily dressed, and he has like a cage full of prisoner women.
Rats and spiders, with the added bonus of these death hounds and a vampire or two. There are also bear traps. You know, in case someone breaks in and gets past all the normal shit. Maybe they'll run into a bear trap. Or maybe it's for the rats. Fuck if I know. But the most important thing that I do here, and what you all need to know about, is that I pick up this dog by its tiny fucking neck and clobber it with my mace. I hope your life is enhanced by that knowledge.
Dude!
So we get to the garden and everything is dead. But hey!
Yeah!
Something's wrong with the moon dial here. Some of the crests are missing.
Kill camps!
I'm telling you, there's something strange with the moon dial. I'm telling you, there's something strange with the moon dial. I'm telling you, there's something strange with the moon dial. Very clever, Mother.
Haha! Secret garden.
Valerica's second passion to alchemy, of course, was structural engineering.
Now, if you'll excuse me, wait to see it easily earns the badass seal of approval.
Pit, baby.
Chop his fucking head off!
I mean, yeah, if you were a vampire, why wouldn't you, like, learn some extra hobbies?
Alright, so we make it to the end of this thing to Serana's mom's secret lab area.
I like his choice in weapons. In the right hand, he's using the Dragon Bone Mace. In the left hand, he's using the Blade of Woe. But he doesn't ever charge it.
It's here where we learn that this chick disappeared herself into a portal of sorts. This portal leads to the realm which necromancers call upon the souls of the dead from.
Yeah, I can show the stream schedule real quick. Right here. Read it. Read it and weep, Potter. Yeah, we're not streaming tomorrow. I come back Monday, and we'll be reading a lot of articles. I know, reading's for boring nerds, but I still have a bunch of shit I need to read. Did your mother make you those earmuffs, Potter? Oh, wait. Your mother's dead. When dual wielding, weapon speed is set by the value of the weapon in the left hand. This just lets him swing the mace faster. Are we sure that's the reason? Because he hasn't displayed that kind of knowledge yet. Who is worse, Stalin or Martin Luther King? I don't really know a whole lot about Martin Luther King. I know his son got up to a lot of shit. Stalin was probably worse. But he was also, like, he fought some people in World War II or something. I don't know. I think it's a draw.
And the portal itself actually looked pretty awesome when opened. It's much more than the Oblivion-esque threshold I was expecting. Unfortunately, it can't be entered as I am. Vampires aren't considered to be living...
It's over, Potter! I've depicted you as a soy jack, and myself as a Giga Chad.
...beings, so I can either become one now or choose to have my soul partially trapped, which will weaken my physical form. Oh yeah, it's vampire time. Give me that suck, big S. I like how Serana...
That's kinda... I'm not comfortable with that. Is that how people feel when like I post pictures of my Metal Gear Survive waifu? I think the difference is like this is not the player character, but this was like my waifu was the player character.
Describes this process as intimate for a vampire to suck another person, and yet I'm like, well, then I'm glad it's you doing it. Like my handle is twitch.tv/xxxsimplord69, and she's like, yeah, all right, let's get on with it. Well, there goes my tier 3 sub. Okay, so at this stage, let me make my feelings clear on this DLC. It's okay, right? It's not bad at all, but it's not like amazing. This sentiment completely shifts when I enter the Soul Cairn. I fucking love how this place looks aesthetically. I love these recolored skeletons despite knowing that they're recolored. I love how strange and ominous this place looks. It's really well done. Then pile onto it the confrontation with Serana's.
It's the aesthetics, man. Am I drunk or just tired? Just tired. Plus, I haven't eaten anything since like 11 o'clock in the AM. Soul Cairn is pretty good. I like the Soul Cairn. I was saying with the Forgotten Vale is like top tier. Lots of people like the Soul Cairn. I think it makes for it makes for an interesting little dungeon sort of area because it's got a bunch of quests you can do in it, and there's a lot of powers you can get, like summoning the horses, and you can refill your soul gems in the Soul Cairn. I don't know if that's repeatable, but you can also make black soul gems there.
Mother, and I'm actually really starting to thoroughly enjoy this DLC. Like, I can't believe it, because it isn't anything I ever thought I'd see in Skyrim, with its ad nauseum Dwemer runes and Nordic tombs. The conversation with Serana's mother basically reveals that a big part of the prophecy is sacrificing Serana's life in order to help blot out the sun. It's explained that both Serana and her mother Valerica are pure-blooded vampires, which is only obtained.
Which is a weird thing. I feel like there's... This plot was so weird. Because, like, the most underwhelming thing was that the player gets to do it, and then they don't actually need to kill Serana, so it's like... I don't know. I feel like Serana could just like donate blood once a month, and that would be sufficient. And then they would get to have their stupid family drama and live together. Like their family broke apart because Harkon was like, I don't know, I might need to kill Serana. I just need her blood. No, I'm South African. I'm South African. Salt factory, dude. What now?
Attainable through being a dedicated follower of Molag Bal and surviving the ritual which follows. So I'm unsure if the prophecy mentions Serana specifically or if it's...
I doubt vampires menstruate because they're just corpses. If the Grey Prince's dad could knock up a bitch, I bet vampires bleed from the mystical portal.
It's just a pure-blooded vampire female which is necessary, in which case I would think that her mother would be able to work for this as well. Maybe I'm misinterpreting something. If I'm not wrong, then I find the fact that Valerica decided to hide herself away in a space where no one would find her, and yet left her daughter in a tomb which was a lot easier to find and get to, kind of a dick move. It really speaks volumes about her priorities.
I mean, Valerica basically had to live in hell. So... What do you think of the little pockets of care that they added? Like, if you do the Molag Bal quest with Serana as a companion, she reacts to it. Really? I did not know that. That's interesting.
Either way, Serana hashes out the differences between her and her mother, stating that as tyrannical and awful as her father has been, that Valerica has used her to further...
Vampire babies sounds like bullshit to me. There would be no need for them to reproduce via siring new vampires if they could just have children like normal people.
...her own ends as well. Her mother relents and agrees to help us out, guiding us to a way to disable the barrier between us to obtain the Elder Scroll. One of the more fascinating conversations you can have with Valerica is about what exactly the Soul Cairn is, and who watches over it. The so-called custodians of the Soul Cairn are known as the Ideal Masters. They're speculated to have transcended any corporeal form that the average mortal can see, and now keep this place...
But the thing is, we don't know if women in the Elder Scrolls setting actually menstruate or not. This merits further analysis.
...running by harvesting any souls which they can get their hands on. Necromancers which communicate with these masters often get taken advantage of, and wind up being absorbed by the Soul Cairn when making deals with them. This is what nearly happened to Valerica, as she intended to trade...
I mean, why weren't Valerica and Serana blood crazed?
...safe refuge into the cairn for a steady stream of souls which she could provide. The Ideal Masters instead decided that they wanted her soul, and sent their minions after her before she ducked into these runes. So they constructed this barrier around her and decided they would try to wait her out. With all this talk about necromancers exchanging souls for the power to raise powerful undead, it kinda just makes me wish that there were more interesting creatures that you could summon in this game. Even if they were added in this DLC, it'd be awesome to see a wave of tiny skeletal creatures which swarm your foes when you unleash them, or a gigantic amalgamation of bones in the form of some undead behemoth.
Oh yeah, a bunch of like skeleton babies. That would be badass. A nice question to ask Todd in the interview. Oh my god. We blow our Todd question on do women in the Elder Scrolls setting menstruate?
Anyways, I head off to try to deactivate this barrier and wind up stumbling across a guy named Jib. He's a pretty interesting guy and winds up telling me about how he was framed for a murder that he was going to commit, but didn't. Apparently, he was to assassinate a high-ranking House Redoran official, but wound up getting beat to the punch by an agent of the Morag Tong. It makes me wonder if this was an allusion to one of the...
Don't you mean the Morang Tong? There's some guy who refers to as the Morang Tong in the Thieves Guild, and nobody ever brings that up. Vampires have a wasting soul affliction. In a setting with souls, it causes problems. Physically, a vampire might have the mechanics to make it work, but without a proper soul, it doesn't work. Conjecture. Well, I think the drinking blood is part of allaying the symptoms of their withered souls. They sort of just suck the life force out of people to make up for the shit they're losing.
Writs given to the Nerevarine.
Until it's done. 11. I will hard stop at 11:30, but I doubt that it'll take that long.
In Morrowind, and it's kind of cool to think about. After he was released from prison, he claims to have killed every single cliff racer in Morrowind, as a way to atone for his past deeds. Then he moved to Kvatch in Cyrodiil before being trapped in the Soul Cairn by a Dremora when the Oblivion...
This is all terribly interesting. Unfortunately, I learned most of this information when I played the Elder Scrolls V Skyrim for myself, so... yeah.
...invasion occurred. It's just really cool to see the previous entries tied into this guy's story, and I love the application of the Soul Cairn here. You also get this super cool looking World of Warcraft mount that you can summon to usher you around this area. I'm still not very happy with the mount speed in this game.
It's 6 in the morning.
But it does look really cool. So finally I hoof it back to Vampire Mama and grab the Elder Scroll, but not before taking down an undead dragon who was tricked by the Ideal Masters to bind his soul to the cairn in exchange.
Is Durnavir undead? I thought he was just trapped. He was a necromancer, wasn't he? Can dragons be undead? I mean, there's that skeleton dragon, but does that count? Or is that just like a golem approximation of a dragon? Because I don't think you take the undead dragon's soul.
Exchange for power. After his defeat, he meets me again outside and tells me that he wishes for me to summon him in the outside world for the brief amount of time that he can be there to fight along my side. It's pretty neat, I just think I'm not very impressed by dragons at this stage. Still, we make it out and back to the moth.
That's a really, really weak reason. You literally just had a dragon showed up who has unique powers and unique motivations and a unique philosophy, and you said, I don't know, man, dragons are kind of fucking yawn emoji. And it's like, dude, didn't you take 8 months off or something? Like, how are you bored of stuff that you played 8 months ago? Well, you had to become a vampire to enter. I mean, you don't have to become a vampire. There's other ways. Is a dragon lich mechanically possible in Tamriel? Sure, but why would you do it if dragons don't age? Because Parthenax is still alive, and he never actually died.
Priest to read the next Elder Scroll. Except because of his hastiness earlier, the Mothman has gone blind. He explains that there may
Wait, I thought dragons were the most amazing shit. How are they boring now?
Still be a way of going about this, but that I'll need to perform a sacred ritual involving a particular tree, a particular knife, and a particular set of moths which should come flocking to me if I perform said ritual. I don't entirely understand this yet, but I assume that in practice it will probably be revealed a little more clearly. The place...
I would say Durnavir is kind of boring. He does have one of the more interesting fights because he'll summon bonemen. So it's more than just like he's a dragon. He's got unique powers, but also he has that conversation with you, and he has a lot going on as a character that Salt just kind of undersold as like, I'm just bored of dragons though. Like, lol. Hang on. Let's see. I don't know where Joe talks about dragons.
Impressive about shouting.
Is simple. One of the most significant improvements to the game, enough to even convince people who hated Oblivion for its shortcomings, is the improvements to combat. It's no longer stiff and static. They add elements to make it feel more dynamic.
We wind up in is beautiful. I really like it a lot, and soon the ritual makes more sense as I use the knife in the center to scrape away some bark from this tree and start gathering swarms of moths before heading into the moonlight to read the scroll. What the moth priest from before told me
I was
that these
hoping
moths
for Jubilant Jose to say that, like, the dragons are badass, but I just couldn't find it.
are naturally in tune with the Elder Scroll's latent energies, and that they vibrate at a frequency which helps decipher the information that the scroll contains. Because of this, I'm able to ascertain the cave which has the bow that we've been seeking. Well, this DLC keeps constantly impressing me, as the cave we arrive in seems pretty, well, normal. A bit dark, but it makes sense. But then you make it to the end, and here stands a snow elf, which were said to be completely extinct. I'm actually not sure how I feel about that, seeing as it's really been driven home that they were all turned into Falmer due to dwarven interference. Though even then it's...
What?
But then you make it to the end, and here stands a snow elf, which were said to be completely extinct. I'm actually not sure how I feel about that, seeing as it's really been driven home that they were all turned into Falmer due to dwarven interference.
Yeah, they were all gone, just like how all the dwarves were gone in Morrowind. It's a massive leap that this guy's still around. Sure. Honestly, Soul Tear is one of the most metal shouts. Not just to deal heavy damage, it also soul traps and raises dead on the enemy corpse with a very high level kelp. Yeah, Soul Tear is badass.
Though even then, it seems that almost every single snow elf which was here was destroyed pretty recently by a roving pack of Falmer which made its way through here. Again, I'm kind of unsure of how to feel. On one hand, it's really cool to see a member of an extinct race standing before you. It's a lot like old Yagram and Morrowind being the last surviving
You can't kill Durnavir, so he doesn't give you a soul.
dwarf. But at the same time,
Okay,
it
so he brought it up.
Falmer which made its way through here. Again, I'm kind of unsure of how to feel. On one hand, it's really cool to see a member of an extinct race standing before you. It's a lot like old Yagram and Morrowind being the last surviving dwarf.
I'm going to raise the point, and now I'm going to put it back where it was.
But at the same time, it almost feels like they retconned or slipped in a convenient story element to come up with this guy's existence.
Continue.
Either way, this guy's here to help protect what he calls the epicenter of worship for the chief god of the Nine Divines, Akatosh, or as the elves call him, Ariel. Supposedly, this group of worshippers were too far out of the way to succumb to the process which turned the rest of the snow elves into the Falmer. So they continued to watch over this chantry, allowing initiates to go on this journey from wayshrine to wayshrine to become fully enlightened in the ways of Ariel. Even after the Falmer raid destroyed all of their people save this guy and his brother, Ariel saw to it that the spirits of the priest involved here were preserved to continue to guide new initiates through the wayshrines. This guy tells me all of this because he realizes that we can be of help to him in cutting down his own brother, who seems to have been corrupted by the Falmer when they sacked this place. What doesn't make as much sense to me is how willing he is to let us have this ancient, powerful bow without question. I guess he really just wants to kill his brother that badly. Well, as you may have guessed, the Falmer which ran through here also set up camp, which means that I face a pretty heavy resistance while drudging through this cave. It is a pretty cool cave to make my way through, though. It's very pretty at times and different in terms of how it's set up. I'm just glad they don't seem to be phoning it in with the level design of Dawnguard. When I make it to the spirit of the first priest, he greets me and then opens the way forward as I draw water from the wayshrine and head
Yeah, you skipped a lot of fucking TDM. I hear someone's asking real questions. Who's asking real questions? Shape up. Who the fuck's Logan? Mr. Howard, why do Argonians have massive mommy milkers if they're reptilian? Also, do female Argonian vampires menstruate? Yeah, there you go. That's our AMA tactic right there.
The next part.
I guess you got to add the part about the Red Guards and why their intelligence is lower than other races.
From here, I undergo a little gauntlet of water.
Or why they decided to make them to say that they're not actually men.
Collecting in this pretty outer area. I'm pretty satisfied with exploring this relatively peaceful place. It's quiet and it's kind of soothing. You had to do it, Todd. You just had to do it, didn't you? I mean, points for making it look different, but fucking hell. You know someone was like, yes, but it's still Skyrim, please put dragon and ice. Oh well, I guess I better summon that one dragon I promised I would
Who complains about this section? This was one of my favorite parts of the Forgotten Vale.
summon and get all of this out of the way. So I finally make it to the rest of the way shrines and into this really awesome palace of a temple.
You skipped a lot of tedious shit to get here. Well, like, he doesn't actually point out that 2 dragons show up. So it's like, it's not just your typical, like, here's 1 dragon and now he's dead. It's 2 dragons at the same time, and you got that Durnevere shout to use.
It's packed with foam or frozen in ice, faced at different points of these rooms like statues. When I grab something from one of them, the entire room awakens, breaking free of their frozen tombs. I love it. So we finally make it to the Lich King, who
Okay, so you like that part, but you didn't like the dragons?
sits on his frozen throne, clearly a vampire. He actually throws one of the few bosses in the game at us in the form of awakening these frozen Falmer, then crumbling the ceiling on us, then sending a giant frozen Atronach at us, and then finally facing us down himself.
Well, okay, so if you're a normal, like, if you're one of the big-ass cat Khajiits, can you marry one of the, like, house-sized cat Khajiits? And, like, try to have children with them? I'm asking, I'm asking as a scholar, god damn it.
I actually noticed myself saying us a lot, which is bizarre even to me. It's because Serana is easily the most fleshed out follower in this game. You spend more time
Yeah, she's basically a Fallout follower.
with her, she has much more unique dialogue, and she actually goes through several stages of friendship, from not trusting you at all to slowly telling you more about her life. By this stage in the game, she's actually pretty protective of you, and I get why so many people have mentioned to me how she's their favorite. At this stage of travel, I have to admit that she's rubbing
Somebody at Bethesda probably should be banned from cat ownership, I'm just saying.
off on me as well, and I really like that I can feel that connection to a follower for the first time. Also, it probably helps that Laura Bailey voiced her. At any rate, the showdown with this guy reveals that he's been controlling the Falmer, that he was likely the one who led them to the rest of the Snow Elves, as he was furious with Ariel when one of his initiates turned him into a vampire. Seeing this as a sign of betrayal by Ariel, he set out to destroy every part of Ariel's remaining influence over the Snow Elves which he could. After this, his brother pops up the big fat elevator and tells me how great I am. I tell him that I know that, and he phases the bow that we've been seeking into existence. It's described as the most flawless creation, that it was forged into existence at the behest of a god. But then it's like, nah, this thing can be sharpened at a whetstone to make it bowier. I think I know what I'm doing. So yeah, we go to rally the troops for the attack on the castle. But Isran is like, ew, you're a vampire. So I have to go cure myself, which is kind of just a waste of time for no reason, but whatever. I head back, he rallies the troops and gives his rouse.
It's a waste of time for no reason. Yes, I'm sure that Isran would be really, really enthused to work with a vampire. It's not like that's a big part of the consideration of the decision. The question of, can you really be a member of the Dawn Guard if you're a vampire? Like, come on now. For some reason, I don't get it. It's not like Easterend has a giant, meaty, thick hate boner for vampires.
Rousing speech and all that. Then we get to the good stuff. The assault is absolute chaos, as it honestly should be. It's one of the few battles where I don't feel like I'm doing all of the heavy lifting, and that these guys can actually take care of themselves. The enemies are all named, meaning that they've all got their own dialogue and personalities if you join the other side, and that's kind of cool to see. The final showdown has Serana mincing some words with her father before you get one final choice to either fight him or turn the bow over to him. Oddly enough, a fight ensues either way. I mean, I guess it makes sense that he would have no use for you after you give him the bow, but it just makes things a little harder for you, as the bow breaks him out of his healing stage when he's invincible. The fight itself is pretty fun. The bow sucks, but I also have 25 in archery, so I didn't expect much. When the fight concludes, Isran comes in and thanks Serana for her help, and I get the offer to continue questing alongside her. I think I'll take her up on that offer as we head into the final stretch of this video. So there was a point where I was playing this game before where some cultists were sent after me, with orders to kill me for being a false Dragonborn.
Taking Serana to Dragonborn is one of the lamest fucking things. It's weird because it seems like, I guess they didn't want to pay Laura Bailey again, but it seems like they would know that people would want to take Serana with them to Dragonborn, and they would like work around that instead of her just kind of not really having anything to say. I need to come! Look at it! I need to jerk off! Fuck!
Reminds me a bit of Morrowind, but whatever. So I tracked down where they came from and convinced
Reminds me a bit of Morrowind.
You don't
I
say.
think I'll take her up on that offer as we head into the final stretch of this video. So there was a point where I was playing this game before where some cultists were sent after me, with orders to kill me for being a false dragonborn. Reminds me a bit of Morrowind, but what?
Yeah, sure. I'm just gonna note this down in my little notepad. Quote, reminds me of Morrowind. That's a surprise tool that we'll use later.
Whatever. So I track down where they came from and convince this captain to take me to Solstheim, which is the place they were supposed to prevent me from reaching. So I take the ship in and Skyrim just janks the fuck out as the dragon that I summoned earlier to teach me the last phrase of the Soul Rend shout just doesn't know what to do. So I talk to this guy who speaks a little softer than the loud-ass dragon next to him, and he tells me that Ravenrock, which is the place I'm at, is Morrowind territory belonging to House Redoran.
Why
The place
would
was
you
abandoned
do
by the
that?
Empire almost as soon as it was settled by them, and Redoran took it over. When I ask the guy who Mirak is, which is the person who signed the orders to the cultists, he seems to recognize the name, but something is preventing his memories from achieving clarity. This isn't the first instance of sudden amnesia, as the captain who took me over here couldn't remember a good chunk of the days he spent ferrying the cultists over from Solstheim after.
No, the first instance of sudden amnesia was the fact that you forgot to do a whole quest. By the way, please do address the bug where Serana, the Dawnguard follower, has a bug that reduces the damage from the Vampire Lord main DPS spell. Vampire Lord, you know, the form from Dawnguard. Does she lower yours? How does that work? I guess the theory is when you have her with you, she's supposed to increase your absorb health damage or something. But of course, you know, plus signs and minus signs, they're right next to each other on the keyboard.
Left. The guy points me in the direction he thinks might relate to this Mirak guy, and I get moving. Well, when... Okay, so I was more than a little distracted here, but I figured out that resummoning this load of shit would cause him to spawn properly afterwards, which is good. But before that, this guy tells me that Mirak has been dead for thousands of years and that a temple was built to him somewhere.
You know, this guy, of no significance or importance. Yeah, that sounds like when blind would make you more effective at hitting shit in Morrowind.
Further in. He also gives me a brief history lesson on how Morrowind fell into chaos when Vivek's disappearance caused the floating Ministry of Truth to crash into Vivek City, causing Red Mountain to erupt.
Can we go home? Like, I don't want to be here. I know I said I would follow you, but like, I thought you were gonna go do cool stuff.
Soon after, the Argonians invaded, enslaving and slaughtering Morrowind people. There's some pretty awesome lore here that I've probably touched on in other videos, so I'll ease off of that for now. What I can say is that this Mirak guy seems to have a hold on people here around this Earthstone thing. They're all mindlessly building something, and upon touching the stone, I find myself aiding their efforts soon after hearing Mirak's voice in my head. Dude, this fucking game. I'm heading out and here comes a dragon. I ignore it. Fuck dragons. Alright, so then there's this guy fighting Ash Spawn, which I assume are related to the Red Mountain exploding. I can't find out though because the dragon has now locked this guy into combat permanently, it seems. It's even gone at this stage, I mean I can wait. This guy won't budge. Why? I chase this dragon across the map, shout at it, shoot at it, and then it flies back to the start. So I fast travel and it thankfully engages me in combat. Then when I go to talk to the guy who was locked in combat before, it turns out that he was also on Todd Howard's wacky dragon adventure just like I was, and is now circling back. Dude, come on. So I finally talk to him and he explains that these Ash people just started attacking a few weeks ago. They seem organized, like they're
This fucking game! He modifies it by a flat multiplier. They accidentally made the multiplier 0. Wow, what dumbasses. You didn't ask for this. You didn't choose for this. You simply started up the game, and now you're in Inwa.
trying to intentionally probe the walls of the settlement for weaknesses. When I search the ash pile, a declaration of war is found in it, stating that this settlement at Ravenrock must be an enemy of the...
I mean, remember, Serana is a Nord, so she probably remembers some pretty serious racial shit that happened in the past.
Empire, which is definitely strange. Well, this guy explains that this is from a General Carius who had a big role in the founding of Ravenrock and the subsequent protection of it over 200 years ago. He also appears in the Blood Moon expansion of Morrowind.
Including
There isn't much more
gruesome...
relevance as far as this quest goes, as it just has...
Damn it, I was hoping that it was set to the...
This is
this
the bar
boy.
for all other RPGs, and that's why the final verdict for The Elder Scrolls Skyrim is a fool.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do
He's
it.
storming through the fort and taking out Carius at the end. I
Yeah, Serana's a Nord.
do get clobbered by him once during a brief miscalculation, but I take him out after that. Then I get rewarded and that's it. Let's focus on the main quest. So this temple to Mirak is actually in the process of being built by more of these brainwashed workers.
Well, Serana's not that old. That's the weirdest thing is I tried to figure out how old Serana is because she's older than the concept of a Cyrodiilic Empire, apparently, somehow. But she's too young to remember a lot of stuff. Like,
She should have been around for like the dragon cult.
Woman here is actively trying to snap them out of it, but she's not really making any progress.
I've heard a lot of the second era theories, but Serana's a vampire. Vampires tend to know history. Surely she would remember that there were things like the Elysian and Riemann empires for the second era.
So she recruits me and explains.
But see, I don't think she's not like the companions old. So like, it's weird. There should be tons of questions she should have. Like, who the fuck are these dark elves?
That these creations that these hypnotized people are making are focused around these stones, which all correlate to the Allmaker's creations. They're kind of like standing stones and runestones in a way, but they're actively being corrupted by Mirak now, who Freya explains used to be a dragon priest back when dragons first roamed the skies. Eventually, he decided to turn on the dragons, and they obliterated him for it. Now he's somehow back, and we're going to head into this temple to get some answers. Well, I can't say that I'm impressed yet. I think that the biggest thing so far that this DLC is supposed to bring for that wow factor is the fact that they remade the setting of Blood Moon, except years and years later. If you have a huge amount of nostalgia for the place, I'd say that this is probably going to be real cool for you. But I haven't played Blood Moon, so to me, this place is more cool for the vaguely Varden.
Cock.
Highest rating that I can issue, 10 out of 10, and it easily earns the badass seal of approval.
Esque structures buried in the ash, which does remind me of Morrowind a lot. But now we're back to these fucking Nordic Viking ruins and skeletons and zombies and deathlords and cultists and who gives a shit. I mean, yes, the layout is definitely different from an average random Skyrim crypt, but it's still very much the same imagery and traps and everything. It's just sad coming off the custom-built awesomeness that was Dawnguard to more of the same. But hey, maybe it'll pick up.
Yeah, you didn't do some of the side dungeons with Dawnguard that are actually atrocious.
You are Dragonborn. I can feel it.
Oh yeah, that's more like it. There's absolutely nothing about this place that I don't love. There's this dude Mirak who seems immensely powerful. There's this sickly green sky with writhing, Lovecraftian tentacles emerging from it. There's these scary-ass things. I love it all. And the tentacle theme reminds
I clapped when I saw it.
Me strongly of the quest I ran through earlier involving Hermaeus Mora. Mirak looks down on me, explaining that I have no power as the Dragonborn here. He also goes, "So, you killed Alduin, huh?" Yeah, I could have done that. I just didn't want to is all. Yeah, okay, buddy, you got killed by dragons. I think. I don't know. Apparently his entire plan is to take over Raven Rock and bring himself back to life. So he has his minions West Side Story snap my ass back to the real world to keep me from interfering. Which, I mean, just kill me, right? That's the right move here. Then again, we're dealing with a villain who signs his real name and location at the bottom of orders given to cultists on paper. So I'm not sure if he's gonna exactly be playing 4D chess with these 5-head moves.
I mean, he was probably drawing you there, but sure. Rule of cool, baby. Mirak has a dildo as a weapon. Well, yeah, he's not a vampire. He's gonna get bored at some point. So are Dragonborn just immortal? Or like, what's going on with that?
When I make it back, Freya's like, "What the hell happened?" And my dumbass
No, apparently he's playing with graphical mods, so that might be playing hell on what it's supposed to look like.
character is like, I don't know, but I saw Mew.
Why doesn't he kill you, though? Well, I mean, you're out in the world getting dragon souls, and he actually cucks you at one point and steals the souls instead. So I assume that's the reason.
Riding a dragon. That was the least interesting thing that happened. So Freya's like,
Hate to break it to you, loser, but you're a consumer, too. Prove it.
well, shit, let's ask my dad, I guess. Now quickly, through this convenient back entrance to this cliffside that was here the whole time. So yeah, we talked to her dad, who's in the middle of making the air swirly. He tells me that Mirak was also a Dragonborn, or is also, rather, but that he joined the dragons for a while before turning on them.
Okay, so I'm gonna Waiamu Shindari the fuck out of this video and say probably a safe bet he doesn't actually say anything. Let's be completely honest. Oh, wait.
Ram is a full, highest rating that I can issue.
I'm actually not gonna let it finish so that you feel unfulfilled. What a day. What a day. What a day. What a day.
Out of 10, and it easily earns the badass seal of approval.
All right, I wasn't gonna leave you hanging there. So, how am I supposed to feel after all this? 0 punctuation? Oh no, you missed the part where we did 0 punctuation at the beginning, ages ago. Yeah. Yeah. What's some wild shit? I gotta be completely honest. This may be one of the worst streams. I think these have been good streams, but god damn, are they rough. Like, I'm taking psychic damage here. I'm actually looking forward to Never Knows Best because I feel like he's gotta be where this gets better. There's no way. What can you do? What can I do? I mean, that's the big thing. I don't know how these things are going to turn out. I figured there's no way that Salt Factory made these videos after the Oblivion video.
Recently, I found
Like a full year after. But that there would still be so little to latch onto. The best parts of the Salt Factory stuff was when he would talk about mechanics, because then there was something to fucking discuss. I watched his videos. I think it was certainly better. Are you referring to Salt Factory? It's like... The strategy's good. Just not your type of video, that's okay. But that's the weird thing is, anytime he talks about mechanics, he actually says stuff. And then he just goes back to synopsis. Are the Oblivion work streams archived? Yeah, they have their own playlist. You go to the main channel page, you'll find the playlist. Like, you'll see a playlists tab, and you'll see all the Oblivion streams. Salt Factory makes audio playthrough, not really an analysis. Sure, but I'm going to be completely honest. I don't understand it. I don't get the market. I don't get the appeal. I don't want to be cynical and say that it's just noise for noise sake. And I think that any comparisons that people make between me and Salt Factory is unfair. It's unfair to him for people to kind of think that, like, he's this needlessly nitpicky nerd that looks too deeply into stuff. And it would be unfair to me for people to just assume that all I do is plot synopsis. It feels like he started the series looking to do analysis, realized he didn't really have anything to say, but decided to finish it because he already made a commitment. Well, the weird thing is, right, because you're probably right, because, like, it was all front-loaded at the beginning of the Skyrim video. He talked about the mechanics, he talked about the leveling, he talked about the speech system, and that was, like, when we had the most conversation, and then sometime around, like, the 20-minute mark, or, like, when he started talking about the companions, it was just over. Hashtag bag boys. I don't want to know. That's something Mahler and EFAP point out all the time. People don't actually watch or listen to a lot of videos made by people's favorite content creators. Well, unlike White Light, I don't watch a lot of Salt Factories, so I don't know if this is the exception or the rule. Maybe Salt Factory is for people who want to replay it through his eyes, but the thing is, there's nothing particularly interesting about his playthroughs. It's really, like, basic stuff. It would be one thing if, like, he was doing a bunch of interesting exploits or weird kind of combinations of ideas and stuff, or, like, trying to kind of poke holes in the system or something like that. but instead it was just kind of like a generic Skyrim playthrough. What editing software do I use? I use Premiere Pro, but I don't know for how long. What's my favorite flavor of cum? Salty. He does better on videos where he can talk about characters. That must be the case. That would make sense if his strength was characters, because Skyrim doesn't have any, so there's nothing for him to latch onto in that front. But I feel like you would have to try and adapt, recognize that Skyrim is not going to be a game that you have a lot of characters to work with, and so you would have to try to find new strengths to work to. I mean, why would I cover Mauler? He hasn't talked about Elder Scrolls as far as I'm aware. That's a big caveat. I don't do videos for video's sake. Otherwise, we would have watched the Acerthorn Morrowind video. Yeah, I know. This was an experience, to be sure. It just seems weird to gatekeep a video game franchise so hard when other people do a less mechanic-intensive video or the like. I mean, yeah, but the thing is, there's nothing here. He doesn't say anything. He just said what happened. Is your basis for what it should be so low? Like, why do you need a synopsis of events? Wouldn't you? Okay, let's say that Salt Factory is not very interested in the mechanics. Wouldn't it be interesting then to get his analysis of the story? To really, like, he deep dives into the quests and really tries to figure them out and what's going on with them, but he doesn't do that. And asking why is not gatekeeping. Well, it's not just me, I think. This whole analysis had about as much inspiration behind it as an average high school book report. Because they want noise to keep them distracted while they do menial work. That's such a cynical thing, though. I don't like to think of the stuff I do as just making noise for people to work to. Or I feel like if that's what we were going to do, we would just do streams instead, because it's way easier to make, minute for minute, to make content for streams than it is to go to the process of play a game, go to the process of write a bunch of stuff about it, go to the process of record a bunch of stuff, go to the process of editing the entire package together and making it into a video. That's a lot of work. When if the goal is simply to make noise, you can just start streaming, make a bunch of noise, and leave. Anyways, I don't think that should be discouraged from doing anything, and he seemed to, as far as I saw, he seemed to take the thing well, but I've been around the internet. I know that some people will at face value say to be taking it well and won't. And the comment that we read out about how mad he was with the people hounding him on the blood on the ice thing says that it is very possible to get under his skin. Well, the rating the quests thing was weird though. Like, it felt out of place because I didn't understand what the basis for the ratings were. I felt that they were kind of inconsistent. Like, he would go, this was a really simple quest, 7 out of 10. And then he would give a barely higher score to something that was a lot more complex and had a lot more kind of meat to it. So He received serious threats due to missing one part of the quest, and that's why he got upset. Well, I mean, yeah, I guess if people are like threatening you because you got a quest wrong, then sure. But I mean, maybe the True Salt Factory was the stream we did today. Well, then things came full circle because I had Salt's fanboys in here getting extremely mad at what we were doing here today. The audio stream's current bitrate, 0, is lower than the recommended bitrate. Well, that doesn't sound good. So, with that in mind, I am going to take Sunday off and be back on Monday, hopefully. This was a lot of stream to do. Yeah, the badass seal of approval. We have a Discord if you want to get announcements. Now, if you're in there, you need to make sure that you have the announcements role because I'm eventually going to stop pinging everyone and just switch to pinging announcements again. So if you haven't grabbed that role yet, you're going to stop getting announcements through Discord. You can also follow me on Twitter. I post the stream links there. So you'll get time accurate notifications if you can't follow a basic schedule. Also, important, probably streaming a couple hours earlier on Wednesday. I know it's a awkward day of the week to stream on, but that's when the AMA is happening, so. Anything on Instagram? Why would I be on Instagram? I have nothing to contribute to that platform. So, yeah. This was a pretty fun stream. Before we all log off here, what would we rate this stream out of 10? Go ahead. Go ahead. Not the meme. Not the meme. You're on Instagram? Yeah, but the production screenshots are kind of boring. Seven out of 10? Good. Good. Acceptable. Cool, cool. Hopefully things improve. This time, next week, we'll be watching Private Sessions 2-hour video, something like that. And he's actually going to be here for that. I don't know how that is going to change things, but it will. Could be better, could be worse. We did one stream before together on his channel, so. For Joseph Ganderson, kids out of 5. I don't want to know why it's only 4 out of 5. Don't tell me something happened. Alrighty. Peace out.